Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Mtembei TV, open forum political discussion show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Well, the storm is on over the allegations by the FIFA MP of presidential term limit being lifted so that we can have a lifetime president. Kenyans are not taking it lying down, and there are those who are embracing the idea. Others are outrightly against the same. I don't know where you belong in all this. Would love to hear what you think about the same. Well, Cabinet Blunders, first month in office, more than three ministers have been put to their defense over everything they have said so far in their office. The CAs for health, the CAs for trade, and now the CAs for education. Of course, servants or service, all of them on the defense on blundering in issuing statements without thinking through or without serious consultation. And where the storm is really on is when Moses Kuria, in defense of East Africa Portland Cement, spoke against the squatters. And now Wavinya Ndeti, Her Excellence, the governor of Machakos, is up in arms against Moses Kuria over his remarks and says historically the land in question belongs to the community, and that is the Machakos community, and not the property of East African Portland Cement. How will this end? We'll need to look at it keenly and be able to dissect it and be able to make sense out of the same. Well, all indications going, Deputy President GACHAGUA may walk free from the billions corruption case set to be ruled tomorrow. The DPP having withdrawn in the pretext that there is not enough evidence to indicate that the allegations against the deputy president are valid or not. Is this the beginning of the end of corruption prosecution in our country, or what is happening? Karibuni kila mmoja, na washukuru wote mnaojumuika nasi mahala popote ulipo na kukaribisha katika kipindi cha leo tunapoangazia masuala tofauti ya kisiasa. Tukaandamane unyo unyo ili tukafike tofauti pamoja tunavyoendeleza kipindi cha leo. Na wakaribisha nyote. The link to use to get in the studio, I'm sharing it now in the comment section. Fortunately, okay, we've gone to my personal profile on Facebook, and then there is, of course, the YouTube channel. So please make sure that you follow the broadcast on YouTube. That's where you'll get the link to use to get in the studio. Nashukuru kila moja, naamini kwamba tuko salama salimini tunapotarajia mengi hata tunapoanza mjadala wa leo. Mato Makandet, karibu kwa show. Margaret, karibu kwa show. Passionate Love of Christ, karibu sana kwa show. Kuna nani mwingine huyu? Kuna Muhammad A. You told me your name is Ege or AG. You will remind me. I'm forgetting, and it's because you've been long gone. Hello to you, Mary Jones, karibu sana. Nashukuru wote ambao mnajumika nasi. Tuendelee kukaribishana. Kipindi ni chetu, tuangazie masuala ya siasa zetu na jinsi cha kuishi katika hii Kenya mpya ambayo ina mambo tofauti. Ministers, cabinet ministers are making blunders every passing day. Are these the people who are going to roll out policies that will help Kenyans? I doubt if they are competent enough to do anything in helping Kenya become a better place. But all in all, karibuni sana. tukaandamane, tukahakikishe kwamba hakuna Mkenya anaachwa nyuma na hakuna Mkenya anadanganyika katika masuala haya yote. Term limit. Is Kenya right for a lifetime president? Was the introduction of term limit a misplacement that needs to be fixed? What is cooking with Kenya Kwanza? Why do they want a lifetime president? A question we've been asking since yesterday, and we seek to keep asking until we get right answers. So I urge everybody, wherever you are, please let us do what we are required to do and ensure that we continue being there one for another, supporting one another, sticking in one for another, for that's the whole essence of our humanity. Mary Wainaina, hi to you. Good to see you again. Thank you so much. We really appreciate each one of us for keeping Mtembei TV even as we proceed with our discussion. I will be sharing the link again. Those who want to join from wherever you are, you're free to join. Just make sure your camera and your audio are well configured. You will be able to make your contribution without much problems. Thank you, everybody. I look forward to having a great time as we look deeply into the matters at hand. Is this the way a country is run, or something has gone out of place? Let's get busy, even as we look at different dimensions of the whole scenario of what is cooking in our country. Let's look at this shortly.
Pains or plain ineptness? That is the question as President William Ruto's cabinet secretaries stumble in their pronouncement as they set out to execute the duties of their new offices. A number of cabinet secretaries in office for only 2 weeks now have made and walked back controversial pronouncements. Let's get more from our very own Brenda Wanga.
The cabinet true and faithful counsellor.
The bulk of the cabinet secretaries are first-time holders of the various offices they swore to serve in, and true to the orders from the appointing authority, they have hit the ground running, keen to deliver on their mandates. But in that rush to get the job done, a number of the CSs are landing themselves in hot soup over the pronouncements.
Thank you.
Education CS Ezekiel Machogu is still smarting from a case of foot in the mouth. On Saturday, he caused a storm in the higher education sector over the financing of this sector.
And we are encouraging that they must generate their own revenue, because the exchequer, as it is now, is not going to be able to continue funding more.
And on Tuesday, 3 days later, he was singing a different tune altogether.
Even the cost-cutting measures that are being undertaken with other sectors of the economy, for education, all the funds as allocated by Parliament are ring-fenced. What we are saying is that we can also explore other ways of generating income.
His about turn coming hot on the heels of yet another walkback of statements by a CS. Aisha Juma of Public Service had sensationally promised public servants pay rises. She said, and I quote, "The public service is demoralized in matters salary and other benefits, and I think in my 100 days in office, I will initiate the process to increase salaries of the public servants," end of quote. That was on the 1st of November. A day later, the story had changed.
Tuta review, ikiwa hela zipo, mambo yatafanyika. Ikiwa hazipo, tutaweka, tukingoja mambo yakijipa, then hizo vitu lazima zifanyike.
The new health CS, Susan Nakumicha, also suffered a similar fate when she attempted to show the disparities in pay for staffers in the health ministry.
Kenya is a country where interns earn more than the actual doctors when they are deployed. For example, a medical intern earns close to 200,000, while when a new doctor is reporting in public, they are earning 104,000.
Claims that were instantly shot down by professionals in the industry who poked holes in her statements for what they said was inaccuracy. The Trade CS and his transport counterpart have also had to revise their stance on matters to do with the importation and trade in second-hand clothes, with Moses Kuria first saying Kenya would ban the mtumba trade once they were viable alternatives, but walked back the remarks a day later, saying the ban will not be affected, but the trade will be made less competitive.
And as I promised, I'm going to make the agreement public anytime soon, so that the people of Kenya can be able to read and understand the contents of that agreement.
The Transport CS's promise also came a cropper, with what he released criticized for failing to meet the threshold of the public's expectations. But perhaps the most controversial doublespeak came from the near top of the country's leadership. Even before the formation of the cabinet, Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua starred a hornet's nest with his stand on farming within forests.
Hii serikali ni yenu. Tumetoa order. Wananchi wapewe nafasi walime msitu. Ndio tuongeze chakula kwa Kenya hii.
Days later, he claimed that his statements were taken out of context. Brenda Wanga, Citizen TV, Nairobi.
Hiyo ni confusion ambayo inakithiri katika serikali ya Kenya Kwanza. Ministers wanasema masuala ambayo hawajayathibitisha, kwa hivyo wanalazimishwa kula maneno yao na kujaribu kurekebisha makosa yao. So they are misbehaving in public, which is unacceptable, unethical, and uncalled for. So as Kenyans of goodwill, we need to call and name them for what they are. And this is a highest level of indiscipline and the highest level of incompetence being played before the eyes of Kenyans by cabinet secretaries. We did not see this happening in Moi's time. We didn't see this happening in previous governments. What is up with Kenya Kwanza government? Were these people ready for leadership, or they were only trying an error and happened to land into office when they were least prepared? Well, let's get down to talking on this and many more issues that are arising from what's cooking with Kenya Kwanza. Let's keep the conversation. Invite 1, 2, 3, 4 people into the discourse tonight. There is a lot that is in store, and we must fix all of it. Thank you.
Ana ameongea. Anasema mashamba yetu. I want to tell Moses Kuria, please, you have just been given the seat of a minister. And before you start talking down on us or commanding us as people of Machakos, come and sit down with us and know where the problem is. Hawa na kudanganya wa Portland ndio wezi wa shamba. Those people who work in East African Portland Semen are the ones that have stolen our land. Hiyo East African Portland ilikuwa ikifanya kazi vizuri wakati wa Barmasai na wakati wa alikuwa anaitwa Maina. East African Portland was working, lakini tukakuja tukawaekewa wakora hapo, wakaangusha factory yetu haifanyi, wakatuweka kwa madeni, wakachukua ile shamba. Sisi kama watu wa Ukambani Machakos tuliwapatia wa mine. We gave them community land to mine. And after mining, they should have returned the land to the community. They never bought it. Hawakununua hiyo shamba. Na sasa wameenda, they went, wakachukua loan. Wakachukua loan na shamba yetu. Shamba yetu sijui inauzwa na KCB, sijui imeuziwa kina nani. We are not going to allow that, Moses Kuria, na sisi hatukuogopi. Na niliona vile ulinifanya jana. Uliongea na ukanitumia hiyo video. I am not scared of you. I tried calling you, you didn't pick my phone. And I'm going to tell His Excellency, aongee na wamba minister wake. Wasije wakatuletea shida hapa bure. You understand? Before waziri aanze kusimama, atamke maneno, ama aanze kuongea vitu, akuje kwanza, aingiane na wananchi, yeah? Please do your research. Hata mimi mnachaguliwa kama gavana wa Machakos. Siwezi kuja hapa ninaanza pere. Lazima niingie, nijue ni nini. Lazima niingie nikisimama niongee kitu nijue ninaongea nini. If I speak something, I should be able to stand by it.
Okay, mambo ni kama hayo. Tunaendelea hapa Mtembei TV, mjadala wetu tunaangazia a storm brewing against President Ruto over term limit claims and then cabinet blunders, as you hear Her Excellence Wavinya Ndeti there saying Moses Kuria and team don't have facts about East Africa Portland cement land, and they are diving into right there trying to sort the problem when they're impounding it further. What is happening with Kenya Kwanza and their cabinet? Are there no cabinet meetings? Are there no briefings? Were these offices handed over or they just took over? What is cooking here? And with this level of indiscipline, this level of inconsistency, with this level of incompetence, do we have any hope of getting anything better from the Kenya Kwanza government? Tuongee kwa kina na tuambiane ukweli. And as we proceed with the conversation, I want to urge you, please invite guys to join into the discourse. And I have 3 very important announcements to make tonight. And so I want you to invite all the concerned parties to be here as we move forward. There is a lot that we need to set in order. So I have 3 important announcements to make before I sign out tonight. So please stay tuned and let's all watch out for what I'll be giving out as a way forward. Thank you very much. Naomba tusonge mbele tafadhali, tuendelee, na kama unatupata kwa Twitter, unatupata kwa YouTube, unatupata wapi, karibisha wale wateja wetu wa Facebook. Waambie tunapatikana kwa YouTube na tunapatikana kwa Twitter, so let them work hard and be able to follow the conversation without much problem. I have tried to connect with my Facebook account, so I think we're on Facebook, but you must follow my profile on Facebook to get the broadcast directly there. Those of you who can't join via YouTube, it is important that you follow through in order to get everything done rightly. Winnie Lamek anasema, I feel like this government has been around for decades and so fed up with them. What is your take on CS Korea's move to evict squatters from East Africa Portland Cement at Riverland? According to what the governor is saying, Moses Kuria is clueless on what really transpired about the land. Now that it is becoming, new information is revealing that the land was never sold to East Africa Portland Cement. It was handed to them to use it for mining. And then when they are through with mining, they should hand it back to the community. It's a community land, it's not a private property. And so Moses Kuria comes in with his chest to try and force out squatters in the pretext that it is a private land and it is his duty to protect the so-called private developers. Now, that is one way that we are not doing well as a people when it comes to dealing with issues based on right information. I mean, naona Moses Kuria is suffering from the Kenya Kwanza syndrome of not respecting and giving regard to history. Hawataki kujua historia, na kwa hivyo wanaingilia masuala bila kujua haya masuala yalianza vipi, ilifanyika nini mpaka East Africa Portland Cement ikapata hiyo land, na hiyo land ilikuwa transferred how. And then who are those that are deceiving in terms of trying to take ownership of a land that belongs to the community. Now, this looks to be more complicated than what Moses Kuria is just stamping over. And that, in my opinion, is a picture of one confused government that seem not to be aware of what exactly happens and what exactly should take place in order for governance to be executed. Nashukuru kila mmoja, tafadhali tuendelee kukaribishana. Nawaambia niko na matangazo matatu ambayo ningependa kupeana, kwa hivyo tafadhali tukaribishane, tufike quorum. Ikifika quorum nitapeana hizo 3 important announcement, alafu tutasonga mbele na conversation yetu tunapoangalia masuala ya siasa zetu na jinsi tutakavyo songa mbele. Karibu kila mmoja, kusikwe na yeyote ambaye anasalia nyuma. Haya, new more information. Kuna nani hiyo sponsor Lefa the DJ anasema Bernard Ugunda Airstrip, Kenya Airport Authority KAA are grabbing villagers plots in Ugunda Makwakwani village without compensation. Hii tabia mbaya ya serikali ni kujaribu kuhujumu watu. Ukunda iko na shida ya mashamba. Sasa sijui Moses kulikuwa na nani huyu Mvuria, the Kwale governor, hakusoti hii maneno ama Ukunda iko Kwale. There is serious land issues there that needs to urgently be addressed, and I hope the relevant authorities will take care of that. Okay, yeah, so it is important. Land issue is an emotive issue in this country. You cannot approach it with your thorax and succeed with it. Even if it is in the hands of squatters, that land is a thorny issue that you can't just move in and using your so-called ministerial orders and move people around because you've been made a minister. You can be a minister today and you're not a minister tomorrow. You are not the first minister. So ministers or UDA, take your time, learn the ropes before you begin to boss around people and think as if you have now gotten ticket for for heaven, and therefore your express ticket for heaven needs to close out every other person so that you have express highway to wherever you want to go. That ought not to take place. Title deeds, title deeds in Kenya. Unfortunately, I have to use that statement, although inasemekana title deeds in Kenya ni makaratasi tu, kwa sababu it can be printed anywhere, anytime, and stamped, and you get one land has 10 title deeds. It's funny. We have used title deeds as instruments for politics and all that. Naomba tu tusonge mbele basi. Nataka kufungua mjadala. Nipatie nafasi Margaret atusalimie, tuambie mawili matatu tukisonga mbele. How are you today?
Habari zenyu kila mtu. Hi Bernard. Hi Abdul. Me, sometimes I see this government, I think we are going the wrong direction. Like I have seen Moses Kuria, mpaka mama anakasirika, anamwambia aenda kazungumza na watu. Moses Kuria anakasirika, anaambia huyo mama anti anatenda kuban hiyo mitumba. Akamwambia ujaribu, go and try. Sasa naangalianga hii government tuko nayo, na shanga tunaelekea wapi sasa as Kenyans? Mtu akishaongea hivyo. Today I've seen Honorable Aisha Jumwa. This government is completely confused. They are lost. They don't have idea. Hayo tu ndo nilikuwa nataka kusema. Acha niwache wengine wazungumze.
Okay, thank you Margaret for that good start. We appreciate it. Wakati umefika tuangazie kila kitu, tuulize maswali yanayofaa ili tupate majibu ya tunayopaswa kupata. Chaga, vipi ndugu yangu? Chaga, vipi sauti?
Sawa, nipo hewani. Unanipata Bernard?
Karibu tumekusikia.
Sawa. Margaret, Ochola ama Achola? Oh, unajua nalikumbusha ile ya ya ondia kina Guzanda, hiyo ya Ochola. Okay, sawa, acha tuache hapo. But for real for today, mimi kile nitazungumzia ni kidogo tu Bernard, eh? Ni kuhusiana na reward. Kuzawadi. Unajua unaweza nizawadi mimi nikawa sielewi kile mnachonizawadi, ile kazi umenizawadi nayo ni kwa maanaji tu ya urafiki wa mimi na wewe Bernard. Sababu ni penzi kwako, lakini sasa ukasawacha ni reward tu, huyu jamani mpe at least. Ndio mambo ambayo tunayaona hapa, tunashuhudia kwa upande wa mawaziri, kwa sababu waziri wa elimu amegonga mwamba pale alipozungumzia masuala na kutoa pesa ya serikali yenye ilikuwa inawasaidia mamilioni tu ya wanafunzi kujoin na vyuo vikuu. Leo umeingia hapo unasema hii nitatoa mzigo ule mlemee tena mzazi. Sasa wale mazazi maskini kweli wataweza kuwafundisha watoto wao ama itakuwa ni wa matajiri wenye uwezo? So huko naye akagonga mwamba hapo. Then Kuria naye ndio huyo naye kachoma hii mambo na kuzawadi hii. Murkomen naye juzi tunamwona amevaa kabisa uniform za akada kachoma. Sasa hawa ndugu zangu hawa, mulizawadiwa, fanyeni kazi. Sasa sinachonishangaza ninachungia kwa akili yangu, unazawadia kitu ambacho hauko tayari nacho, unatarajia nacho. Mmezoea siasa tu tena ya uongo na propaganda, yaani kubadilisha uongo na kuregesha kwa ukweli. Hiyo ndio siasa iliyokithiri mizizi. Jamani Bernard, maji hufuata mkondo. Sasa kukiwa kubaya huko juu, basi hata wengine. Sasa hii ni serikali ya wote propaganda, na ni serikali ambayo mwisho wa siku Bernard, tutakuja kupata ni rais pekee ndio mwenye usemi. Hawa wengine ni kupangiwa, utafanya hivi, utafanya hivi huko, kama tutajaliwa na kusonga huko mbele. Itakuwa tu rais akiamua basi, kwa sababu hawa wenye wamepewa hizi haya mawizara most si wale ambao wako expert, na pia haingefaa kuletwa wanasiasa ndani pale, sababu wapo Wakenya wenye shahada, wenye tajriba ya uchumi, wenye masuala na ardhi wapo. Hawa wangebaki tu, kama ni mbunge mtu abaki kwa mbunge, kama ni seneta abaki kwa, maana hiyo ndo hulka na ndo mahali. Sasa unampa leo Moses Kuria, anaona the way sasa hivi na hebu angalia gavana alikuwa anazungumzia hiyo picha umetoa hapo. Ni picha gani ambayo tunaiweka katika macho ya Wakenya? Macho ni kwa Wakenya. Kwa hiyo tusilaumu kabisa. Tulikubali hawa watu wamekuwa rewarded, bado wanagawana keki hadi itoshe. Kile kitabaki mimi na Bernard ambao tuko mrengo mwingine, labda pengine Mungu atanusuru tupate kidogo, kitu ambacho pia sidhani kama kitaniingia kwa akili kwamba tutapata, maana ng'ombe wao bwana huyu agawiwe tu. Sasa una tajriba utakuwa hapo, hauna tajriba, bora tu uliunga mkono ukasafi maisha yako kuhakikisha unasimama kwa mtu, basi wewe una qualify. Kwa hiyo hii serikali itaingia mwanzo imefail na itafail kwa sababu na kuibadilisha tabia ni jambo lingine gumu zaidi. Hivyo tutaishi na propaganda, kesho limetoka kuzunguka hili, kesho limetokea lile, mpaka mwisho. Kwa hiyo nipo tu Bernard, ninasikiza wenzangu, lakini nakosa imani na hii serikali. Taingia mwenyewe rais hadi mawaziri alivyowateua plus sawa, kwa sababu wengi hawangeweza kuqualify kuwekwa hapo. wangetafutwa nje kabisa, nje. Hawahusiki kabisa na masuala na politics, kwa sababu hawa politician ambao wamechaguliwa kwa mawaziri wataingiza siasa kwa kila mahali, na punde watakapokosolewa tu utasikia vyenye kutawaka, vyenye watashambulia. Ni juzi tu wakizungumza, mzee huwa amenyamaza, hafanyi majukumu yake. Alipozungumza tu kuhusiana na masuala na mauaji yaelezwe kinagaubaga ni nini, alipojitokeza kusema mbona makesi yanafutwa tu kiholela holela, tena yanaveva upande mwingine, mzee tafuta mahali uwe, wakalala ukilala kukicha Raila. So tusubirie tuangalie matokeo, lakini langu tu lile ambalo nalizungumza kila siku, tusisubiri muda mrefu. Huu mti bado ni mchanga, tuweza ng'oa kwa mkono mmoja, lakini kama utaenda mpaka ukomao uanze kukita mizizi vizuri, hatutauweza jamani. Alafu pia nikaa na swali binadamu ambalo nataka kuuliza. Siku wa leo sikufuatilia sana habari leo. Mapilots wamerudi katika kazi yao, na kama wamerudi wamesuluhishwa ama ni vile kwa sababu ya kutishiwa maisha, maana sikufuatilia vizuri. Alafu pia nasikia kulikuwa na ni hizo tu habari za humu, nasikia pia kuna mkuu mwingine wa jeshi mpya alioteuliwa jana na akapishwa jana. Hizo habari sijazipata vizuri. Kama pengine una clue unaweza nifahamisha. But nipo Bernard, ninajumuika na wenzangu ili nikijipanga kwa mada leo hapa kuwake moto vizuri. Asante Bernard.
Asante. Hii habari nyingine utapewa. Wafanyikazi wa Airport Authority walilazimishwa na koti kurejea kazini. Kama wamerejea, I think I'm yet to confirm that, but the other information utapewa na wahusika wanakuja. Nashukuru sana kwa mchango wako na huo utangulizi.
Hapo ndio nilipotaka kuzungumzia kidogo Bernard, asante kwa kunipa hiyo kwamba walilazimishwa na koti warudi.
Walilazimishwa, hawakutaka. Masuala yao hayakuwa kuhusu mshahara, ilikuwa kuhusu uongozi mbaya. Walitaka yule msimamizi wao atimuliwe. So sijui kwa nini serikali inapata shida kutimua mmoja na kutesa mamilioni ya watu. Huyu mtu ndio Mungu ama ndio Yesu Kristo? Hiyo ndio shida moja ya Kenya Kwanza. Wanashikilia kitu ambacho hakifai in the pretext that wanataka to please certain people. You cannot hold one person and get thousands and thousands of people to suffer because you must secure a job for one person. As much as that could be their right, it is not valid. Biblia inasema mtu mmoja afe wengi wapone, sio wengi waafe mmoja apone.
Sawa Bernard, lakini ndio hivyo tulivyosema. Ndivyo tulitangulia kusema kwamba tukishika mahakama, nikishika parliament, yanaregea pale pale ninapozungumzia. Utakimbia kwa mahakama na utadunda tu. Kuwe na haki, kusiwe na haki, still bado obey the law. Whether you like it or you don't like it, lazima utafanya. So tunaelekea hapo tu.
No, the end is imminent. Hata mahakama nayo itachoka. A time will come when everything will refuse, because you can't hold the whole country at ransom and expect to be supported by everybody. Well, we'll play one more video before we bring in Eufin to make her contribution. Let's listen out to these blunders.
Allegations facing Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua. The new development coming after the Director of Public Prosecutions, that is Noordin Haji, filed an application at the court today seeking to dismiss charges in the 7.4 billion Kenya shillings case for the lack of sufficient evidence. TV47's Apollo Kamau reports on a day the Director of Criminal Investigations was put on the spot.
Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, alongside 9 other persons, will be following closely a crucial ruling at the Anti-Corruption Court on Thursday morning, when the court delivers a crucial verdict that could draw up graft charges leveled against him, amounting to 7.4 billion shillings, charges he maintains were politically instigated due to his alliance with the then Deputy President William Ruto under President Uhuru Kenyatta. Director of Public Prosecutions Nurdin Haji, through his legal team, on Wednesday made an application before trial magistrate Victor Wakumile to withdraw the case due to lack of sufficient evidence, while accusing the Directorate of Criminal Investigations DCI under George Kinoti of frustrating Haji with lack of evidence for a period of 1 year, despite having written numerous letters.
The DPP independently reviewed the matter and concluded that the evidence as it is does not meet the evidential threshold, required to amount a successful prosecution of this case.
GACHAGUA and his co-accused defense teams supported DPP's application, pointing out the case was headed for an acquittal, given no prosecution witness had given evidence, and therefore Advocate Kioko Kilukumi told the court the prosecution was saving the court's time. In a surprise turn of events, DCI's lead investigator in GACHAGUA's case, Obadia Kuria, saw an affidavit saying he was pressured by DCI boss George Kinoti to
Yes, our country of incompetence, pretense and hypocrisy. Yaani mtu anapewa ofisi analipwa mshahara alafu anaambiwa alishinikizwa na mwingine kufanya kazi. That's why I support Jomo Kenyatta. Jomo Kenyatta alikuwa rais mzuri wa kuchapa watu fimbo asubuhi viboko. Because this cannot be coming from somebody who has been in office. He has a tenure of security of 10 years. Alafu anasema yeye hajafanya due diligence kwa cases, alikuwa anangoja Kinoti amletee evidence. Hey. Sawa basi, Yufin karibu.
Asante sana Bernard. Hi Chaka and Derek. Natumai mko salama. Sasa huyu mtu si angeenda tu nyumbani kama alishindwa na kazi. Juu inakaa ni kama Kinoti ndiye alikuwa anafanya kazi. Sasa kati ya kazi ya ofisi ya DPP na ile ya DCI, gani inafaa ifanye kazi sana? Si ni ya DPP. Sasa mbona watu wanatudanganya? Yani they just come and they have no shame. They just come to the public and just, I don't understand these people. I don't know. This is where we've gotten to as a country. We are in for a rude shock. GACHAGUA walking scot-free. It was meant to happen. We knew everything will be gone when the moment they were sworn in. So it doesn't take us by surprise, but there's no point in blaming Kinoti on everything. It means these people were not working. Why didn't they resign and go home and let Kinoti do his work? Right now, Bernard, I'm made to understand that in Nairobi, you can't walk. These people threatened the police. Now they are not working. People are being smugged in broad daylight, and there's nothing you can do about it. Where exactly are they taking us? So this was the freedom for the hustlers. They meant the police to go and sit in back in the offices or in the camps and then let the bandits do their work, kill people. So sad. I thought Kindiki would do a good job, but he's not doing it. Why can't he protect the people? This should be under his docket. What is he doing? People are dying. You are robbed and then you are killed. Why? We live in the same Kenya. We are all Kenyans. We have the right to protection. Our country is Kenyans. We need to wake up. It's not going to be easy. It's already not easy, but it's going to be tough. Because even the mitumba, the hustlers, the person who went there to buy even the underwear there, and we saw it in public, he has increased the taxes. What does that mean? How many people will be able to afford the mitumbas now? So everything was supposed to come from bottom to up. The prices from lower to increasing, escalating every time. The prices of fuel are supposed to go up. What kind of government is this? Hustlers, what did you do to yourself? Why did you give us this kind of leadership? Today I saw in Nairobi, Bunge la Jacaranda, they are demanding for tear gas and maandamano. They are saying if Baba comes back, he should call them for maandamano. They miss tear gas. This should send a warning. Kenyans, let's wake up. This government is not for you. The hustlers, it's not for you. It's for them. They let you suffer. They take everything. If you don't wake up, you'll realize when it's too late. And by that time, it won't. Even when you cry, it won't even save you. I feel so bad and so sad. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Eugene, for that. This is our new country and our new way of leadership, which we have reservations over, but we must learn how to navigate through and be able to hold it to account and look for how to sort ourselves out if they cannot sort our problems out. Well, I promise that I have 3 announcements to make. I want us please to invite as many guys as possible so that I'll be free to make that announcement. I have 3 appeals to make to us. So please tuendelee kukaribishana tafadhali. Nataka hiyo namba isonge juu kiasi ili nikipeana hii announcement zangu 3 itafikia watu wengi na kila mmoja atawajibika. Derek, you're asking me about preaching by which pastor. Unajua siku hizi pastor tuko na copyright we copyright our preaching as well, so that if you play it, it may bring problems. Probably also, he may make a political statement that may put him into church politics problem. So I wouldn't want to propagate something that I'm not sure of. Is it Pastor Kiama? Tony? Derek, is it the one on Aisha Juma and Pastor
Yes,
Tony?
yes, that one, yes.
I got it, and I don't know. I don't think I should play it. One, he names people, and then he makes allegations against them, and then blames the church and all that. So,
But if you leave alone the Aisha Juma name, there is after that naming of Aisha Juma, there is some good message he gave out there. That one is what I wanted people to listen to. That there's like a certain message he named there. So maybe if you can edit the video, maybe you can start it from after the naming of Aisha Juma. I think it's okay. But it's something that is there in the public domain. There is no problem. I don't think there is an issue with the naming of Aisha Juma. It is there in public domain.
They're in public domain according to you. But in journalism, that's a different ballgame altogether. I know of a media house that is struggling right now for sharing what was in the public domain. They are paying through their nose. And these VIPs, people have seen on how to stifle media houses. One is paying around 20 million, another one 5 million, just for sharing what is in the public domain. So wacha nichunguze kwanza, nitakuambia kama inawezekana ama haiwezekani. Endelea na kutoa mchango wako.
All right. Thank you once again, Bernard. Nimeingia kwa mjadala, nimepata mnaendelea vizuri. Just to start by saying kweli hata tukiangalia even behind the curtains, what do you expect? Nyinyi kama Wakenya, yani sasa tupige tu story, tuache hata mambo ya tuulizane tu maswali. Kenyans, what do you expect? Because ukishakuwa Mkenya, there is something known as, sijui kama sahi ndio ile kitu mtu alisema, we are Africans and Africans is our business. Sasa sijui kama that is what we are doing ama, kwa sababu I'm so surprised that each and every day hii serikali haiwezi kosa kutu surprise na kitu each and every day. I think that hata wanasaidia sana these media houses. There is a topic, there is a message, there is a news inatokea kila siku. So sijui what we as Kenyans, ni vipindi tunataka, ni kazi tunataka tufanyiwe, sasa sijui ni nini tunataka. Kama ni vipindi ndio hizi tunapewa. Juu mimi sioni kama ni kazi tu inafanywa, ni vipindi tunapewa. But then leo nimekuja kurealize sijui niseme kama niwache, but let me say, nimekuja kurealize unaweza soma lakini kweli unatoka na nothing. Kuna wengine pia wanakwaya this inaitwa nini, wanakwaya hizi certificates and whatever, sijui ni kutumia backdoor. Because I'm questioning the PhD. Is it the PhD that our president is holding? The only president with the PhD? Sasa mimi nauliza kweli, if you are a PhD holder na kutumia tu akili kidogo kusema watu wa Northeastern I saw a certain video where is it the government ilikuwa imepeleka maji na trailer. Is it the trailer thing? Walipeleka maji na trailer na ndio walikuwa na mwaga kwa borehole ingine hapo. So I was asking, are we problem solving? Are we looking for short term solution? Because ukiona government yenye inatumia akili, inaenda kwa place, inaenda mahali yenye kuna issue kama hii yenye tuko nayo sahihi, na inapeana maji instead of drilling water. I feel for those people from that area. We have a problem, Bernard. We have to acknowledge that we have a problem. We have to agree that we have a problem. Be it as a Mio guy, be it a UDA guy. Wanasema siasa imeisha. Let's focus on development. Lakini let me tell you something. Usisifu ng'ombe yenye nakufa. Ni sawa kila mtu atasifu ng'ombe yake, lakini ng'ombe yako ikifa, bado naisifu tu ama? It's high time we should wake up. Anaitwa Eugene. Eugene, usiogope. Hii ni kitu tulikuwa tunajua. Na sijui niseme hii ni kionjo because more is to come. At 57 sijui 58 days unatuambia unataka kuongeza time limit ya kukaa kwa ofisi. Sijui ni kama sisi ndio wajinga. There's this an artist anaitwa King Kaka alisema kweli sisi ni wajinga. Hakuna si ati ni wale watu wenye wako kwa viti wenye tumewapea viti wa wajinga. Ni sisi. How I wish mungeenda kusikiza hiyo song. Ni sisi ndio wajinga. Wanakuja wanatudanganya na 100 200. What is 100 200? Ulikula 100 200 imeisha. Sasa bado unaona hiyo 100 200 hakuna. Unaona sahi hata mimi nashangaa. I don't even want Raila to talk because Raila akiongea president na deputy president wataanza kusema, watapata opportunity ya not working for the Kenyans na wataanza kusema ati ile time yenye tunafaa tufanyie wa Kenya kazi, mara mzee alikuja na maneno, alitudistract from doing this one. Sasa unajua tulibidi tujikinge from them and tukajisahau. Sasa we need more time. Hivyo ndio venye watarudi tena na wajinga bado watavote tu in. So mimi nataka Raila tufanyie tu favor, kaa nje kwanza. Watu wale mafala wenye walipeana hii kitu wasafa kwanza, wajione. Unajua Mwafrika ni mtu fani sana. Sijui ni nani alisema that Mwafrika at times anakuwa, at times, and not all Africans, please don't get me wrong, Mwafrika saa zingine anakuwaga hata dark mpaka kwa mind. Juu unaona kweli huyu ni Bernard amekaa kwa kiti hapo na muona, alafu unajifanya unataka kusema ati huyu si Bernard, anakaa kama yeye lakini sio yeye. This is somebody whom we've been hearing about, we've been seeing his moves, we know what he's capable of doing, but we still go on and elect him. I'm not saying all Kenyans. Not all Kenyans voted for this person. Alielectiwa na wengine kutoka paka nje, but I'm talking to those who went and queued the line to vote for him. Mumetuweka kwa hizi mashida zenye tunapitia saa hii, but I just want us at least wacha Wakenya wapitie hii kenye tunapitia, you learn something. Tukirudi kwa line after 5 years, you'll have something to smile about. Yes. So wacha tu niachie hapo. And sorry, there is this issue of huyu anaitwaje Gachagua to walk scot free. Sorry, I'm naongea mengi, but I just have to speak about this before I cut. Bernard, I think I told you here very well. Ukikuwa beste yangu, hata uwe leo, I will find a way of covering up for you. Niliwaambia vizuri. Don't expect Aisha Juma's case. Don't expect Aisha Juma to be dropped out of that interview. Angepita lazima. Limithika Lituli angepita lazima. Sahi sasa kuna mengine baba yao anaenda kuachiliwa huru, na tunajua vizuri hii case ni real. What do you expect if you are my friend? Obviously siwezi kukuachilia kwa baridi. So that is what is going on. So tusilie hapa, tuache ilishafanyika. Hiyo sio kubwa. Mengi yenye tulikuwa tuna expect zingekuwa like serious ziliachiliwa. Watu sahi Aisha Juma is boldly walking ati kama CS, na CS mwenye ako na Blunders, na tunaangalia tu, hakuna kitu tutafanya. So Kenyans, yesterday I say we rise up, we wise up. If we go on waiting for these things to happen, the more and the worse it is going to be. So it's high time, maybe tusingoje Raila. Raila has been there for us. Raila will always be there for us. We should also wake up. Tusiangalie tu Raila. Raila will come there at the last minute. You know what I'm talking about, Bernard. Sasa lazima tusimame kwanza, ndio Raila kuja atop up. Akitop up ndio sasa itakuwa sawa, lakini tukingojea Raila sahi anafaa kufanya biashara ya Mama Aida na kina Winnie. Hatumhitaji sahi, tunafaa tujisaidie kwanza ndio akuje. That is what I want. Thank you.
Wewe Derek, unataka ng'ombe zitoke zizini ziende shambani kwanza, mchungaji akuje baadaye? Sitakuwa zimemaliza mahindi njiani. All the same, thank you for that. We look forward to engaging further, even as we continue with the conversation. Thank you for continuing to invite 1, 2, 3, 4 people to join into the discourse. Those who follow us on Facebook, we can manage to connect the broadcast on my profile on Facebook. If you're able to get that, you will be able to follow the broadcast. But okay, it has some limitations, but it's going. So you follow from there. YouTube, hapo ndio mambo yote. Alafu we are also on Twitter. The LinkedIn one has been dropped for now. In the meantime, I told you I have 3 announcements to make. Tuendelee kukaribishana. Hiyo namba ikifika 250, I will give my announcement that is crucial that I need to make right away. So please, let's keep inviting each other. Let's do what is right. The link is now in the comment section. Fortunately or unfortunately, you can only join through the link via YouTube. Only YouTube is allowing me to share the link. Facebook na hiyo kwingine imefungwa. I don't know whether it's StreamYard or it's Facebook. I don't understand. But link ndio hiyo. You can get it on YouTube, and maybe I will share it on WhatsApp. If you belong to Mtembei TV WhatsApp group, utapata link huko. Kwa hivyo tuendelee karibishana, your number ifike. We need 20 more people, then I'll make the announcement. I just want us to be vigilant. It's important that we ensure that we do what is required in our power to safeguard the welfare of our great country. Let's listen out to this before we continue the conversation.
I don't know what to say about, but I say if there's
distraction to what end?
There are many things that have been happening. There's been an attempt to talk about SGR. There's a lot of things in the air that are disturbing Kenyans, including cost of living and what have you. So you'll keep on throwing up these things to distract Kenyans. But some of us are ready to fight it.
Okay.
I don't know whether we shall succeed, but it'll be a fight.
Okay, of course.
And it will be a vicious fight, because the integrity of our politics and the hygiene of our politics is in changing politicians the way we change the diapers on a baby, as they say. So we need to keep on changing politicians, that we keep on trying to achieve the cream coming to the top. So if we create a situation whereby the topmost office is available to be occupied for more than 10 years, it will be bad. In fact, some of us think that maybe we should reduce the term limit to 4 years or 3 years.
I think one of 3-year term.
No, 2 terms, but
or 3. Okay.
2 terms, but a shorter period than 10 years. So that if the mistakes somebody is making mistakes, we can get rid of him much earlier, or her. And then if somebody is doing well, then we can get somebody else to do better. But the idea that we can extend the life of the chief executive, or the tenure of the chief executive, for me, is something that I don't even know where it comes from. Because this country, even before the new constitution, we had already embraced the term limit. And you remember after the removal of Section 2A of the former constitution, President Moi ran under the new dispensation with the knowledge that you could not serve more than 2 years, and he went. So if Moi, who had all the power that you could want to have, and who had all the machinery he needed to push or sustain himself in power, could concede to that kind of position, then it tells you that the country really moved to that kind of place consciously and in a very strong motion that nobody could ignore it. So I don't think that any mortal who has been born today has the capacity to move the country away from the two-term limit.
Haya, mambo ni kama hayo. Unaendelea kutazama Mtembei TV. Tunaangazia siasa zetu na jinsi tutakavyo jibu ama respond to the same as things keep boiling. The storm is brewing against the allegation by the FIFA. Is it FIFA or FIFA? Member of Parliament claiming that President Dr. William Ruto has performed so well that he needs to be extended in his term so that he continues to be president. So we should remove the term limit and allow him to finish all his projects before he leaves office. My question is, what has he done? I've looked for something. The 100 days are running out. I'm looking for something that the Dr. William Ruto has done for Kenyans. I'm not seeing it. Okay, wherever swearing in judges, he had already promised them. That was done for the judges. Releasing the people who had corruption cases, that he did for those people. What has he done? One thing that Kenyans should be happy about. What has he done to ease the pains of Kenyans? That Kenyans will be so happy to retain him as president for life. Tuache kuchezeana akili. Tuambiane ukweli. Hii ni game tunachezewa na wanataka nini? Hii ilikuwa because SGR ili backfire. So they came up with this one to distract us. But we are still counting the 100 days. We will not be distracted. After the 100 days, mtu atatolewa jikoni asipowajibika kutekeleza majukumu yake. I appreciate as we continue inviting each other. And on that note, tumebakisha watu wawili tu. And then I make the first announcement. I have 3 important announcements to make today as we proceed with the show. And I want everybody on board. And so that's good. That's good. We have crossed the 250 number. And so I will do the first announcement. Now, those of you that are regulars on this channel, you must have run into a beautiful girl, lady by the name Pamela Ofula. Pamela Ofula is a daughter to, we used to have an anchor for news on KBC. Those of you that are old school like me, you remember her, very beautiful, tall, good looking, who used to read news on KBC. Kitambo ile KBC ilikuwa inafungukanga 4 na inafungwa 11. So there is an issue right now with the dad to Pamela. He's on medication, and she has reached out to me and reached out to the group of Mtembei TV with an appeal for her support. She says, my dad amekuwa msick for some time, anafanyiwa dialysis twice per week, na kila session ni 7K. At times zinakosa, okay? That means they have depleted their family account and now they are relying on well-wishers to sustain that bill. Since she's one of our resource people here, she's been part and parcel of our debate. I thought it's good if I lay it over to you guys. You can make your contribution directly to her and support out at least for a session or 2, ili mzee apate matibabu, I believe that's something that is noble and good. We are not just debate mates, but we have grown into a family. And when one is in pain, we should be able to feel their pain. And where we can support, let's come in strongly and support. So I'll be sharing her number on the public, wherever comment section. You can send in whatever you can in support of the bill for her father to continue getting medication. 2 sessions per week. Every session costs 7K. That is something serious. And so naomba tu kama wewe ni una utu na ungependa kuhusika katika kupeana msaada huo na kupatia nafasi. Kile nawaomba, okay, haswa in quotes, wale mafisi, okay, hiyo namba tafadhali usi-abuse, okay, use it and just send your contribution. Don't abuse that number and don't harass our sister. I have to say that because there are some of us here who want to mess up people's lives. Please, let's just do what is right, okay? So babake Pamela Ofula ni mgonjwa, amekuwa kwa dialysis and it has depleted their family savings, and therefore they are reaching out to well wishers wasaidie mahali wanaweza. Wanahitaji 7K per session, 2 sessions per week, and it's weighing heavy on them, so they reached out. I talked to us, and as usual, Tembei TV family, you have never disappointed us. Please, let's put our first foot forward and make a difference in our sister's life. I believe that's in order. If that is in order, let me see you commenting that is in order, and then I'll share the number directly to her. Don't send the money to me so that I send to her. Stuck your story in between. That is also part of my next announcement, which I'll be giving in the next 30 minutes. So I'll share this one first. Let's respond to the same. Then from there, I'll be sharing the remaining 2, and I'll be good to sign out for my duties today. Leo nimefanya show ya mchana, alafu show ya usiku huu. I'm overworking. I need to sign out, but before that, I will have finished all my duties rightly. So, public comments. I'm putting in Pamela Ofula's number. When you send the money, you get the name Pamela Ofula. She's directly receiving the money, and she'll be glad to be able to at least offset the bill and mzee apate dialysis bila shida. Asanteni sana. Let's go into action, and God bless us even as we take that initiative. Thank you very much. Naomba tusonge mbele. Nani huyu? Omar, umefika vipi lakini? Bwana Omar, vipi upo?
Unanipata?
Unapatikana sasa,
Habari ya siku
endelea.
nyingi. Siku nyingi.
Siku mingi, samaki wangu wa bahari, mimi
Tangu
nimesubiri
election.
mpaka hata sasa nimeanza kuzeeka.
Tangu election tulitoroka kidogo, tulienda tukatibiwa, tukaondolewa maalsa zetu, na wengine sukari ilikuwa imepanda juu. Sasa tumerudi vizuri, na tunashukuru Mwenyezi Mungu. Tumesha kubali ile iliyotokea, lakini iliyotokea yenyewe inawalemea. Yani serikali wale walikuwa na support ndio inawakula wenyewe. Hata sisi saa hii tumetulia, hatuko hapo, lakini wenye waliopigia asla inahita asla mwenzake. yaani asla inakula asla mwenzake. Hakuna kitu amefanya, ndio hiyo anataka kutoa limit akae sijui more than 20 years. Hiyo dictator, kama wananchi wale walimpigia watakubali ujinga kama hiyo, hata sisi ya Bernard kwa saa hii pale tumefikia Bernard, hata wakitaka kumweka 200 years ni sawa. Hata wakileta unga ikuwe ni 600 tutanunua sisi hata wakileta petroli ya ikuwe 1000 tutanunua Bernard, kwa sababu tumeshazoea maisha expensive, lakini kuna wale hawajazoea wanalia. Tuliwaambia hawakusikia kuhusu limit ya rais. Hiyo ni kitu wasiseme ati huyu MP ati ajui ile kitu alikuwa anaongea. Huyu MP anaongea kubless President William Ruto, na hiyo kitu wamepanga, na kupanga hiyo kitu walikuwa wameshaongea. Unajua, Bernard, ukikuwa na rafiki yako ni chotara kama wewe ama ni mang'aa kama wewe, lazima utakuwa tu mang'aa, kwa sababu huyu mtu wetu anafuata rafiki yake ni neighbor na tunamjua ni nani. Sasa lazima amfundishe vile mtu anatawala, na huyo neighbors unajua ndio alimsaidia kwa hii election, ndio akaingia kwa power. Sasa mimi naonea huruma maasla. Sasa hiyo wanalia, wengine wanatamani sijui waingie kwa shimo. Tunawaambia mtalia zaidi, na bado Bernard, tumewaambia hata mkipanda juu ya ghorofa muweke mkono juu, mulilie Mungu, muulize Mwenyezi Mungu tumekosea wapi. Hao wenyewe ndio walimweka kwa power. Sasa hao wenyewe wamtoe kwa power. Sasa hii unaona Uhuru Kenyatta na Raila Odinga wako na raha, wako nchi za nje wanatembea. Walikuwa nadhani watapanish Raila Odinga na Uhuru Kenyatta. Kwanza hao wafuasi wa Uhuru Kenyatta ni Katundu North, angalia vile wanakufa na njaa. Huku Moses Kuria ajali, anakuja kupiga mambo ya mitumba, vita. Ile kitu walikuwa anasema ati Raila ajui nini anafanya, au ndio wanafanya saa hii. Ujue Mwenyezi Mungu anawapiga kiboko. Ile kitu walikuwa anasema Raila atafanya, au ndio wanafanya saa hii. Yani pale imefikia Bernard, wenyewe maasla walimchagua wenyewe, wacha wajione, na wenyewe ndio watamuondoa. Sisi wacha tupumzike, tunaangalia na macho. Hiyo tuko Bernard, sina mengi.
Okay, asante Bwana Omar, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako, asante kwa kurejea. Tutaendelea katika masuala haya mpaka tuhakikishe kwamba ukweli wa mambo unajulikana na Kenya inasonga mbele. Uongozi mbaya tunasimama kinyume nao mpaka mambo yafanywe ipasavyo. Hii ni nchi yetu na watoto wetu wanatarajia kupata nchi ambayo ni ya raha mstarehe, sio nchi ya mateso, nchi ya ubaguzi na nchi ya kuteswa. Na hiyo yote itawezekana tu wakati tuna uongozi ambao unafaa. Thank you everybody. I really want to appreciate all of you. Please, let's keep inviting each other and let's heed to that call by our sister Pamela Fula. The dad is on dialysis and the cost is skyrocketing. They are unable to sustain it. we can support them at least wapate 2 sessions or 3 sessions, mzee apate nafuu. Tafadhali kama una uwezo, hela yoyote ile unaweza kutuma, tumia hiyo namba ya Pamela Ofula, mtumie kama ni 100, 200, 1000, support. Each session is 7K and they should have 2 sessions per week. So please, let's do that. And in case you have an avenue that you can advise or assist them to get that kind of service at a cheaper place or a cheaper way, I don't know exactly where they are, but kama uko na knowledge in that field and you want to give counsel or offer support, also you can get in touch with me and then we'll be able to see on how you can reach out and assist. It is good that as we live as a family, we be there one for another. That is what is human, and that is what I believe is Christian and otherwise. Any person who is godly feels the pain of another person and wants to do something to ease that pain. Let's do what we can do and trust God to do the rest. Thank you. Maxwell Rono, habari ya leo? Unmute, you just unmute, yes. Bwana Maxwell, what is the matter? Okay, inaonekana Maxwell iko nini? Unakuwa sehemu gani? Inaonekana internet ya ijafika huko. Muko kwa 2G. Okay, pole. Chaka, you can come in.
Oh, asante sana Makiadi. Sorry Bernard. Yeah, Makiadi
No
naye tulikuwa
problem.
hapa muda mrefu.
We are brothers.
Yes. Ukweli ni kwamba swala la time limit hilo si la kustamili. Hilo si la Kenya Kwanza, hilo si la Azimio. Hilo ni la wote wa Kenya. Hapo hakuna cha utani hapo. Wala hakuna kucheka hapo. Na tusisubiri. Maana linaanzwa kimzaa kama nilivyozungumza jana tu. Useme ni huyo jamaa huyo kwa sababu ya Duale nini, lakini kitambo alizungumza hilo. Ni ishara wazi tu litakuja kutokea hata kama si mwaka huu. Lakini kadri tunavyokwenda, baadhi ya vijipengee vitatolewa kwa katiba, dakika mwisho tutajipata tuko pale pale. Ndio maana pale mwanzo nikatangulia kusema huu mti bado ni mchanga. Mzizi wake ni mmoja tu. Ukiushika kwa mkono hivi unaong'oa. Lakini tukiuacha mpaka ukimea mizizi, mbona tunaenda Uganda tu? Tunaenda Uganda. Na Uganda mimi naweza nikasema it's like a village. So please, hapo lazima Wakenya wote tushirikiane. Hapo si kwa masihara hata kidogo. Hakuna cha time limits kuongezwa. Ile katiba yetu yenye iko pale ituzalie matunda bado. Matunda ambayo tumeyapata Bernard ni haya ya ugatuzi tu. Tena ugatuzi huo katika hii miaka yenye tulikuwa nayo imekumbwa na changamoto nyingi tu. Hizo mbili hizo changamoto nyingi tu. Baadhi ya kaunti pia hazijaona matunda kwa sababu walioingizwa pale ni wale walaji. Ni kaunti kidogo sana ambazo tunaweza sema zilifanywa maneno na wa magavana wao, but nyingi ni magavana waliokuwa na uchu na mianya ndio hiyo ilijitokeza, watu wakadumbukiza mali. So Wakenya ni sisi tulioambiwa ni mahasela, ni tuamke, tushikane, tushirikiane. Haya mambo tunayazungumza hapa yasiwe mambo matupu tu, kwamba tunazungumza tu kwa sababu hapa ni klabu ya mpira. Hapana, hizi ni sauti na kauli za Wakenya wenye fikra na maono na ndoto ya kesho. kwa minajili ya vizazi vyetu vinavyokuja. So hapa tusipachukulie tu ni utani. Wengi wanatazama hapa hata kama hawaingia hapa kucomment, lakini they are here. And I do believe some of those politicians are here, are listening to us. So it's ni nafasi nzuri, maana hii nafasi hatutaipata KTN, hatutaipata KBC, hatutaipata Citizen hii ya kuzungumza. Kwa hiyo hapa kwa Mtembei, jamani, tushirikiane kwa pamoja wote, tusihadaiwe na watu wanatia mishahara bwana. Tenders na shazi zikiingia wanajua wao. Mimi na mwenzangu na mwingine tutabaki kununua unga na kununua mafuta hapo yakiwa ghali, wakati wenzetu wanatiliwa na tunawatilia haswa, maana wanatiliwa mafuta na kuenda wanapotaka. So ikiwa hii imeshindwa na kuonyesha ishara ya uongozi, hii serikali tuko nayo zaidi ya kuhakikisha wamechukua kila kitu kutoka kwetu, si wakati wa kusema hapa tunaweka ushabiki ndani yetu. Hakuna tena. Mtoto wa hasla, mtoto wa maskini akilala njaa, haijalishi ni wa mrengo gani, ni mtoto wa Kenya. Mtoto wa Kenya atakaponyimwa uhuru wake wa kesho, kuja kujivunia kwamba kulikuwa na wazazi wenye walitupigania, hadi sasa hivi tunaona mambo yanaenda nywe tu, si rahisi tu. Na ndio maana mimi sina haya popote, nitazungumza. Wakasema taniwa waniwe, hawana shida, maana sijui kama watafaidi nini, maana kama ni mke wangu hawatapata, na ndiye najivunia, maana kama mali sina mimi. Lakini ukweli wangu na legacy iwe imebaki hapa. Kwa hiyo sauti zetu si sauti tu za kubezi, ni sauti ambazo hakika ni tishio hata kwa hao tunaoweka kuajiri. Maana tukisema kwamba hasisa hatutaki, sidhani kama kuna lingine kuna mwanasiasa mwingine anaweza akapinga hapa. Kwa hivyo tunahitaji viongozi wenye misimamo, wenye maono, si wenye kutaka kujilimbikizia mali na kupiga vifua na kuwa na malaumu tu watu mahali popote wanapokwenda. Sijawahi kuona uchaguzi na serikali zinazoingia kuanzia nianze kufuatilia since miaka hiyo ya 90. Sijapata kuona serikali sampuli hii. Na bado inahitaji muda kujipanga zaidi. Hakuna cha muda tena. 100 days zao zimebaki kidogo tu. Tusimame kwa kauli moja wote, tuseme hatutaki, tunahitaji nchi yetu ipelekwe namna hii kwa minajili yetu leo, lakini zaidi ya yote kwa Kenya tunayotegemea miaka inayokuja, miaka 50, miaka 30, miaka 40. Kwa sababu singezungumza hivyo Bernard, wakati wa Kibaki kulikuwa na makubaliano yenye tulikuwa tunasikia kwa maredio na kwa ma-TV, wenye walikuwa wanaita sijui Vision 2030. Ndani yake kulikuwa na mazuri na mikakati. Lakini je, ni nani sasa hivi anaizungumzia tena Vision 2030 katika hii serikali hii, hata na hiyo iliyopita? Na hata hiyo iliyopita siwezi laumu, kwa sababu uvutano wa baina ya naibu na rais tulikuwa tunaushuhudia, na ndio maana tunaona haya yenye Uhuru aliyakataa sasa hivi yanajitokeza. Kwa hiyo si wakati wa kusema tukae, kwa sababu tunangojea mahasela wakiona cha mtema kuni. Yeye akiumia na sisi wanaazimia pia tunaumia. So tusinyamaze tu kwa sababu tunasubiri tunafurahikia. Hakuna cha kufurahikia hapa. Hakuna. Ni wote sasa hivi tusimame, kwa sababu hii wale walihadaika tu kwa siasa ya propaganda, but for those walikuwa kwa moyo era like us, enzi hizo mtu anapandishwa kwa gari na mateki bila hata kuulizwa umekosa nini. Leo tuna uhuru, unagombana mwenzako, unaenda police post ama police base, askari anaandika kitu ambacho ni sahihi kwa kuwauliza watu pande zote husika. Ndivyo uhuru huu, uhuru wa habari leo tunazungumza na Mtembee TV hivi, wakati huu tungeupata wapi? Lakini sikufichi, kama hatutakuwa macho, uhuru huu tunakuwa nao mwaka huu na mwaka kesho hatutakuwa hapa kwa Mtembei, kwa sababu hapa tutakuwa tunatumbua majipu ambayo hayatakiwi yaonekane machoni kwa wanyonge, especially wale ambao hawajabahatika kupata elimu zaidi. Tusitumiwe vibaya, ndugu zangu wa Kenya. Ni wakati wetu tuamke, tushikane wote kama kitu kimoja, na tutakaposhikana kitu kimoja, ndio mwanzo tunaanza kuua ukabila, tunaanza kuua ngome za kisiasa. Hizi ngome za kisiasa ndizo ambazo zimetupelekea mahali hapa. La mwisho katika administration hii, Bernard, si mawaziri si wabunge walio katika serikali watakuwa na sauti, na hilo nalizungumza kabisa bila haya, bila uoga wote, kwa sababu kama umeletwa mahali na mkataba, mfano Bernard, mimi umenileta kwako na kuna kitu tulisign agreement kwamba ukija bwana, ukijaribu kunisupport nitakufanyia ABCD na unifanyie kweli kile kitu, sitakuwa na sauti hata kama nitakuwa na maoni. Kwa hiyo msilaumu masies, msilaumu hawa wabunge kuzungumzia vitu kama hivi, ni kwa sababu wana mkuu wao ambaye ndiye ambaye amewavuta katika serikali. So ubovu umeanza hapo juu. Kutaka kutibu hiki kidonda, kupona, ni kuhakikisha hapo juu ndio tumepangalia vizuri. If they are not going to deliver, deputy na rais wake wasimame kando. Kama ni kuruhusika kwenda kwa election, tuende kwa election. Kama kuna njia nyingine ya kufanyika, tuhakikishe tunakuwa na serikali ambayo itatuhudumia ili iendeleze pale ambapo waanzilishi wa taifa hili walituachia. Kwa hiyo msitegemee kwamba hati pengine kutakuwa na mabadiliko yoyote kule mbele, maana mabadiliko ni ule kiongozi mmemchagua na ile shida ambayo iko na wananchi wake, kama ni mbunge anatekeleza, anazungumzia bungeni. Sasa kama huko amenunuliwa ama umewekwa huko kwa sababu ya mkataba fulani na ni upangiwe kile utachokifanya, sidhani kama utaweza kuwa na nafasi ya kuweza kudeliver kile ambacho wananchi wanakitegemea. So mrengo mzima hau ni wa kugawana, wameshagawana kwa sababu walikuwa mahali pamoja, hata wasiofaa watapewa nyadhifa. Ndio posa hata dada yangu haswa, mtu wa nyumbani kabisa, alipewa hiyo nafasi, na si kwamba namchukia kwa sababu ni wa kwetu, lakini mimi sina cho kwetu katika maisha yangu, hangefaa kupewa hata hiyo position, lakini alipewa kwa sababu Kenya Kwanza haibagui, hata ukiwa na bora tu umewaunga mkono, basi wewe ni kiongozi. Kwa tusitegemee mazuri hapo. Kwa the only healing solution is ni kushikana mikono, mtoto wale wafuasi wa Kenya Kwanza, wa Azimio, turudi pamoja, na tukirudi pamoja tutakuwa tushaanza kutengeneza Kenya mpya ambao tunaanza kupigana hili jinamizi ukabila. Maana hili ndio la shughuli liloanza 1963 tulipopata uhuru na halikupata tiba. Laiti kama lingepata tiba, tukawa tu tuna kauli moja kwamba ya Mkenya peke yake, haya mengo mengine na hizi siasa mbovu za uongo na propaganda hatungezishuhudia. So this time round ni kushikana pamoja, tuseme fulana anatosha kuwa hapa, ni Kalonzo tuseme ni Kalonzo, ni nani anafaa kuwa hapo, ni bora tuwe wote tumekubaliana, lakini tusikubali hii regime iendelee zaidi ya miaka miwili. Tutakuja kukumbuka shuka kumekucha. Bernard, asante.
Okay, thank you, Chaga. We appreciate that, and it's something that we all must awake to the same. Kuna mambo mawili hapa, kuna makosa ya uongozi na kuna uongozi wa makosa, alafu kuna njia mwafaka ambayo tunapaswa kuifuata katika kukosoa viongozi, na kama Wakenya ni wajibu wetu kuwakosoa, hata kama wanajiona ni wakubwa sana, wamesoma sana, wana mamlaka mengi sana. Ni wajibu wetu kuona we dereva au tupeleki vizuri. Kwa hivyo lazima tuzushe ili tusiangamie kwa uongozi mbaya. Somebody has just sent me a video giving analysis on how the rate of crime has increased in the city of Nairobi. I'll be playing it shortly. But in the meantime, before Dunia Ina Mambo comes in to make his contribution, naomba tu tafadhali tuendelee na huo mchango wa kusaidia dada yetu Pamela Ofula. Those of you are old timers, you remember a news anchor on KBC called Anna Ofula. She passed away, I think, a few years ago. So Pamela Ofula is the daughter, and the father is sick on dialysis, and the cost of sustaining that dialysis has depleted their accounts, and so they are reaching out to well-wishers to support. This is a noble, genuine case, which I really want to appeal to all of us in the good spirit of our family as in Mtembei TV. Let's come in and assist. At least we get for them 2-3 sessions for the mzee apate nafuu. This is nothing personal, is something that can happen to anybody, and needing help doesn't necessarily make you a lazy person or a poor person. It is just being human. We are limited as human beings, and that is why no matter how much resources we have, those resources can run out. And so in the spirit of goodwill, let's reach out. Tafadhali nataka kusikia majina yakitajwa, nani ametuma nini ili tusonge mbele. Remember, there are two announcements that I need to make before my time runs out, and so please let's tufanye hima tafadhali. 50 yako, 100 yako, 2,000 yako, 10,000 yako, tuma tu, alafu tusaidie huyu dada. It's good. It's a good, noble thing to do. Let's not play as if we are, immune to problems. Problems can happen to anybody, and anybody can need help, no matter how fortified you are. The Bible talking about the king, it says even the king is fed by the ground. Okay, the land feeds everybody, including the king. That means everybody relies or depends on another. That's the whole essence of life. My bishop defines life as the art of living sustained by contribution. Yeah, for you to stay alive, you need to breathe out carbon dioxide and breathe in oxygen. That oxygen needs to be released by the plants, and then the plants need to take in the carbon dioxide to manufacture for you the oxygen that you need. So life is all about dependence and interdependence. Naomba tu tafadhali, let's do something memorable to ease the pain and the pressure and the stress on our sister Ofula. Those of you old timers here, regulars here, you know her. She was here very active, especially during the elections. But now, because of that ailment of the dad, she's really, stressed. I don't think she can come on the screen now. But on her behalf, I'm making the appeal, sharing her number. Please don't abuse the number. Just send in what you can so that you can be of an extension of help to her. Asante sana. Dunia Ina Mambo. Karibu.
Asante sana Bernard. Kwa wale ambao wako hapo ndani pia wasalimia. Ngoja tuchambue kwa hii topic ambayo imewekwa hapa, ambayo ya hiyo Ruto kuongeza time yake. Pia hii cabinet first kwa ofisi yao umechanganyikiwa, na pia kulingana na kesi ya GACHAGUA kutupuliwa mbali. Hizo zote ni vitu ambayo ilikuwa nafaa itendeke hivyo, kwa sababu hao ndio kwa power na hao ndio wanaongoza na kila kitu ni yao. Unajua wakati wa kampeni walikuwa wanasema bottom up, pesa mfukoni. Sasa hii ni bottom up, mfukoni hewa. So sijui kama watu bottom up bado wako wao walikufa, kwa sababu sasa hivi wanategemea watu wafanyie maandamano, wanategemea watu wengine wakule tear gas ndio wao benefit. Round hii hakuna mtu anakula tear gas. Round hii tuko na chapters zingine tunatumia round hii. Kama hatupei tax, hiyo ndio silaha ambayo tumebaki na hatuwezi kula tear gas tena. Sasa hii ni tax ndio tulipi. Wapende wasipende hatutalipa tax. Kila mtu atabaki na vitu zao. Na hiyo ndio point yangu mimi, lazima watu wasilipe tax, kwa sababu unalipia nani tax? Wale ambao unalipia tax wajui kazi yote wanafanya. Watu wamechanganyikiwa kwa ofisi. Hasa wale wamechaguliwa kwa ofisi. Mimi nashangaa watu wamechaguliwa kwa ofisi. Akina Asha Juma, akina sijui Murkomen, Moses Kuria. Hiyo list yenyewe inakustua tu. Wale ambao walikuwa na campaign, walikuwa na kutukana, walikuwa wanaona kama community yenu ni nothing kwa Kenya. Hao ndio sasa wanapelekea mshahara. Sasa pesa yako sasa ni muhimu. Alafu kitu kingine ya ujinga ambao nimeona nao watu nafanya. Walituambia ni asali movement, wale ambao ni maskini. Kwani watu wa maskini walikuwa akina Mudavadi, akina Moses Kuria, akina Maimpindo walikuwa maskini. Kwa sababu hao ndio naona kwa list hapo. Watu wa maskini bado sijaona list yao. Hata kama sema na 100 days. Sasa hii imebaki almost kama niseme tumebaki 50 days, tunangoja tu au 40 days. Ikiisha tunataka hiyo chakula irudi bei chini, pesa pia tupewe tuanze biashara. Kwa sababu tuko na biashara nyingi sana mtu wangu, tuko na idea bwana, ni capital tunakosa. Na hiyo capital tunangoja vibaya sana. Kwanza isili tunataka kuexpand isili hapa. Kwa sababu hiyo pesa tumepigia mpango mbaya sana hapa. Nguo lazima tulete kwa wingi. Lazima tuuze vitu hapa isili. Hata tumesha book maduka kwa sababu ni 100 days ni kidogo. Tumeanza kubook kwa duka ile pesa ingie mapema. So, Bernard, kitu naweza sema kwa hii government sijui niwaambie aje, kwa sababu walikuwa na vote wakisema, wale wa Central walikuwa na vote wakisema tuna promise nani? Uhuru. Hao wengine sijui ni wakale walikuwa sijui wana vote kwa sababu walikuwa wanataka leaders, kwa sababu hao waangaliangi maendeleo. Hao wanataka leaders tu, wanataka capital jina. Leaders kwa sababu kama wanataka maendeleo hiyo 20 years or 20 years 25 years Moi alikaa huko kwa sasa wako juu na si bado kwa chini. Na wakati huo Moi ndio walikuwa kusema ukitaka milioni 5 Moi anakupea, ukitaka plot ngapi Moi anakupea. Hakuna mambo pale ku question kitu. So kama hao bado wako nyuma paka leo, nao ndio wameongoza Kenya upate uhuru paka sasa hii tumeongozwa na traffic mbili tu, nao bado ndio wako nyingi, nao bado wako na maskini, nao bado watalia. So tutawasaidia aje? Kwa sababu maombi huwezi saidia. Si maombi wameomba wakapata president, hizo term zote ni yao. So mimi sioni maombi, ngoje tu kifo. Kama hizo muda yote wajakao bodosi na hizo president wamepata, ngoje tu kifo. Watakuwa wadosi mbele ya Mwenyezi Mungu huko. Hapa dunia huwezi kuwa mdosi. Kwa sababu kila kitu wako nayo. Ukiangalia vitu zao inafanya kazi vizuri. Ukiangalia factory zao zinafanya kazi vizuri. Si bado tunaongea vibaya. Kila kitu zao ina move vizuri, inafanya kazi vizuri. Hakuna kitu zao unaweza sema ifanyi kazi vizuri. Hapo walikuwa wanatuletea propaganda, sijui ukichagua mzee hautalipa nyumba, hawatalipa nyumba Nairobi. Sasa mimi nauliza swali. Hapa Nairobi, hebu niambie wakale unajua wanaishi wapi? Mimi najua tu mkale mmoja tu Nairobi, ambao ni deputy president au ni president sahi anakaa Karen na sahi anakaa State House. Huyo ndio mkale mimi najua. Ere naishi sijaona mkale mwingine. Wale wanaishi Nairobi hapa wengi ni Kikuyu, Wakamba, Muluya, Mjaluo. Hao ndio nalipa marent huko. Sioni mwingine. So propaganda walikuwa wanatumia, sasa hiyo propaganda ambao walikuwa wanapinga au walikuwa wanatumia ku against opponent, sasa hiyo ndio wanatumia kuongoza sasa. Mambo ya mtumbo ndio hiyo. Mambo ya kubomoa manyumba ndio hiyo. Na ulikuwa tunaambiwa sasa hivi unajua jamaa ametukazia deal bana. Sasa hivi ningekuwa na 6,000 kwa mfuko. Sasa hivi mwezi ngapi imeisha? 2. Sasa hivi ningekuwa na 6,000 bana kwa mfuko. Ninajua mtoto ameshapata vitabu hapo nini? Na ngoza tu ile karupurupu kidogo. Sasa hivi imetukazia leo 6,000, sasa hivi tuko tu hivi tu, sasa tunangoja tena 1 year iishe tena ndio tuletewe chakula tena. So Benada watu hawana mpango. Walikuwa wanajaribu kupata president wakapata. So wamekaa kwa ofisi, wamechanganyikiwa wafanye nini? So hata kama South Africa sema tuende huko bila passport, kazi yetu ni kulipa tu ticket ya kwenda. Tuende huko atuue tena. Na South Africa pia wanapenda ufala. Tuende huko tena tuuliwe. Tumekuja kukanyang'anya kazi. Wamekosa watu wakubwa sana, wanataka watu waende. Wale wataenda waende tu. Kwa sababu South Africa ni wale tu. Hakuna siku watakuwa watu ambao wanapenda Afrika. Wako na ujinga ambao wako nayo, hiyo ni yao. Pia wamesema watu wanataka kwenda kufanya kazi waende. Lakini mimi, when they did so good, think twice. When they did so good, think twice. Unaenda na ID, fikiria mara mbili. So Bernard, mimi kitu naweza sema kwa hii government hapa sioni. Hii mambo ya 10 minutes siwezi ongea. Hii ni kitu ofala. Hii kitasaidia akili yetu. Kama watu wanasema tuongeze muda, hata sisi pia tunataka kupeleka hoja yetu kwa bunge. Kama sisi kama position tunataka kuwa na nchi yetu, atulipi deni. Ushuru yetu pia tujipange sisi wenyewe. Si kila mtu iko na opinion yake kutoa ujumbe wake. Kwa sababu hii ni ujinga, isaidi. So amefanya kazi gani tumuongezee time? Amefanya kazi gani tumuongezee time? Sawa, time tutampea. Hata akitaka to the 500 tutampea. Amefanya nini? Atuambie kitu amefanya tumuongeze time. Kwa sababu hoja nani akitolewa kesi yake, hiyo ni obvious. Wewe bwana vice president huwezi kuwa na kesi. Kesi lazima imalizwe mapema. Ndio jamaa akue clean. So hiyo mambo ya hiyo pesa imeenda na maji hivyo. Tunavumilia tu, tunamuombea Mungu. Kama atakufa haraka tunashukuru, kama ataishi mwaka nyingi pia ndio watu pia waone wabaya. Unajua wabaya wanakuanga mwaka nyingi. Wanachapanga 190 au ndio wabaya. Wazuri wanakufa haraka. Wazuri wanakuwa na 60, 65 umeenda. Kama sasa mimi saa nyingine kama mimi ni mzuri nimebaki na 20 hivi niende. Kama mimi ni mbaya bado nimebaki kama almost kama na 90 hivi. 80 hivi ndio nikanyage ndio niende. Wanakuanga hivyo. Mwenyezi Mungu anapeanga wabaya wakwai ndio watu wasome kwao. Wazuri wanatolewa ndio watu asiumie na wabaya watu. So ni hayo tu naweza sema, wacha tuvumilie. Kwa sababu gani? God give a nation a leader according to their characters. Bila tabia zetu ziko, ndio maana tumepewa Ruto na GACHAGUA. So usilie. Wewe omba tu. Kama ombi yako ikubaliwe, angalia dhambi zako umefanya ngapi. Ndio upunguze dhambi, maombi ukubaliwe. Kwa sababu hakuna njia nyingine.
Wewe dunia ina mambo wewe. You are teaching strange doctrine. Nitapeleka wewe kaka catechism class. All the same, nashukuru sana kwa mchango wako na maoni yako. Nashukuru tukiendelea mjadala wetu kama wa Kenya. Haya ni masuala yanayotuhusu sisi na lazima tuchangie kuhakikisha kwamba hakuna Mkenya anadanganywa. Hii nchi ni yetu na lazima iongozwe ipasavyo. Kama viongozi hawaipeleki vizuri, ni lazima sisi tuzushe ili wamakinike na wakutuke wafanye kile ambacho wanapaswa kukifanya. So usione kama ukikosoa serikali ama ukikosoa uongozi unafanya makosa. Uko katika sehemu yako na katika zamu yako kama Mkenya halisi kukosoa serikali yako. Hata hiyo serikali ikikasirika, hiyo ni shauri yao. Jukumu lako umelitekeleza. That is why we're here, and we must do this with all the commitment that is required, because our children and our children's children will blame us if they live in a world that is worse than the one we lived in. What did we do to secure their children? The reason why we are free now our forefathers went into the bush. They fought the colonial masters. They caused the change that we are enjoying right now. The question to you and me is, what change will be in history that will be credited to your name, that you made life better for your children and your children's children by ensuring that bad governance did not thrive and take away the good that our children were entitled to? That is the cause for why we stay awake and carry out this discussion. I want a Kenya where I will leave behind my great grandchildren happy and fulfilled because their future is secured, their world is secured. That is only possible by us weeding out bad leadership. Na kwa hivyo tusikae kana kwamba we are helpless. Jukumu letu ni hiyo kuzusha, pasa sauti, usikae ukubali ubaya eti you have nothing you can do. If you have nothing you can do, you can shout. Bartimaeus of the blind man in the Bible, okay? He didn't have eyes to see, but he had sound that if he yells, Jesus will hear. So he said, if I can't see him, my voice can locate him. And when he shouted, Jesus heard him and he stopped. So you can get help by what you can do. And that's why every Kenyan, mahala popote ulipo, wajibika kutenda yale unaweza kutenda. Wacha kushughulika na yale uwezi kutenda, shughulika na yale unaweza kutenda. Mother Teresa is famously known for her statement that the world will be cleaner if everybody swept their doorstep. You don't have to clean the whole world. Just sweep your doorstep. Do what you can in your sphere of influence. And from there, mambo yatabadilika na mambo yataboreka. Asante wote ambao mnajumuika nasi. Ningependa tu kuwakumbusha tena dada yetu Pamela Ofula, the daughter to the famous news anchor of all time, KBC, Ann Ofula. They have a medical challenge. Their dad is on dialysis and it has depleted all their funds. So they are reaching out for well-wishers to support the dialysis program. It takes 7,000 per session. It takes 2 sessions per week. And so we have put forth her number. If you are touched and you want to be part of easing her stress and easing her pain, please send whatever amount you can afford to her number, and that will help out a great deal. Let's be human enough to be touched by the infirmity of those around us. So when you see that number, just send directly to her. You don't have to send to me. I want you to deal with her directly. Just send directly. She will send me the list of the people who contributed and will announce who has sent what. But for now, I'm sharing the number. You get the number. Do the M-Pesa directly to her. The name that will come is Pamela Ofula. Let's do good when it is in our power to do. The Bible says, don't withhold good to those that need it when it is in your power to do. He said, don't tell him to go and come back when you have it right there with you. That's Bible. So please, let's just reach out. And this is not because you have more than enough or you have abundance. It's just you have a heart that wants to help, and so you make a sacrifice. You deny yourself a meal to make something good happen in somebody's life. Let's do it, and we will be blessed. Asante sana. So naomba tunasonga mbele na conversation yetu. Let me share that number again. Please, let's make good use of it. Mafisi, msichukue hiyo namba mkaitumie vibaya. Dada yangu atawashtaki wala ambao mtaanza kumsumbua mkitumia hiyo namba. I'm risking to share the number, and I'm trusting that everybody will hold that number responsibly. Tusitumie vibaya. Asante. Margaret, ulienda wapi? Nyuma ya curtain akukubaliki. Yes, you have something to say? You can make your contribution before we bring in Mama Mary.
Ai chaka mdi. Ai dunia ina mambo. Hi Mary, hi Red Panther, hi Bernard. Mimi nimefurahi, ya kwanza nimefurahi vile Chaka amezungumza. Wakenya sahii ni tukuja pamoja. It doesn't matter whether we are Azimio or UDA. Ya pili, hii government haitapigana na corruption na hakuna kitu watafanya. Wanatufunga tu macho ili tuone wanafanya kazi, lakini hakuna kitu wanafanya. Hata corruption nimeona hakuna. Yaani Kenya hii sahii hatuna haki. Ukipeleka kesi Supreme Court ni hotea. Ukipeleka wapi ni hotea. Kenya sahii pali tuko, tusimame tuende streets tutoe hao watu. Mkiendelea kukaa hapo, sioni watachukua hiyo presidential term limit na watakwama kutoka. And then huyo pastor nilimsikia, yani alikuwa anasema ukweli kabisa. Sisi wote ndio tutaumia, wazuri na wabaya, nao wenye wali asolas, wenye walipotea hii government. Sisi wote tumeingia kwa shimo sasa. Sasa tufikiria vile tutatoka. Turudishe Kenya pale tulikuwa. In fact I miss Uhuru. Alijaribu sana. Even Kebaki. And then President Ruto aache kujikompea na hao ma-presidents. Aache kujikompea na Moi, Kebaki. Let those people rest. Wamefanya kazi yao. UDA wafanye yao sasa. Hiyo tu nilikuwa nataka kusema.
Thank you very much, Margaret. That's a good one. And it's important that we voice out what we feel and think about our politics and our governance. Thank you, those of you who are responding to support Pamela Ofula's that dialysis treatment via M-Pesa +2547123158842. Pamela Ofula is the name you will get. Reporting right now, Michael Mwarenga has contributed 12,166. Let's keep doing it, please. Whatever amount you can, send it to that number so that everything is smooth. I've already confirmed the number is working. It's active, and I'm in communication with Pamela. So she will be updating me how we are responding. Please, let's do it at this particular time. And I'm getting set to make my second announcement as we proceed further. Naomba tumsikilize Rono ulikuwa hapa. Ebu net yako tuone kama imekubali. Tuma salamu. Hey. Rono, kwani uko Marsabit ama West Pokot? Pole lakini. Mama Mary, karibu tafadhali.
Okay, habari zenu, Bernard, Chaka, Maxwell, though you cannot hear, maybe he's hearing us, and Red Panther. Natuma salamu zangu kwa Wakenya wote, pahali popote wako, wajitahidi na tuwe pamoja spiritually, kwa sababu hatuwezi kuwa pahali moja. Lakini tunawaombea na tuko na hope ya kuwa mambo yatakuwa mazuri hivi karibuni. Nitaanza. Jana kulikuwa na mambo ilikuwa inaongewa hapo, na kuna mtu mmoja kutoka UDA, sitamtaja jina, labda akisikia atajua ni nani yeye. Alijaribu kutueleza ati Ruto hana plan hiyo ya kuextend term yake ya kufanya kazi, though already kuna yule basi kama ni kupayuka alipayuka, basi alipe current president who want to do that. Akasema huyo mtu wa UDA akasema ati president atakuja ata apologize kwa sababu hiyo si mpango yake. To me, he has a lot of apologies to apologize, kwa sababu kuna makosa mingi sana ama mambo mingi sana imefanyika katika wakati huu. Ya kwanza, apologize for Kimorel and Arol Dam kwa sababu haikufanyika, na ile ingine kubwa sana ambayo ndio imefanya tuwe wagonjwa for a long time, snatching the winning of the other person. So hiyo yote aje apologize ndio tusikie kweli kuna jambo linaendelea Kenya yetu. Okay, the other thing which I'm going for is about Moses, this new cabinet. Moses, nilimwangalia nikashindwa, hawa watu wanakuja kwa ofisi, hata sio kama wanakuja na hizo gari zao, ni kama wanakuja miguu. Ndio wakifika huko kwa ofisi wamechoka, wanaongea, wanaropokwa na kila kitu. Wanasema mambo ingine ambayo hata watu hayaelewi. Na watu wanauliza, why are they so harsh like this? And the time when they were talking about hustlers, they were very polite and very, very soft. Kuna jambo ambalo hatukuelewa ama watu hawakuelewa, ndio wakakuta wamejiingiza tourist CS, tourism CS. Nilimwangalia nikaona amebebwa na hiyo ndege. Kufika tu huko msituni aliposhuka hiyo ndege, anakaa kama mtu ambaye alikuwa amekuwa blindfolded. Hakuwa anajua ni wapi alikuwa anaenda. Kushuka hata hana maneno ya kusema, anaonekana wasiwasi. I mean, it really shows these people, they are not experienced in any way. They don't know their job. They are just being rewarded with jobs that they cannot handle. Angalia Aisha Jumwa vile alienda hapo kupeana press conference. Baada ya kusoma hako kakaratasi yake, hakuongoja hata ulizwe swali, kwa sababu hiyo ingemfanya asikie kama amepigwa na butwa. Mimi sasa nataka kusema, it is like a shame of our country the way it was going on before, appreciated by many countries and many admiring even to settle in Kenya. Sasa wakati huu, hiyo ni ujimoto, hakuna mtu anataka kujihusisha, kwa sababu mambo ile inaonekana sahihi ni ya kudhuru, ni dhuluma ya kila mtu. Ukiangalia hata wale walikuwa wamemchagua wote, hata wao sasa wamekuwa weusi. Mbeleni walikuwa weupe, sasa wamekuwa weusi, kwa sababu shida imewashika. Kenya imekuwa na mambo mazuri hapo mbeleni. Tulikuwa tumezoea vile mtu anajua kupenya, vile mtu anajua anaweza enda hapa na apate pesa yake kidogo na arudi nyumbani saidie watoto wake. Wakati huu ni wasiwasi. Hakuna mtu ako sure tomorrow I'll make a day, I'll make something for my children. Ona mambo kama hiyo, the way we were being explained there by a lady, her children who ate chameleon. Surely, of all things, chameleon, watoto wanapikiwa saidia wawe na nguvu ya mwili kwa sababu ya kukosa chakula. hii ni jambo gani? What coincidence is this that kwa nini mtu asikae chini kwanza afiki swali kadhaa, ni nini baya, ni nini inaendelea, ndio uone namna ya vile unaweza shika njia uende utimize mambo ambayo kweli kabisa ni ya kusaidia wananchi wako. Hii serikali imekuwa ni shida tupu, ambapo watu hawaelewi ni aje kuko, na sasa kama ni watu watatatua, it's a matter of time, kwa sababu watu hawawezi kusukumwa kwa ukuta, lazima wata fight back, na hiyo sio ile tunaomba. Sisi tunaomba Kenya yetu iwe na peace na mambo mazuri, lakini inaonekana vile kunaenda, there is no hope. Everything is becoming hard. A matter of time, people will find that they don't have anything, even somebody to help them, so they will be like left out to help themselves. Mimi nauliza serikali, kama kweli mlikubali kuchukua huo usukani, fanyeni kazi yenu. Wacheni mchezo, wacha kuchezea wananchi. Wananchi ndio wako hapo kwa sababu uko hapo kwa sababu ya wananchi. Wananchi hawako hapo kwa sababu yako. That is what they should think, they should know. Because what we are seeing now is like we are there for them, but they are not there for us. But we cannot accept that. Mimi niko mbali na najua ninasaidia watu wetu, na imefika kiwango imekuwa mzigo mkubwa sana, na hiyo kusaidia haiwezi kulisha watu familia na familia na itoshe, kwa sababu ya vile life in Kenya has become very expensive. Tunaomba wakae chini wafikirie kabla mambo hayajabadilika, kwa sababu nchi yetu imekuwa nchi sasa ya kuchezewa. Imekuwa ni kama mawindo ya pesa, si kazi watu wameenda kufanyia wananchi. Tumekuwa kama si kuchagua tuliwachagua. It is only a matter of time waseme kuja ujifanyie kama unaona mimi sifanyi vizuri, which is very bad, and that is very, very dangerous. We pray and we can see them working. If not, they leave the office. There are many people ready to occupy the office and do a better job. We want those people who are ready to help Kenyans to be in the right channel. So for that reason, that is my point I was trying to raise, and telling Kenyans, let's stand firm. I don't incite anybody. I don't support violence, but I support true thing, honesty, and everything should be done accordingly. Extension of term for the president, please don't think about it. You're gonna make this country burn, and we are not ready for that. Thank you very much, Bernard. Niko hapa nisikilize.
Thank you very much, Mama Mary. We appreciate that. Thank you for your counsel and your passion for our country and our people. We pray that your words of counsel reach into right ears, so that they are acted upon for our welfare. It is about time I suggested, when things begin to look like this in the country, we need elders to rise up to the occasion and provide leadership. I think where we are headed is not looking promising, and so wazee wote wa hii nchi wanapaswa kukusanyika, wakaanze kujadili njia ya kuokoa hii nchi. Wakinyamaza, mambo hayatakwenda sawa sawa. Thank you, Michael, for your response to our appeal. God bless you. Thank you so much. Please tuendelee kutuma hela yetu ya kusaidia Sister Ofula, Pamela Ofula, the dialysis treatment of the father. Those of you are old timers, you remember Anne Ofula. She used to read the news on KBC. Pamela is the daughter. Please, she's a contributor on this channel. She's been part of our resource, especially in the heat of the elections. She's now had hit by that ailment of the dad. Let's support her. Let's help her manage the situation appropriately. And some have requested that we run the program until tomorrow, and so we'll give them that leeway so that those who can't send their contribution today will give you an opportunity to do that tomorrow in tomorrow's show. Please, let's respond. Let's respond. Even when I sign out, let's just continue doing. Get that number, keep it, and then you can always push something, because dialysis is something that is done regularly and twice a week. And so money can run out anytime. So if you are attached and you are able to do that, usingoje kuombwa, usingoje kukumbushwa. Let's just do good. I am a person who believes in being responsible. Being responsible means kama niko na uwezo wa kukusaidia, I can deny myself everything and do that. And that brings me to my number 2 announcement that I was supposed to make. Today I have 3 important announcements to make. My number 2 announcement to make is that let me reserve that one for the last one. There is a new channel that I've launched out that will be for talk shows with the VIPs and VVIPs. And I want you to subscribe to the channel, and so that you'll be on the lookout. We are shooting talk shows with the members of parliament, key leaders in the country. So that channel will be strictly for those talk shows, interviews between leaders and me and my other team. So I want you to, I'll be sharing that link. Just you click on the link, go subscribe, turn on the notification bell so that you'll be notified. The first video will be going up tomorrow. I mean, as soon as I sign out here, I'll be putting in the first premiering video of the interview we had with Bishop Adoyo, Bishop Emeritus for CITAM. So we have key leaders that I believe have something they can help us into understanding our situation and help us into counseling us. So hiyo channel itakuwa strictly ya hiyo maneno, na ndiposa na kuhimiza ukasubscribe moja kwa moja, hata usisubiri. So I'll be sharing the link. You get to the channel, subscribe, turn on the notification bell, Rudy Show. Okay, just do that. Hiyo maswala mengine utapata. It is a complete, we'll be giving complete videos, fully edited, a studio product, wherever production. It will be different from this. So it's not an extension of this there. That is strictly for that particular programming, which I believe is rich and it will help a great deal. So I'm sharing the link of the new channel. It is very new in terms of it has less than 50 subscribers. I want us to get to 1,000 subscribers within this week. In the next 7 days or so. So nataka ukisha subscribe, wewe ukwe ambassador wa kunisaidia watu wengine wafanye nini, wa subscribe. If you appreciate what we do here and you love what I do, I believe you will love this my channel and support it. It's different from the one we do church stuff. So hii itakuwa ya kanisa, tutakuwa tunazungumza uongozi na viongozi tofauti, alafu we record and then upload the videos for all that want to listen to it. Sound Candid Talk. That's the name of the channel. You click on it, subscribe, alafu tuendelee na show. I hope that's clear. Kama uko na swali, you put it in the comment section. But that's channel different from Tembei TV, different from this open forum show. It is strictly for talk shows between me and the key leaders in the country and outside the country to help out in shaping the opinion and the understanding of different people around the world so that we can make a world a better place. So tafadhali, nataka kuona hiyo number of subscribers rising. Let's move into action. Na tusahau ile ya dada yetu Pamela, we can do simultaneously. Then the final announcement, I'll be giving it on my way out of the studio in the next 1 hour or so. Tuendelee na mjadala. Asante sana wote ambao mnasaidia. Tafadhali tuendelee na huo utu wema ambao Mungu ametutunukia. Red Panther, vipi leo? My Red Panther, are you still there? Okay, thank you, Kevin Orinda for subscription. Asante sana. Tuendelee na hiyo subscription tafadhali, ni muhimu. Nataka 1,000 subscribers within 7 days ili tusonge mbele na kuelimisha Wakenya na kuelimisha dunia nzima kwa kuhakikisha kwamba the right information ambayo wazee wetu wamepewa, hakuna yeyote wanapeleka kabrini, itakuwa imenaswa na imewekwa hapo ili kila Mkenya amakinike nayo. Inaonekana Red Panther amenyakuliwa. Tungoje aachiliwe, alafu atapeana mchango wake. Let me get this video and then we move further into the discussions. Okay, here we go.
Sasa niko na message ya wase watatu hapa. Niko na message ya deputy president, niko na message ya mayouth mtaani, na niko na message actually ya mapolisi. Tafadhalini, sikizeni hapa. Youth man wamekuwa wezi sana, sasa wanadunga watu visu mchana. Ya, ukiwa pale hivyo sijui Koja, Global Roundabout pale, Kasarani, Pango, kumeharibika wasee. Yaani Toyota ukitembea ukiwa solo inabidi ujiogope, unaogopa tu, yani ukisikia tu mzee na ndudhi ama mabozo wawili ama watatu wanakutembelea, wanatembea karibu na wewe, unasikia tu ni aje leta nini, ukisuba kidogo hivi atia uwezi toa phone, unapigwa ridhe ama unadungwa makisu hapo na phone yako inaenda. Sasa hivi yenye tunabonga hivi, wase 65 people, these are breadwinners, wako Kenyatta sasa hivi wananasiwa. Okay, na out of that 65, 17 gone. Hao breadwinners wamededi bana. So yes, extrajudicial killings si fiti, hiyo ni ukweli. Lakini ukisuppress DCI, usuppress mapolisi, usuppress juu kikosi gani ya nini ya usalama manzi. Sasa hawa 7 nimewasuppress hivi ama polisi, hawa songe kwa na run around, ma flying squad wangekuwa wamesha fly around, ama boys hiyo wangekuwa wananuka huko mochari. Mmefanyaje? Mmedispandizi vitu. Sasa maboys wamejitawala man. Wanaua wase, wanajua kuna kitu itafanywa, na kama ndafanywa sindashikwa pale hivyo niende kwa chief, ama ndapelekwa kwa ile station fulani hapo kuna rogue officer, ndamjenga yake, hata ndiye alinipatia bunde na nitatoka tu tena. So manze wase, who is paying the price? Who is paying the price? Kenyans are the ones paying the price bana. Na hii kitu manze na niuma, mimi nachukia sana wase. Yaani we boy, sasa boy rende. Gang manze me lose your conduct bana. Kuna ile conduct unaweza iba lakini you cannot kill. Sasa ni kama tu ni cult sasa wasi. Hawa kwa cult wanaua na wanamwaga damu. Wanamwaga damu na wanaiba. Sasa ukiiba alafu uwe. Hiyo inamaanisha ni kama mti ya matunda umekata. Umekata mti ya matunda, kesho nini? Mr. President, hii kitu kiendelea hivi, this unlawlessness, sababu ya kukalia mapolisi, kuatishia kila mara wawezi do job. Sasa saa hii mayutu wameanza kujitawala, sio ti wapi. Hata Kakamega naambiwa kuna mayutu wamejitokeza, wanajita sijui Msumbichi. Sasa Msumbichi sijui wao ni mbichi ya wapi. Huko Kisii kumetokea rende, Mombasa kumetokea rende, na umiza wase bana. These things were not there just in the previous government. Sasa hizi merudi mbaya. Please Rigiji, you need to revisit whatever you did, yeah? Ama polisi wapatiwe nguvu zao, warudishwe kwa ground, wapatiwe resources. Ama boys watatumaliza bana, wanaharibu economy. We are losing parents. We are losing breadwinners.
A very sorry state of affairs there. That is unconfirmed report, but from the way it's being relayed, is not far from the truth. Kenyans, we need to wake up. And I have said we have a government that, in my opinion, behaves like a joke in my world of thinking. It is Rigji who said watu wa DCI watoke kwa maofisi waende kukaa what is it called, Kiambu Road. Mimi sielewi, lakini kama labda mimi ndio sijasoma vizuri, lakini kuna kitu makosa na uongozi ambao tulio nao, na kuna vile wewe utashambulia watchman na uhakikishe kwamba huyo watchman naye aendelee kulinda boma, atashirikiana na wezi, alafu wezi watamaliza boma lako. The president and his deputy need to have a conference among themselves, and they should tell us what they want of this country. In my opinion, hawajui kile wanafanya, na ni kama wanataka mambo yaharibike ili wasitimuliwe. Okay, wanataka kutengeneza genge lao la kutowajibika. It is not right. It is not right. And all those nini, it's not, that story is not far-fetched. We have boys who are running on a sport motorbike. When you hear a sport motorbike behind you, watch out. They are running, and their motorbike aina side mirror. They jump on it, 3 of them or 2 of them. One is seated, the other one is riding. They pick your phone, off they go, and all that. And they are everywhere. Eastlands, some parts of Westlands, and then Thika Road. All that is happening. And it's happening under the watch of a government that seems to be clueless. They think security is sustained in the country by speaking on top of cars. Something has to happen to us as a people. And for the young people, cha kuiba akiwezi kukutajirisha. If you really want to have a life that can be relied upon, keep away from crime. Crime never pays. Crime will mess you a big deal. Just live your size by time. Work with your own hands. Let your hands provide for you. The excuse of hakuna employment, hakuna nini, that is, in my school of thought, is an excuse. You can do anything with what you have. You don't have to steal from people. Unaweza amua kufulia watu nguo. You don't reduce yourself. I mean, that doesn't take anything from you. You can volunteer to work somewhere. You get connections and things will work for you. Please, let's watch out. Our mothers, our brothers, our sisters, mumeambiwa hotspots. Tafadhali watch out. We don't want to lose any of you. Kuwa vigilant. Usitembee peke yako. Hata mchana. Make sure you are in good company. And if you see any suspicious lot, take cover in good time. Lakini ni kubaya, na huo ubaya unatoka kwa kichwa kinachoongoza. Samaki inaoza kuanzia na kichwa. There is something not adding up with this government, and this government need to wake up and realize there is a responsibility on their shoulders. Na kama hawezi kazi, watoke. We cannot be losing lives like that. The future cannot be sustained by us losing people in their prime ages on careless things like not managing security. Sasa una verify police, alafu nini? What do you expect? This is too sad. So let's get this. There is Ben Masafu says, Bernard, I witnessed in Ongata last weekend, and yesterday someone was mobbed around Afya Center. Kenya entered a dark era with the darkest king at the helm. It is sad. It's true. It's sad. Na nilisema hii, mi nilisema, kama unaweza kuiba urais, hawezi kuzuia kuiba. Okay? Unajua, tuna complain kwamba wanafunzi wanaiba mtihani, wamama wanaiba pesa ya kina baba, wababa wanaiba nini na nini. Hii kitu yote inatoka na uongozi. Tukiingia katika uongozi kwa njia isiyofaa, tunapanda mbegu ambayo mbegu inazaa mazao yake, na mazao yake ni hii. Hakuna mtu Kenya ambaye hajui nini kiliibwa na nini kilichukuliwa kwa njia ya halali. Na tukifanya hiyo ikuwe sheria, basi tunahalalisha wizi. Na wakati tumehalalisha wizi, matokeo ni kama haya. Let the people charged with responsibility take serious their office. Kama hawawezi, Matiang'i arudi. Okay? Matiang'i arudi, Uhuru Kenyatta arudi. We can call them back, because we cannot continue having a country run with toddlers. It's evil. It's unforgivable. The first place where you need to show your prowess is in security. But if security kikushinda, sasa ni nini utaweza? Kugorokea watoto uji? Hiyo ndio unataka? No. Let the government wake up or shape out. Red Panther, umerudi? All right, Mama, you have something to say? Or I get a video?
Yes, Bernard, just get a video and I'm preparing myself.
Thank you, thank you. Let us all be on the lookout. Please, those who haven't subscribed on that new channel, please subscribe now. I really want those 1,000 subscribers within the next 7 days or so. And after you subscribe, please also take it and share it with your friends. Ask them to subscribe and turn on their notification bell. It will be a very rich channel. It will have a lot of good stuff that you will enjoy. Please don't ignore the appeal to subscribe, and then also help me extend so that we reach that 1,000 subscribers within the shortest time possible. Ukisha subscribe, uliza watu wako wawili watatu genge lako wakasubscribe nao pia, ili wakati videos zinaanza kuwekwa hakuna atakayekosa. Tafadhali, let's do that and listen out to this video even as we wait for the Red Panther to resurface.
On this point, that term limits are a good thing. I think no matter how good a dancer you are, you must leave the stage. No matter how good a dancer you are, you must leave the stage. And I think, and Mzee Wariobe, I'll come back to you because you are there. When Mwalimu wanted to leave office, there was no shortage of people telling, Mzee utatuacha mayatima. And Mwalimu was clear that this is the time to leave. You must know when to leave. In fact, the best time to leave is when people say they want you to stay. And I am conflicted in the case of Yoweri Kaguta Museveni and Paul Kagame for historical reasons. Rwanda has come out of a very difficult history. And for that reason, the institution, the personal presence of Kagame has been very useful. But I now hold the view, and I said it in Rwanda the other day, that this should be the last term of Paul Kagame, so that he can even have a puppet, so that people get used. The mere fact that people see another face is good enough. It demystifies power. And I think that that is a good thing. President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, with whom I have had a conversation and raised the same question, I hold the view also that this should be his last term. In other words, there is a sense in which they have overstayed a little. They have overstayed, there is no doubt. The reason why I have a problem with President Mugabe is because he has stayed for too long and institutions have suffered. In the case of Uganda and Tanzania, there are economies that they are worth talking about. There is no economy in Zimbabwe. You go there, This is the first country in the world that does not know which currency to use. At one time they were using the yuan. At one time they were using the rand. At another time they were using a bond. At another time they were using the American dollar. President Mugabe was a great man, an intellectual, but he stayed for too long. No matter how good you are, if you stay for too long, you spoil it. A good dancer must know when to leave the stage. That is why I'm passionate. And it also gives me an opportunity to say something about General Buhari, about political hygiene. General Buhari inherited a very difficult country. And I want to say, the day Nigeria wakes up, Africa will never be the same again. Nigeria, with a population of nearly 200 million, 300 million, Nigerians cannot even agree on a census. They don't want a census because they don't want to discover that the Fulani are more than the Yoruba or the Yoruba more than the Igbo. They think that that discovery is a dangerous thing. So Nigeria must make a decision, and I think that President Buhari, it's unfortunate that he's unwell. But look at the short time that he has been there. Nigeria, the budget of Nigeria is going to be financed by the money which was looted by individuals. You can see the fight that is coming out there, but it's not going to be easy. In fact, he said that if you threaten, kumbukeni ya kwamba mafisadi ni watu wa ajabu. They have the patience of vulture, these corrupt individuals. They wait for you. So Nigeria is beginning to move in the right direction, but once again, you remember last week, the Oduduwa Republic, which is the Yoruba-speaking states, gave a warning that if by October the Igbo still continue talking about Biafra, they shall be expelled from all Yoruba states. The northern states also said the same thing. That is a recipe for disaster. It's a recipe for disaster. Ethnicity. And I'm using this occasion to overextend my answer by also giving South Sudan, John Garang Dimabior. Right now, if you go to Nairobi in Kenya, all, if not all, but a good number of cabinet ministers in Sudan live in Nairobi, and their children are either in Nairobi, Addis Ababa, or Kampala, or Europe. South Sudan is a hunting ground, where they work on Fridays, steal money, and invest elsewhere. That is not leadership. Now people are fighting the Nuer and the Dinka in the 21st century. One is saying that it is possible if we do what we did. Suppose President Kiir were to have weekly meetings with Vice President Riek Machar. They would resolve all these things because the people are always helpless. I can't agree.
Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I trust you're having a great time, even as we continue with the conversation. No matter how good a dancer you are, you must know when to exit the floor and pave room for another person to come in and help them move the country or the space of leadership ahead. Just before we bring in someone else, just get this message I've been forwarded from Kenyatta Hospital. This is somebody who works in Kenyatta Hospital. He says, if you have a family or close friends coming to Nairobi or residing there, please advise them appropriately. These past 2 weeks, we have not been easy at work. We are receiving an average of 4 to 7 cases of stabbing daily from muggings around the city. I have helplessly watched young and old men and women breathe their last while trying to save them. Some are in ICU while others have survived but with lifelong injuries. Some of these cases are coming from drive-in flyover up to KCA up underpass and total exit. There is global roundabout, Kipande Road, ABC Place, Akangemi along Wayaki Way, and then Naivas, Allsops around Thika Superhighway, and the CBD at Archives, River Road, Fig Tree area, KBC offices, etc. Please note these killer thugs are stealing in broad daylight. If you resist, they will stab or shoot you without a second thought. Advise your friends and family to avoid walking alone and uh, getting or getting late in these places. If you are carrying a laptop or a backpack, you remain a target. Be sure you will lose it or lose your life in these places. You are on your own. Save your loved ones, especially now that the December holidays are approaching and the thugs are coming bolder by the day. Before government comes to save you, save yourself. Karada. Very insightful information. Please let us apply ourselves to the same. Inaonekana hii serikali ya watu wa chini iko na masuala yake. Kwa hivyo sisi ambao ni wa Kenya tujitahidi. Let's be careful. Let us be watchful. And young people, please keep away from crime. Crime never pays. Crime will leave you, you know, will destroy you the entirety of your life. You either go down by the gun or spend the rest of your life in prison. Don't destroy yourself. Be useful to your parents. Be useful to your guardians. Don't be a statistic of those who went down for being involved in crime. So both sides, karada, be watchful, usitembee peke yako, ili chochoro ya kwenda River Road nini nini, ati unatafuta nguo cheap ama unatafuta nini cheap, you may end up losing your life. And this when December approaches, also people begin to mug and then begin to break into houses. So just make sure that you beef up your security. If you must leave your house, please leave it under care with trusted people. We want us to cross over into the new year safely and be able to do what is right. So as we pray for this country and be on the lookout, let's not joke. It is bad news, and our government seem not to have any clue on what they should be doing in ensuring that the security of its people is a priority. Asante sana wote ambao mnaendelea kufanya contribution yenu kwa our sister Ofula. Please, let's keep it up. Let us ensure that we don't relent. Gilbert Awinja has sent 2,000. Please, let's keep up the spirit. Let's do what is needful. Help out our sister, be able to take care of the medication of the father. Remember, she's an orphan, the daughter to the late Anna Ofula, the former news anchor on KBC. Those of you can remember who are old enough. Let's be good. Anybody can need help, and you just never know when it is your turn. So please, let's do that. And number two, I urge you please to subscribe to that channel. I am urging you to. It's for talk show, candid, sound candid talk. The channel is strictly for interviews with the leaders and opinion shapers, so that we chart the way forward understandably. So please, if you have not subscribed, subscribe. Now kisha subscribe, saidia watu wawili watano tufikishe hiyo 1,000 subscribers within the shortest time possible. If you get me 10 people, 10 people, each of you will get to that 1,000 without much problem. The first video will be going on air as soon as I sign out. So please be on the lookout. And when you subscribe, hakikisha you turn on the notification bell. If you don't, YouTube has a way of cleaning you out. Unakaa hapo unangojanga notification, kumbe haipo, and then YouTube suspects you to be a robot. They remove you from the list of subscribers. So make sure when you subscribe, you turn on the notification bell. There is the channel again. Let's do what is right. Yes, Mama Mary, go ahead.
Yes, I have something to say as I listened to Lumumba. That's a guy I like to listen most of the time when I'm relaxing somewhere, because he make people, or he makes me feel very much accommodated in a humanity way. I remember Lumumba when he was given, I think he was it a cabinet something, or he was given a job by the government. And the moment he realized how crucial that job was, and he didn't want to have this tug of war or this kind of problem, he resigned and left. So he's doing his best. He's educating people. He has mentioned something that really is affecting our country. If you look at the way he was describing those tribes in Nigeria, that is something that historically has been going on. And it's not a good thing. It makes the country poor, because there are people who feel completely separated or segregated. But and they are living in the same country. So you wonder, how did they find themselves there? Did they create themselves, or what happened that they are in that country? Really, when humans start behaving the way they are behaving, it sounds like it's just a degree of madness that differ. Because when a country has got all these people who grew up in that country and found themselves in that country, where will they go? In the air, or go where? Seriously speaking, that's the same thing happening in our country. Ruto, when he was campaigning, he said, elect me and I will not repeat the mistake again. What mistake? Electing his people into those dockets. Remember very well, one time somebody read all those names. He said, blah, 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 Kalenjin, blah, 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 Kalenjin. I'm not ashamed of saying this, because it is true. And it is not me who said it. Somebody said it, and it was true. So campaigning and saying that I will not repeat the same mistake. And now we find even a bigger picture than even what was there before. What is that? What's the meaning of that? He is belittling everybody in Kenya to look like a fool, sham, that you don't know what you're doing. And I'm going to show you how I know how to do it. So we are in this position because of somebody who is very cunning. I don't call him smart. I call him cunning, because being smart, it's how you can stand in front of people and people feel comfortable with you and feel happy with you. But people are not happy with him. They are not confident with him. And that's why I should say he's cunning, because people don't know the next move. He has done many moves which have made people feel very, very offended and feeling very much out of place. He doesn't care who you are. He has done many messes with a lot of, like I would say, he imitates to be that God-loving person. But he is not. I'm sorry, I'll say so, because actions speak louder than words. It can tell you, this is a person I can relate to because of how he or she behaves. The behavior that you show people, it's the one which you bring people close to you. After all, Ruto has no charisma at all. It's not that he was elected because of charisma, and he was not elected. This is the biggest thing for me. I've never been convinced, and I'll never be convinced. He never won. He took somebody's winning, and for that reason, I feel he is doing that because it's like, what are you going to do? I'm here, and I'm the boss. I am going to do whatever I can. First of all, he is trying to promote himself instead us promoting him, or chances promoting him. He cannot say he's going to move forward and extend his term because he is there. What has he done for him to extend his term? What term is he extending? He has not even done the first one. You do the extension of term when you are almost finishing the first one. You don't extend a term when you are even at the beginning. Who knows? How do you know of tomorrow? There's nothing of that. You are not sure of. You are not promised that tomorrow you'll be there, God forbid. We are not praying for him to have anything that would, curtail his way of life. But I'm saying you cannot plan for tomorrow, such a long time, that you be extending your term. Who are you? Why should you extend your term? Having known all these offense you have done, and what you have achieved is not achieving in the right way. So Kenyans, we are watching and we are seeing Kenya is not going the right way, and we should not accept this thing to go further, because I'm a Kikuyu, yeah, but I'm not happy because Kikuyu are being put there. I don't care who is put there, but I want to see every tribe is represented, so that tomorrow, even if I go to Wajir, even if I go to Nyanza, even if I go to Western, I don't look back thinking that somebody will ask, who is she? Is she a Kikuyu? Because my people are full in the government. That is not my pride. My pride is to have everybody committed to have a share of the country that he lives or she lives in a loving manner. We have to have harmony. And Ruto has to sit down and think, really, did I do right? Did I do something right? Did I offend some people? Why should you do such kind of a thing? Really, you said you are not going to do. Why do you repeat it? Why do you want to do that? Why do you think people are just sitting back, enjoying the life that you are really destroying? Please, we want him to realize that all these mistakes that he has made, he should come to the light and tell us he is going to change and he is going to withdraw what he has done. But because he is that kind of a person, that is the way he wants to do things, then we cannot just be happy and laugh and clap that he has done a job. No way. We are not happy, and we want it changed. And our country should be stable. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much Mama Mary, we appreciate that, na tunatumai kwamba ujumbe unafikia kila anayehusika, na tuendelee kuwajibika kufanya yale tunapaswa kufanya. Kevin Orinda, sijui swali gani ambalo napaswa kujibu Fatum about what logging into which account. You just click on the, kama ni subscribe, you click on the link, itakupeleka kwa channel. Then when you're on the channel, you subscribe, turn on the notification bell. If you want to get into the studio, kwa link ambayo tunashare, you click on it, itakuleta yenyewe mpaka kwa studio, as long as you allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio. Sasa kama swali liko nini, I think Fatma has my direct line. She can clarify on the question on phone, then I'll be able to respond appropriately. Because nimetafuta swali sijalielewa vizuri, but I've done my best to respond where I can. Naomba tafadhali tuendelee kufanya yale ambayo tunapaswa kufanya, tusilegee na tusirudi nyuma. Thank you very much. Gilbert Awinja, you have topped up. At least now you can help us, our sister, get at least one session. You have added up, it's now 7,000 contribution towards the dialysis treatment of the dad to Pamela Ofula. Tafadhali tuendelee kuchangisha, tuma msaada wako, don't be intimidated by other people's contribution. Whatever amount you can, just forward it to that number. It will make a difference, and it will assist in one place or another. Don't just watch, be part of what makes life easier for someone. That is a seed you are sowing, and you will reap elsewhere. You may not be, you could say, mi nimekuwa hapa Mtembei TV na kuanga na shida, kuna mtu ashawai nichangia. It is not did for that, and it's not every case that is handled the way we are doing. We just, this is an isolated particular case, na just appealing to us. Let's do what is good, because it is good, and you just never know. This can make life better for you. It is important that we be part of what eases other people's pains. Let's do it, and let's do it faithfully and cheerfully. The Bible says God loves a cheerful giver. Okay. Subscription, that is a different issue, mine or her. To subscribe, you just click on subscribe, then turn on the notification bell. We don't join, the join button is not yet ready. We must get to 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 hours before we reach that, where we can now become members of that particular channel. But for now, we are in the initial stages. Let's do the first mile, then we will do the second mile. You can't do everything at a go. The link na share sahi, una click kwa link inakupeleka kwa hiyo channel, you subscribe and then turn on the notification bell, umemaliza. Then hiyo link you can share it with your friends, let them subscribe ili waanze kutarajia hizo videos ziko ready, zitaanza kudondoka hapo na utafurahia ujumbe ambao utakuwa unafika hapo. It's strictly for talk shows, and will be exploring different issues, different subjects, but mainly on leadership, because we realize there is a deficiency of leadership, and we are giving leadership to people who are not leaders, and therefore they are placing our lives at risk. Let's organize ourselves and be sure that we provide leadership wherever we find ourselves. Let's not be part of the problem. Let's always endeavor to be part of the solution. The name of the channel is Sound Candid Talk. You click on the link, fika hapo, subscribe, turn on the notification bell. Ile namba ya sister wetu Ofula is still active. I will send it over and over. We will do this today, and then we'll do this also tomorrow. Then we close that chapter until further notice. So kama utawezeshwa kutuma msaada wako leo, utapewa nafasi ya kutuma tena hiyo kesho ili tufunge hiyo chapter. Naomba tu tuendelee na, beside supporting the dialysis program, you can also pray for them. Na kama una ufahamu wa hayo maswala, ama uko na nurse ama daktari ambaye anaweza kusaidia katika hiyo situation hapa nyumbani, you are free to contact me, then I can link you with the family, then you can assist wherever you can. So it's not just monetary assistance, you can also give counsel, you can give advice, you can link to specialists that you know, so that mzee anaweza pata msaada anaohitaji kwa haraka iwezekanavyo. Asante sana, tuendelee kutenda yale ambayo yanafaa. Uongozi wa Dr. William Ruto unaonekana una dosari, na tuendelee kushout kumbuka hilo kampeni ya Zusha, wakati dereva anaendesha gari na amebeba abiria alafu analeta mchezo. Tuna hiyo kampeni tulifanya Zusha. Tumefika hapo. Kama tunaiba vibeti mchana, watu wanadungwa visu mchana, tumefika mahali pa kuzusha. Usikae nyuma ukafikiria ni wengine wanadungwa visu. Lazima tuzushe. Serikali ikuwe serious. Rick G, hii sio fashion show, hii sio catwalking. Governance is a responsibility ya kubeba watu milioni 50 on your mind, on your heart and on your shoulders. So hii story ya kusema tulishinda huyo mzee wa kitendawili, tulishinda hawa watu wa kuzimia, we are not interested in that. We want to see governance. I want to see safety. Ujinga upelekwe mbali. Asante lakini. Haya, there is Red Panther ujarudi. Tutakuendelea kukugoja tu. Hiyo story ya Rigiji baada kwa election, mimi sitaki kujua. Hata huyo Rigiji nikikutana naye nitamsomea tu, kwa sababu I take leadership to be very serious responsibility. Mimi sio, there is nothing to joke about leadership. The moment you take the oath of office, you need to hit the road and provide required leadership. Hizi stories za kutembea, mara tumeenda maombi, mara tumeenda Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving gani na watu wanadungwa visu mchana? Na we bado unaenda Thanksgiving ati ulishinda. Ulishinda nini? This is very annoying. Well, thank you. Let me play this video before I bring Kenya all the time. And then somebody please find for me Francis, Alex, or whoever that can take charge of the back office. Mimi time yangu ya kung'atuka imefika na lazima tutekeleze yale tunapaswa kutekeleza. Let's listen to the president talking tough.
Ya ukosefu wa usalama hapa Baragoi tulipoteza askari karibu 42 wakati mmoja, na bado tuko na watu ambao wanataka kuendelea na biashara ya wizi wa ng'ombe na kulete mambo ya hasara ya maisha ya wananchi kupotea na watoto wetu kukosa kwenda shule. Wacha nitangaze nikiwa hapa Baragoi ya kwamba biashara ya wizi wa ng'ombe, ya kuua wananchi, ya kukosesha watoto wetu wasiende shuleni, hiyo biashara itakoma. Wacha nirudie. Mimi nataka nirudie. Nasema hivi. Mambo ya wizi ya ng'ombe, na munisikie vizuri. Mambo ya wizi wa ng'ombe, kuumiza watu wetu na vifo, watoto wetu hawasomi, hiyo biashara itakoma na sio tafadhali. Mnanielewa? Sio tafadhali. Sio tafadhali, mambo hiyo itakoma. Na mimi nitatumia mbinu zote. Nitatumia uwezo yote ya serikali. Tayari tumesema tutawapatia police reserve 360 tayari hapa Samburu. Nitaweka polisi wa kutosha. Ikibidi nitaweka jeshi hapa kuhakikisha ya kwamba hawa watu wanatuletea ujinga. Hiyo ujinga itakoma. Nyinyi mnanielewa? Na mimi najua wale nazungumza juu yao wananisikiza. Nyinyi munaoendesha hiyo biashara ya kuiba ng'ombe, kuua wananchi, kusababisha ukosefu wa usalama, mutafute kazi ingine ya kufanya. na mkinijaribu mutajua hamujui. Nyinyi mnanielewa? Najua wananisikiza. So I want to tell them, let them not try me. Tunaelewana? Kwa sababu mimi siwezi kubali kwamba wakati tunapanga mambo ya maendeleo ya taifa letu la Kenya, kuna watu wengine wanaturudisha nyuma, wanatuingiza kwa mambo ya ujinga, mambo ambayo ni ya zamani, ya kuiba ng'ombe ya watu wengine. That must stop. Tumekubaliana? Tumekubaliana.
Okay, Rais anasema anaelewa maneno ya security na hataki kujaribiwa. I hope he's serious about it. All the same, it is I need to sign out, and before I sign out, I had 3 announcements to make. One was that Pamela Fuller's support, and I'm being given updates here. There is Helen Anila has sent 1,000 shillings for contribution. Please, let's keep doing it until we get to where we have done all our very best and trust God for the rest. Number 2 was the new channel, Sound Candid Talk. We need you to subscribe. Please, let's subscribe as many as we can and help me get more subscribers. We need to hit that 1,000 number of subscribers within this week. Before Sunday, tuwe tumefikisha hiyo 1,000 plus subscribers, then the channel itakuwa secure na tutaanza kudondosa kuachilia vitu hapo ambavyo vitakusaidia, full-fledged talk shows that are questioning and interviewing leaders. It will be very rich channel. So I want you to please subscribe and help somebody to subscribe. Number 3, I wanted to deal with something that I need everybody to be clear about. Tembei TV is TV, okay? It has its management, it has its employers, it has its CEO, and all that. And then there is people are being rumored around that mimi ni mfanyikazi wa Mtembei TV. I want to clear the air. I am not an employee of Mtembei TV. I'm not salaried at Mtembei TV. Silipwange mshahara na sija sign form yoyote ya kuwa mimi mfanyikazi wa Mtembei TV. So wale wanaeneza uvumi kwamba mimi ndio CEO ama hiyo mambo yote, hiyo ni yako na vile wengine unajua. I'm here as a volunteer. I run this show with all my heart, with all my commitment, simply because I love this country and I want to make a difference in this particular space. I pumped into this channel innocently. I was just roaming around on the internet, then I got it. I have a personal relationship with Mtembei himself, yes, but it was after we met on this particular channel. So wafanyikazi wa Mtembei TV na Mtembei mwenyewe na hao wote mkiwauliza, mimi sio mfanyikazi wao, sina contract nao, and so wala ambao mnaeneza uvumi kwamba mimi niko na hii na hii na hii na hii, tafadhali nawaomba tu mnisameheko mapema. Okay, mimi semi uongo na sipendi uongo na sipendi kuzingiziwa. Okay, they are different people. Okay, me, I'm not a tit for tat person, and I don't do things for pay. That you have to pay me this if you want me to do this. Even the church where I'm pastoring, I'm an assistant pastor, and being an assistant pastor, I'm not on salary. Okay, and I've been in that position for the whole year plus. I don't even get money for dry cleaning my suit. You see my suit, the way it shines, eh? I shine it myself. So tusiingize vitina kwa masuala ambayo ni ya wazi, na nikiwaambia mnitumie sadaka, hiyo sadaka ndio hiyo hiyo ina shine hiyo suti, na naendelea kufanya kazi, na sitaki kuingilia masuala ya watu na vile watu wanafanya mambo. So I wanted to clear the air on that, because there are some of us who feel that I am this and that, and therefore that and that should take place. Ni hivyo tu, and with a clean heart, with an open heart, I do what I do, and some of it costs me, okay? Cost me. Kama mjanitumia sadaka, nitalipa wifi, nitalipa stima, nitalipa rent ya kwangu, nitakaa kwa hiki kiti changu cha enzi masa matano, masa 10, just doing this show. So tusichanganye tafadhali, na tusiingie katika groups za kuinsight watu na kusema fulani na fulani amefanya hii na hii. Siku ile nitapokea mshahara kutoka kwa Mtembei TV, nitawaletea hiyo check mwenye witness. Mtu asikuadae na asikuambie jambo lo halipo. It is not there. Okay? I run this because I believe in it, and I know it is making a difference. We have helped a lot of people. We have helped Kenya a great deal throughout the campaigns and all that. And I'm happy to be part of the right side of history. That is a better pay than demanding salary and all that. So if you feel supporting me is a problem, you are free not to. Okay, you're free not to. So sawa. And if you feel you can support me, you're free to. It is free will. It's not a matter of lazima. Hakuna ulazima hapa. And the God who pays us all will ensure that we keep doing what we are required to do. Asanteni sana. Kenyan all the time. Do you have inaitwa nini?
No.
Capacity to run?
Bana, you know myself, siku hizi siingi na the main platform.
Ujarejeshewa powers?
Hapana, siku anataka saa hii. Sasa mimi ni raia mwema tu, mimi sitaki mambo mingi.
No. Usitoroke kazi. Kazi lazima ifanywe, na lazima hii nchi tuikomboe. Hatuwezi achia Rigji, unaona vile ana misbehave.
No,
watu wote mimi nimekasirika nao sana.
Yeah, it's not about that story. Yeah, government nini. Yeah, so but anyway, I wanted to take some time on this other end also. I will cross over in some time, but for now tu niruhusu. So I don't know who will be adding people, because I can't do that at the moment. So I don't know. So naona unaondoka. I can be here for some time.
Don't worry about that. I will not leave until either Francis is here or Julia is here. So relax. You can do the moderation nikiwa back office until there is somebody to run. I can't go. I will wait. Sawa. But you take it, and then after you, there will be Rhoda, and let the conversation continue. Let's keep doing. Wale mna respond kwa Sister Fula, endelea namna hiyo. Subscribers wa Sound Candid Talk, continue subscribing, na unisaidie kunitafutia tu subscriber 10. Okay, subscriber 10 kila mmoja, tutakuwa tumefikisha hao wanataka 1000 subscribers before Sunday. That is going to help me a great deal, na nitakuwa nafurahi kwa sababu kuna watu nikiweka video wanapata hiyo video, badala ya kuweka video inakaa mwezi mzima imeonwa na watu wawili. Let's subscribe and make that channel work. God bless you. Kenyan all the time, continue.
Okay, ni sawa bwana Bernard. Na wasalimu nyote. Hi Bernard, hi Chaka, hi Madam Mary Maina, hi Rhoda, hi Red Panda. Yeah, so you know, kitu moja inanifurahisha katika hizi discussion tunafanya hapa ni ya kwamba we are slowly detribalizing Kenya. Unajua hii maneno ya ukabila ndiyo imetufikisha kwa hii mashida tuko nayo. Yeah, but I thank God that we are slowly returning to the time when we were fighting for the second liberation during the time of akina Matiba. I think ni kama kuna kitu ni kama ina recoil back. Yeah, I remember in 1992, 1990s when akina Matiba was suffering a lot, and when we were assembling, when different groups were being assembled so that we could fight the Moism era, which had decided to be Baba and Mama in Kenya. But because the young generation, ama wale watu wamezaliwa juzi, I don't blame them. They have nothing to lose in our country. Hao vijana unaona wa miaka 20 na miaka 25. Most of them ni vijana wa pombe, ni vijana wengine they feel they don't want to work and rise through the randa, so wako Kenya ni kama ni wageni. So saa zingine Bwana Bernard, when you are so passionate to your country, kuna kijana mwingine yako hapo, he thinks that hii nchi iko rented to him or we don't deserve our country. So the level of patriotism is different. That's what hiyo ndio ile kitu nilikuwa nikitaka. Yani ile uchungu unasikia pengine ukiona mtu anataka kuharibu nchi yako. We are having a million don't cares who don't think that who think that leadership ni maneno ya thorax na nini, like they don't believe in service delivery na vitu zingine. So we are actually seeing those things playing out. Na mimi ile kitu najaribu kusema saa hii ni ya kwamba we are seeing Kenya separating into a serious group and the group which is not serious right now. So hawa watu wa mahasla wanajiita mahasla because it is not a serious group by the way. Wafuate vizuri, ni watu wa kufuata upepo, current news, people who do not want to connect. Au ni watu ukikuja uwaambie leo nitawapea matunda, wanasema wacha tuende na huyu, whether hiyo matunda ni ya kuibiwa ama si ya kuiba, to them that one is none of the business. So ni watu wa upepo. So that is what we are moving with. Unfortunately sasa hawa watu wa upepo, they are ring leader, yule kiongozi yako pale juu naye ni somebody who can do anything to tilt issues into his direction. And for your information, nataka kusema hivi, nchi yetu ya Kenya, we are in the level whereby people who work hard are very discouraged. I want to tell you this for your information. I feel very bad when I see somebody political career being ruined by people who have not gathered genuine votes. Unajua by the way, hiyo kitu unaona hivyo kura ya mtu kama baba iliibiwa. You need to truncate kitu kama hiyo to other issues. Ni watu wangapi wako na mabiashara wanakanyangwa chini? Ni watu wangapi wangekuwa wamefanya kitu fulani lakini wanakanyangwa chini? So but ukionanga ati Mkenya anafurahia ati sababu ati baba ameshindwa, ati na vitu hatuwezi elewa, ati wacha huyo mzee aone hivyo. Na unaona yule Mkenya ambaye ako short sighted ati anasema tuacha baba aone hivyo na anacheka sana, lakini ajui hii vitu ndio inajiskere in other dimension. Hivyo unaona baba anafinyiriwa ama apewi haki yake, it is the same way pia unakuta watu wengine wanafinyiriwa in the whole ecosystem. That's why unakuta ni ngumu sana Mkenya kupata haki anywhere. So unakuta like sasa hata mtu akufanyie kitu baya umpeleke kwa koti, you are not sure whether utapata hiyo justice. So we are in that dilemma whereby the country is not functional. Na the country is not functional sababu kutoka huko juu kuelekea huku chini, we do not see systems and you know, we pretend tumesoma sana. We pretend, hii pretense tunakuanga nayo mingi, na kizungu mingi, we talk a lot of English, even my lawyers, akina Mulcomen, wanaangusha, lakini ukienda pale in the implementation and the working, we are delivering zero. Ni kizungu tu tunabeba tu na mabriefcase, na ile tu vitu tu tunabeba tu ni mabriefcase na nini, uongo, utapeli, unaelewa? Like, na then sisi ni watu ambao we are not like I'm so much frustrated na kanisa sana. Ile kanisa ambayo ilikuwa ina support Ruto this high level, they are the same people ambao sasa leo nimesikia tu wanaongea story ya GMO na wana criticize story ya GMO. So na nikashangaa hii hawa viongozi wa kanisa ambao they were talking about GMO leo, why could they not criticize the leader? Unakuta yani they are only hii GMO sio kujileta, imejileta. Hii GMO ni mtu ameleta, ama the whole hii concept yote ya GMO ni mtu ameileta. Kwa nini hawa watu wa kanisa up to now hawawezi criticize president sababu ya zile vitu ambazo ana propose kwa, ama zile vitu zitabadilisha nchi yetu? Wao tu wanaendelea tu kumpampa and like massaging is ego. So walikuwa wanahitaji kumwambia ukweli, na ukweli ilikuwa ya kwamba hiyo vitu na propose hatuzitaki kwa saa hii. Fanya consultative analysis, Wakenya waamue wenyewe. Wakenya 50% plus 1 wakisema tunataka GMO waletee, lakini hatuwezi letewa GMO from the idea of one human being. But sasa again kanisa inaogopa kusema hiyo, so sijui shida ya kanisa ni nini. So ndio unaona sasa kanisa na mahakama wakienda in the bed na government, unakuta sasa ile fence ya ulinzi hamuna tena. And that is why mimi personally nasemanga kanisa should be a bit neutral. History ya kanisa kusink into politics is dangerous. Tutafika ile level niliona kama pande ya Urusi, mapasta wanaenda hata kuombea weapon zikienda kuua watu. Sasa hiyo ndio ile level sasa tunaenda. Unaona pasta anapita hapo akimwagilia bomu maji, huyu pasta anafanya bomu hivi, anapita tu hapo kando ya bomu anairusha. You can imagine huyu pasta anapobariki hii bomu, yeye hayuko kwa saa hiyo, mafikira yake ifikiri hii bomu itaenda kuua watu 5,000. Mafikira yake anafurahisha kiongozi yake, sababu kiongozi yake aliita yeye akamwekea weapons hapo, akamwambia sasa hizi vitu tunataka kubariki. So it is the same thing tunaona hapa. So mimi ile kitu nasema Bwana Bernard, sababu wewe najua wewe ni pastor, mimi sio mhubiri, tafadhali hii maneno ya kusinki kwa serikali sana muache. At least we need a bit of sanity whereby somebody can be able to isolate the problems which the government is having. So kuna video ina trend sana saa hii by the way. Kuna pastor anaitwa Tony Kiama, nimemsikiliza leo. I think Wekesa had shared it in some platforms. Sasa nasikia Wekesa is saying not Wekesa, Tony Kiama is saying very interesting thing. Mimi hata sikuwa nikijua ya kwamba sasa hata anasema sasa hata serikali yetu iko na wachawi sasa. I don't know how true it is, but it's a very good allegation which Kenyans need. So ili sasa tukutu hawa watu mnasema ni ya Mungu, pia wako na dark force. Unajua, let me tell you, lazima tu separate history ya Mungu wa kuongea, yani you are having, unasema unapenda Mungu kwa mdomo, but your actions are not displaying that. Like for example, huyu mama ambaye tunaambua story zake, Aisha Mwajuma. Huyu Aisha Mwajuma alikuwa na kesi ya mauaji, na huyu Aisha Mwajuma up to now haja apologize. Unajua kuna kitu Kenyans we don't know. Ukisikia mtu wako na kesi ya mauaji, kuna familia iko pahali mtu yao alikufa, whether story ni kuwekelewa ama because tujuangi, there is a casualty somewhere, there is a victim somewhere. Kuna watu their father or their uncle died na hata rudi tena. Kuna mtoto alikuwa analishwa na huyo mtu. It is the same as like this guy Didmas Baraza, na immediately after uchaguzi he was involved in an issue whereby mtu aliuawa, but again these guys are walking scot free. Na huyu mtu ambaye aliuawa, they were also family men, and those families are suffering. And again hizo vitu zimekuwa rubbished under the carpet. And at the same time, these are the same people who are investigating us and saying that we need to investigate these people because of breaking law, whereas they are having people breaking law right in their doorstep. Hawa watu wote wanavunja sheria live and direct. So mimi niko na solution hapa. Hawa watu wote, hata history tunasema wa Kenya tunahitaji revolution na nini, we don't need this thing. It's very simple. We have a parliament. We are having sababu unajua Kenya Kwanza imekuwa na they have their work plan. When they were elected by the people who elected them based on a work plan. So ile kitu iko, it is very simple. They deliver their work plan or we impeach them. Now we have to now reach the level of impeachment now, and I think now Azimio, whether we are minority or not, the few member of parliament tuko na wao kwa bunge, they have to become violent in terms of requesting, in terms of wanting these guys implement what they said. So Azimio should only be following Hustler Manifesto. That is what we want. Whether kuna pesa ama hakuna pesa. History ya kuadvise hawa watu, we should not be doing that. Tusirie pamoja na wao. So what Azimio people should be doing is very simple. Wachukue hiyo manifesto ya Hustler na waanzie kuitisha hizo vitu. So this idea ya kuanzia ati kusema ati we cannot do this is a waste of time. Hawa watu wa Kenya Kwanza, we should not help them. Tunawasaidia kwa nini? Ni wao walisema hizi vitu wataleta. Walisema maunga zitaanguka chini. Walisema we will have internet. Leo niliona kuna ka internet wamelaunch Nairobi because they are doing it in patches. Walisema wataleta sijui hustler fund na nini. Those are the only things which we should be asking for. So hizi stories zingine tuachane nazo. So personally mimi hiyo manifesto ya UDA niko nayo. Sikuisoma during election because I didn't see it necessary. Lakini sahi sababu they took the government, ile kitu sasa niko mimi nasoma hiyo tu. So mimi nangojea waderive. Sahi mimi nangojea mama mboga, mama soko waderive hizo vitu. And also putting zile vitu ambazo, because when you get a government, zile vitu zinaenda mzuri, you don't affect them. So the concept is what is working well has to remain stable as you implement what you told us. That is what simply the government does. But the government cannot come and start destabilizing what is working well, and then they are not implementing their manifesto. So a government works this way. A government has to make sure that whatever is working well goes the way it was, and then you come and do the top ups. Now uanzie sasa kufanya zile vitu ulikuwa umeambia watu. But when you start seeing serikali ambayo inaanzia kuruin even what was already there, kama huyu Mashogu sasa, nimefuata news leo almost masiasi 6 wanaongea tu wakipindua vitu. So hizo ndizo zile vitu sasa lazima tukue very serious, like watu kama hawa kina Mashogu. And I'm even surprised hata hakuna mtu ya Azimio aliraise flag wakivetu jamaa. He is not coherent, aongei vizuri, whether he is from Kisii or wherever. This guy hana experience ya kuhandle ministry. Hata ukisikiliza is spoken language, hana zile details that he can handle that ministry. Akina Mwanjuma, I'm surprised that even Azimio walisaidia watu.
Kenyan all the time. Kenyan all the time. Those people, we have seen them and we have understood them. Nobody has experience of any kind. Na hata ukiwaangalia utaona wanauoga. What am I going to say? Sasa hiyo ni serikali ambayo tunaona tumetafutiwa hao watu kutoka okay, in the very first time we were told they were rewarded. Hiyo ni reward tu wamepewa. Hakuna experience wako nayo na hakuna experience watapata, kwa sababu huwezi ukatupwa tu kwa kazi namna hiyo uambiwe anza kufanya kazi uelewe jinsi ya kufanya. Hakuna orientation walifanyishwa. At least previous times we had people who handed over in a better way, that you understand that this office did this, we have reached this point, and this is what we were heading to do. So now you can carry on from there. it wasn't done that way, kwa sababu wao walijifanya ati wao wanakuja kudemolish what was started, which was good. It is where they would have started and know how to move forward. Now they are not experienced, and now they are taking over a job they have no idea. Mwingine hata hajawahi hata kuwa kwa ofisi, ameingia kwa ofisi. How do you start? Kenyan all the time, hawa watu hawajui ni nini wanafanya. Ni kama tu tumefanyiwa madharau, kila Mkenya ajue hivyo.
Yeah, thank you. That's a good statement. Hiyo nakubali kabisa, and that is why unajua saa zingine hata tukiangalia like now, because unajua a government should always have like the civilized side. Saa zingine unajua even we understand that politicians are sometimes they are not good people. Out of wale watu uchaguliwa tunajua kuna those specs. So unakutanga the permanent the CSs and the CS, that is where now you get the sane side of the government. So tunaweza sema ma MP, ma governors, ma senators, you can get crooks because they can buy their way out. Lakini if you are having crooks in the elected seats and in the nominated seats, because unajua the reason why tulisema ma CSs wasitoke kwa wanasiasa, it was because our intention was to tap the best. That was our intention. Our intention was because politics is abrasive, and for you to win in politics, especially in our country whereby it is very abrasive, you also need to be a crook of a thing. So, but at least tukasema, as we progress in cleaning our politics, let's have a wing which we can control. And that wing which we can control was the CSs. So the reason why we were getting the CSs outside, it was we wanted the best. So mimi nilikuwa nikitakanga pale sasa nikisikia CS wa finance, amekuwa IMF, amekuwa nini, like the way we like this guy tulipata, like this Patrick Joroge. I like him a lot, by the way. Huyu governor huyu governor ya Central Bank. Huyo jamaa ukimsikiliza, he is very sane. So you can see those are some of the people. Then ukiangalia, let me say by the way, mtu kama Magua, who was in the Ministry of Education, although people are criticizing him a lot, although me, I understand him, Magua cannot go to politics. Magua hata akienda kupigania kiti ya UMP hata toboa because of our nature of politics. So lakini Magua has proved he was a guy who was within the Matiang'i thing na nini, na unaona sasa hata vile tukakuja at least tukaanzia kustreamline vitu Kenya. You can see even wakati wa Kibaki we were not able to streamline our education system, but at least unaweza angalia hii time ya Uhuru we were able to do something in the education whereby we were even able to confirm our A's. Mbeleni ulikuwa unasikia ati watu 10,000 wamepata A's and majority of them ni kukopi walikopi. So tukakuja tukastreamline ma A zetu, then pia tukakuja tukaanzisha mfumo mpya wa masomo. But that thing was not started by politicians. It was started by people who are outside and people who had accumulated experience in the academic world. And that is what Ruto has prevented. Remember, these 5 years they are wasting for us. It was supposed to be a time for progress. Remember, time waits for no human being. Yes, ni sawa, tunaweza sema it is time wasted, but hii time watatuwestia, it is time within our lifetime. It will be, hiyo wakati watatuwestia, it will be accumulated to your lifetime. Kama ni miaka 5, it is 5 years of your lifetime. So na ndio nasema hawa watu like somebody like Moses Kuria, I don't think that hiyo ministry ya trade, the only thing Moses Kuria anafaa kufanyia kazi ni nguo za mutumba. I think Ministry of Trade has a million things. So, but I'm surprised when Minister wa Trade anajiconfine kwa mutumba peke yake. Is mutumba the only thing in the Ministry of Trade? And ama hizo let him talk about talking with the investors, bringing money to the country. Lakini sasa, does it mean that in Kenya you prove to people that you are working when you are evicting people? when you are making life of people difficult? Is that the only way in which you can prove to Kenyans you are working? I don't get it. I'm not seeing a policy. I'm not seeing in intergovernmental organizations working together to solve the immediate problems which we have. The only thing I'm seeing is people making the life of people difficult. Tutatoa pesa ya university, sijui ati intern analipwa pesa mingi kuliko daktari. Does it mean that in Kenya we only solve chaos? Like we don't have frameworks. Yani hakuna vitu zinatendeka within those ministries, ni mashida ziko yani like, na hizo mashida zina affect Mkenya wa kawaida because like these interns wanasemekana wanalipwa pesa mingi kuliko madaktari. For your information, they cannot even have their own clinics. I think even this minister was wrong. There's no in which an intern can make more money than the doctor. The doctor has capacity to have his own clinic. The doctor can be a consultant. The doctor has so many avenues within his approach. So I'm surprised how an intern in Kenya is making more money than a doctor. That thing I'm not understanding it because look at the consultant gynecologist, full doctor, consultant orthopedics, the amount of money they are making. And then you are talking of an intern is making a lot of money. I'm not getting it. So this is somebody who is trying to give a statement which is not well thought. That one is not true. There's no in which an intern can make more money than a consultant. I know them. We have them at Apo Kenyatta in Doctors Plaza. Those people, their consultants fee 3,000, 4,000. Those consultants, and they are full doctors. That's the amount of money we are paying up for Doctors Plaza, 3,000, 4,000 to see those doctors. How much money is the intern getting on a consultancy? The intern is getting zero. So when a minister is talking things which don't hold water or which are not well consulted, and that's why we always say, and I think we have to start thinking about this thing going forward. This idea of people without the knowledge of a certain profession infringing on other I think the best way possible is in future, let a doctor be a minister in medicine. Let a teacher who has gone maybe to professor level be a minister of education. These ideas of saying that I was also criticizing it from the Uhuru direction that time because even Uhuru alikuwa anasema saa zingine ati we need managers here, but hii tulianzia kuinfringe other people's profession. Let doctors handle other doctors, ili sasa hata wakigoma wakuwe wanajua wanagomeshwa na daktari mwenzao or somebody who understands that profession. So I still support that we have a doctor who has managerial skill and can be a very fine-tuned CS in the Ministry of Health. We have a teacher who has managerial skills and can be akina Ongeri, like huyu nani, he's a professor. Like now Magoa, I was agreeing with them. They were professors, so they were in the academic world. So those are the issues we are saying. Lakini sasa historia kuchukua Aisha Mwajuma ama Aisha Juma, a street worker, and you are giving her the Ministry of Public Service, and Professor Kobia is handing over to her. Can you see the level of degradation we are doing? A professor is handing over to somebody ambaye hata ukiangalia like degree yake sijui aliingia shule sijui 2019 aligraduate 2016. I wish ulisikiliza hiyo interview. The degree, the date of the degree and the date ya kuingia shule, they are not matching. That lady, it was funny, and still we are talking about these people. That's why I'm very critical of them, because me, I don't want somebody to destroy my country. I don't want somebody to destroy my country because he is destroying my lifetime. Remember, if Ruto, hiyo miaka Ruto atatuongoza, it is accumulating to your lifetime. It is just like the Ugandans, the way they regret somebody like Idi Amin. Idi Amin wasted their 9 years in Uganda. And I'm seeing somebody here who is wasting our time. I don't know how many years he is going to waste. But I know in the next 5 or 10 years, Kenyans will never repeat such a mistake. And I'm so surprised that munachagua mtu and within 3 weeks, ile kitu mulikuwa munaofia inaanzia kujionesha yenyewe. Let me tell you, huu uongozi, it is not sustainable for the next 2 or 1 years. If these guys are not going to change course, let me tell you, something has to happen. Something has to happen. Sijui ni nini, but something has to happen. Otherwise, we cannot tolerate somebody destroying our future. Some of us, we are still young men trying to grow in a country. So we cannot allow somebody to destroy. Unajua, they have already lived their life. You have lived your life. You have been in the government for over 30 years. So you think life is not important. But some of us are in their 30s, in their 20s. And we cannot watch you when you are approaching your old age and you want to destroy our future. So it's very simple. We need results. So story ya mambo mingi hatutaki. Thank you, Bernard.
Yeah, Kenyan all the time.
By the way, my name is Njiro. My name is Njiro.
Yeah, but I'm calling you by your nickname you have given yourself. As from that point you raised is about Aisha Jumwa. He kind of went there and said that he's going to raise the salaries of I don't know which employees he was going to raise their salaries, and not forgetting that there is the commission which works for salary increment. It's not about her, and she goes to say something that is really controversial, because how about if she lives there and the commission tells her, what did you just say? And there is no money. Why are you promising people something that is not viable? It's not going to be there. Now you are on your own. What is she going to do? You see, they have got no idea. And that is previous time I said that we have got experienced people who are on the street who could have been given those jobs. And these people remain politicians because they are still earning their salaries, and they stay away from the office because they are really messing it, since they don't have a clue what is going on in that office, unless now they have to be like going to borrow ideas. What can I do here? And still, even if you borrow idea what you can do, you'll still mess up, because you cannot have that continuity of what you are doing in that office. Will you be always asking questions and you are the boss? The government now looks like shady, because they have no idea what they are doing. They have no idea how to handle problems in those offices. And that is why we are in a mess. And Ruto will not be there to teach them. And I have never had like where people get to the office and then they are summoned, they are told, you are doing wrong. Why are you doing this? We want to do right things. Then all of a sudden they go back to the office, do the same mess. And that is what is happening with those people. They have no idea at all. I am even better. I have worked in an office and I know where it starts and where it ends. These people have no clue at all, because they were politicians. They are just people who want to talk on the podium. That's it. They don't want to do anything.
Hapa Baragoi.
Just go ahead, Mama Mary. Sorry, the video was a mistake.
It's okay. My point was when people don't have a clue of what they are doing, it's a mess, and you cannot ask them a question. They will run away from you. You will not get satisfied with what you get from them, and they are even fearing to get out of their office. Maybe their vehicles will be parked next to the door. Just get out and get in the car and take off, because they have no time to answer your question. They have no idea. They don't know what to tell you. Despite they had been given those offices, yeah, they are happy because they're gonna earn money, and that is their interest. The interest of wananchi, hell no. You're done. You're cooked. So think twice and let's work for ourselves. so that we can make our country better.
Okay, thank you, Mama Mary. Now I think we should have Rhoda.
Yeah, I have I have not getting chance to talk. I've been waiting
Thank
for long. You know me when I
you for being patient. Kenyan
you
all the
know,
time, game all the time.
yeah, Kenya all the time anaongea na Mama Mary.
Haya, sawa,
Lakini mnaongea
nimeacha,
vizuri.
sitaongea
Mnaongea
leo.
vizuri point. Mkiwa na Mami Mary. Unajua Mary ni big sister. Unaona, what I want to say, you know, we are living in the darkness world, too much darkness. We are living the terrorism and hatred and killings, corruptions. Those things, whole world they are struggling with, and corruption is whole world. It's not only Kenya. Yours is only Kenya. It's whole world. But what can we do? What can we do to stop this corruption? What can we do to stop this murder? What can we do to stop racism? What can we do killing? Like the way Bernard said that many killings is going on in restaurants, wherever, in Thika, in Kitare, in Washigizu, wherever. It's killing is every ruku, ng'ombe zinauliwa huko, zinaibwa, unaona. You know, you wondered where we are going, because I think this is a time, whole world, we need each other than before. We can solve this problem. Whole world, they need each other. Like the way people they meet to celebrate to talk about the climate crisis or something. This is a time we need each other. What can we make? How can we fight, for example, like terrorism? Terrorism is a big enemy. Like in our country, we have been terrorism and we cannot assume. We know who is the enemy in Kenya. We know 1998 we have a bomb. And it's Osama bin Laden was wanted. So we can't say Kenya is very safe. Kenya still is not the safety. So we need a strong military in Kenya. We need a government who security in our country. Have every county. That when you're going the night, the government, nobody can steal your watch, not thank, nothing. You know, when I talk about corruption, people they think corruption is only money. Corruption is many things. Even lie is a corruption. Even killing is a corruption, because corruption is not only money. There's even the con man is a corruption. Even killing is a corruption. Like the way I saw it today, unfortunately, is, you know me, I'm very honest. It's very sad. You know, like this man, DP. I don't know which guy, that guy where he come from. I think he's a Somalia guy. I'm asking myself, do the Muslim Quran say you can lie? Because this guy, he had been removed some cases. Like this Rigiji, he had a cases of stealing money, corruption, and they have removed him. You know, many like this is a Jumwa, have a case of killing. All those people, they have a cases. People like Wairogoro, they have a cases. People like Sonko, they have a corruption cases, and still not yet. We cannot assume. We cannot swim a problem that we say tunini. Na kuna wengine watu wengine wamekewa jela kama huyo baba ametoka nini Bugoma na ata ameiba maize. Na taigini ni uongo kwa sababu alikuwa wa Jubilee. So where in Kenya we are going if people they are cases zingine zinatolewa? That is not fair. We are all Kenyans. We need to be treated the same equal. Si kusema tuwe uko mlengo mwingine tunakutoa. That is not the country we want to live. So like this, the Chief Justice Mother Kome, she said that they are independent. She was interviewed in Citizen TV. I was asking, which kind of independent you are? If you're really independent, why do you remove some cases? You know that woman, I noticed her long time ago, she's a hypocrite. I remember they were celebrating with the Uhuru Kenyatta in breakfast last year. And I could see her body language. She's a pretender, that woman. I have never trusted Mother Kome. I don't care if she's a Meru or whatever. I don't care. If it's my sister, I'll tell the same shit. I have never trusted that woman. One thing, she's not, she doesn't know what she wants. She was not like Justice Maraga. Maraga was straightforward. You know, by the way, we always put some churches down, like this Seventh Advent. You know, those people, I think Kisii community, they are more this as the Advent church. And sometimes I used to put down those churches, like my cousin, the pastor of those churches, I used to put him down. And we don't know. And I remember Maraga was saying, it's good to fear God when they dropped the case 2017. You know, but we always say we are Pentecostal, we are Anglican, we are Catholics, we are what, and inside we are animal. So this mother comment, I've never trust that woman. I think they need to change a new justice. And this man called DPP, they need to remove him, or actually that man, he need to be to take him in the KCC Hague. He's a criminal. How can you remove people cases? If it is my sister have done murder, take him. If he have done corruption, don't do favor because she is my sister. No, I will never accept criminal. And that's why in Africa, we always asking us, why in Africa we always back? Unauliza wewe mwenyewe kwa nini African racism? Unaona kama South Africa, their racism themselves, black to black. Why? Because the politician is the one who makes South Africa racism. Because when the white people, they live in South Africa, they have made them division, so they hate themselves. Even that South Africa president, I don't think so. He really loves himself. I don't think he loves his own country. If you can make your country racism for the black people, and then he's telling Kenya to go, Kenyans don't go to South Africa. By the way, they used to kill even Zimbabweans. The South Africa are very dangerous people. I was very surprised when I saw that South Africa president. They need to work together like Ghana. And Ghana president, they love Africa. They always stand for that. So we cannot live this kind of pretending that we don't know what is going on. We need to speak the truth because we know what they did for us. We know what the Kenya Kwanza they did for us when they take the office. They treat us very bad. They punish us. They have been punished. That man from Bugoma, innocent man, have not done anything. They just say I've been stealing the maize. What about that woman from Mombasa County have been killing? And people like Wairogoro ni watu wamewekwa machia kubwa kubwa, watu wamefanya corruption from 2013. Na kuna mtu naongea, we cannot assume the problem that tunasema no. We have to speak the truth. I know some people, they always afraid to speak the truth because they want to hide something. For me, I think when we speak the truth, I think that's we deliver our country. But when we try to hide, when we come here, we try to hide, I think it doesn't make any sense. We need to speak it. If my brother have done corruption, I end up kwa koti. This is not the things for hiding, because these people, they are minister, they will do corruption. I know that corruption will be very high. It will be very high than before. I saw people like sometimes when I think about Kenya, I feel Kenya, we are very hopeless. Some people, they were working, they were ministers in Jubilee, and now they came Kenya Kwanza. Instead of they give somebody chance. Somebody have never been the minister. Even you can bring somebody like maybe work in the just in the office, simple office. You can give that chance. They are bringing people who have been ministers because they can get more money. You know, that's not the way the country works. We need to give people, even European countries, they always change the ministers. They don't bring the minister because like the way they say, you were Kikuyu, you are Karenjini, I'll bring you, and you are the Jubilee government. It doesn't work like that. They need to work together. They need to bring new people fresh, people who know what they are doing. When they come to the office, they are going to deliver our country. People like Moses Kuria, who is that? He was lying for us. He wants to stand up for the president. Actually, that guy, he lied a lot. He was lying for a Kikuyu community. I want to stand up for the president, and he was not honest. You know, and that tribalism have been made us to be back. And I want to be president, and he was not really honest, and he know what he was planning. You see, like that man in Bugoma, he kills police. I don't know what is his name. He's an MP. He killed a police. I don't know, he's a police officer. He killed with man, and that man, can you imagine the case? They remove his case, and he was in. I have right to do. Let me tell you, those people, they'll pay the price. God will always fight for those innocent people, poor people who have nothing. They kill them, and nobody take them. They don't. You know, I believe if you are murdered, you need to be in the jail. If you are murdered, you need to be in the jail. Why do you kill innocent people? And we cannot assume these things. Killing, it has been too much. Many Kikuyu people have been killed, and nobody have been speaking about these things. And Church of Kenya, they know that. Wanajua kuna watu wameuliwa na kwa sababu ya wanataka kuwa pesa tu. Pesa ndio imeweka Kenya juu. Mtu akuwe na pesa, mtu akae maisha mazuri, opposition ya juu, na mtu alipelekwa kaburi. Innocent people, God have given them a life to live. Unaua mtu ati kwa sababu upata hiyo opposition. That is really hurt me. Na 10 commandments na say, don't kill, do not lie, do not steal. And we are sometimes I feel ashamed for the Kenya church. How can you put a murder in your church? You know this person have been killing a blood. Alafu tunaweka watu wale wameuana kanisa na tunasema ati sisi. I don't believe Kenya is a really Christian country. I don't believe Kenya is a really revival. Those people that used to lie, Kenya is a revival. That's not the truth. Kenyan churches are very hypocrite. They are very, especially those, they pretend like a false prophet and whatever evangelist. They are very, 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 very hypocrite. They know people have been killing, but they try to hide because they want to pray or because of the money. But me, I'm always telling, I say like this, when the time for the judge will come, the judge will come. God will ask, what did you do? Did you kill somebody? Did you stand for the church? Did you stand for your own people? Did you stand for your own community? Did you stand for your country? The time for the judge, every knee shall bow. God will ask us what we have done this world. Let them do whatever they want, those churches in Kenya. They accept murder. They don't stand for their country. When somebody kill innocent people, they have done nothing. When they stand for the BBI, they were killed. Beautiful women and men, they went to the grave because of people or one person. And the Church of Kenya, they know the truth. And they are hiding because they can pray their opposition because of the money. Money is only have been buying us African, especially as Africa. We see money is the center of our life, but we don't care about that person have been killed. Those innocent people, they have been killed. It's better you say poor or you die for the food than killing innocent people. That I'll never ever accept it. I have seen murdered. My own uncle, my whatever, my auntie, not my auntie, my mom, brother was killed. And I know what it take time for us to get healed. My mom, she get even blood pressure. It's to kill somebody. Akalikata na panga kwa kichwa. So don't pray with the human being life. It's better you stay poverty. You die for the hunger than kill somebody, remove somebody's life. And that's something we have in Kenya. And we know those criminals, they are killing. You can see a criminal killing and then come to the church and they say hallelujah. And amezaa criminal blood. His hand is blood. Lakini siku ile Mungu atarudi, niye atajua ni nani ataenda mbinguni. Ni yeye, he will call us with the name. Rhoda, your name is written in the book of life. Siku ya judge, kila mtu, ata present, ata king, nani, ataita watu wote majina, watu wale wameuliwa. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rhoda. Yeah, I think umetusisimua kidogo. Unajua saa zingine we forget that same part of a human being where we are supposed to think that human beings need to protect each other, protect life without pretense. You know, saa zingine what I don't understand, nimeona hiyo clip, I think Bernard ulikuwa unatuonesha hapo, president anaenda Baragoi ama ni wapi alikuwa, unasikia yani he is doing some chest thumping. I don't think cattle rustlers need to be talked the way he is talking about it. I don't think it is an issue to talk about. Hii maneno ya cattle rustling, it is something which has been perennial to us. I think it is an issue which Moi dealt with. It was an issue which was happening during Kibaki time and even during Uhuru time. So it's a perennial thing. I think the issue tu ya hiyo wanasema tu watamobilize mapolisi na wakae huko. I think they have tried that concept and it is not working. I think there should be another approach for that problem. There should be another approach for that problem. Otherwise, if they want to, because unajua like these cattle rustlers in those communities, they could be like 20% of the population, 30% of the population, we don't know. But mimi kulingana na vile naona is the problem in these communities is their way of life. Some of us by doing vile, we have moved away from that. Even our communities, 100 years, we used to go for cattle rustling na tunachukua pia mabibi za watu. So to me, I think it is something which is a bit cultural, and those communities have. I think if I was the Kenyan government, I would invest with the psychologist instead of investing with the policemen to those people. I would invest with the psychologist and some good communicators who can go to those areas, talk with those people, get the information what they need, and you also try to pump some other information to these people, even as you also try to, because I am not understanding, these people go and launch a project, even these cattle rustlers, they can get alternative jobs, go and launch a big project there. You are the president, you have the capacity. So to me, I don't think mobilizing people to go and kill them is a solution, is a concrete solution. It will just be a small solution which will not stabilize the issue. So what I think is let them look for an alternative solution. Let them talk with these people. Community mobilizers. We can have community mobilizers. We can have an alternative, and these people can be talked with. So that's what I think. So in that issue, because I don't understand this issue, which during Kebake time we sent men with uniform there. I think there was even a time when we had even the Baragoi massacre. Kama mnakumbuka ile time waliua 47 policemen. So to me, and maybe many people cannot understand me. To me, I think I wish we invested on mental capacity of these people and how we can change the thinking of these people. And we are having psychologists in Kenya who do not have jobs. And I'm telling you, psychologists can do better job than policemen in Baragoi. I'm telling you, I wish Kenyans, University of Nairobi and other universities, they are training psychologists. I wish they invested with the psychologists. They can do a better job than the policemen. I tell you. Okay, Bernard, unacheka.
When a Kenyan all the time, you're missing out a very important point. And the point is, cattle wrestling will keep going on as long as it remains profitable, like corruption. We are dealing with a cartel. They are hiding behind the tradition, but they really think that is taking place is business. Tusijidanganye, and this business is being run by the big boys. Hiyo ndio ukweli wa Kenya wataki kusikia na wataki kukubali. They are the big boys who are providing security to those boys and who are making that thriving business. Some of those cattle that are being stolen, they are ferried through lorries, zimefikishwa Mombasa, zimeweka kwa meli, zimeenda kuuzwa millions and millions of shillings. So when the president is talking tough the way he's talking, it's not that he doesn't know what it is. He, like Rhoda said, he's pretending. Na hiyo ndio unafiki ambayo inasumbua hii nchi. Mtu anajua shida ni hii, inasababishwa na hii, then you go and pretend in the public that you are really concerned about boys stealing cows. Which boys are stealing which cows where? You know, kuna hii kitu inaitwa uongozi. If people understood what leadership is and what the responsibility of leadership entails, nobody will fight for that position if you're not ready for the same. Uongozi ni kupeana suluhisho kwa matatizo ya watu, sio kwenda kuongea kwa microphone. Baragoi is not Africa. Baragoi is a small place. You can get everybody that knows everyone in the place, put them on the table. Itajulikana kuna vijana wangapi, kuna wamama wangapi, kuna wababa wangapi, kuna ng'ombe ngapi. It doesn't need rocket science for you to get the data of the place and be able to monitor the movement of livestock in the place. You cannot put simple chip to be able to monitor ng'ombe iko wapi saa ngapi. This pretending, this is sickening. Ukweli ni kwamba hawataki hiyo biashara ifungwe. That's what they are doing. They want to make a kill of it. They live on the blood of Kenyans. Only God will help this country. Lakini kama uongozi ni huu wa kwenda kuongea kwa microphone wakati unajua shida iko wapi, inatatuliwa kivipi? Kwani president ni mgeni wa Baragoi, ni mgeni wa Rift Valley? It's like I went to Navajo to see my mother when I went for the funeral. I was born and raised in the place. I should be able to manage the place. I have the understanding of the place. Why can't the president, we have county government, get West Pokot County, get Baringo County, get all these counties together. Let's do census. Tuko na ng'ombe ngapi, watu wangapi? Let's do nyumba 10. Nani accountable kwa nani? Vijana wa nani wameenda wapi? Hiyo mambo yote inajulikana. You zone up the place, comp the place, clean it up. Lakini wewe panya zinakula vitu kwa nyumba, wewe unaenda kuongea kwa microphone. Hizo panya nimewaona. Na mkiharibu nguo yangu tena, mtajua kwamba mjui. Panya wataendelea kula hizo nguo. Kwa sababu nini? Umewafuga kwako. You are the one giving them a hiding place. So president and his deputy and the entire Kenya Kwanza government, they are not serious. From where I sit, they are not serious. They don't want the problems of Kenyans solved. They are there to hypocritically sit in that office and or loot whatever they can loot when they can do that. Lakini wangependa kusuluhisha matatizo ya Wakenya, they know what to do. Especially the president, he knows what to do. Story ya insecurity ya Baringo and the other places, he knows what to do. It's only pretending. Na Wakenya wanapaswa kujua hivyo. He is pretending. Na tutaki hizo pretense asipeleke mbali kabisa. Na hao maskofu ambao wanamzunguka kumuombea ati why can't people just be true for once and be able to understand that tuko na watoto, wala watoto watakuwa watu wazima, the following day watahitaji hiki na hiki. Kwa hivyo we should be responsible parents in the sense that we lay down a foundation that will propel this country into greatness. Lakini hii story yetu ya mentality ya kukula, mnataka kukula, mnakula kama panya. You don't care whether kuna kilimo, kuna mbegu, kuna nini, you just eat like pests. That's not how to go about leadership.
Yeah,
Mwambie nimesema kama wanakasirika, nimekasirika sana kuliko hao. Thank you.
I agree on your statement on that before I bring Rhoda maybe to add a point. But kuna kitu nilikuwa it's always also good to draw some parallelism of some serious issues which have also affected other areas. I want to bring an issue of racism, like for example in America. although it is still an issue which they are even solving up to now. But how have they been able to scale down this problem? So that's the reason why I talked of mobilizing psychologists and the people who can change the mental shift of people and the way the people are thinking. I'm telling you, if today we invested with like between 100 to 150 psychologists, people who pump information on people, community mobilizers, and they try, even with the sabotage of the government, or some other people want to do those things they want to do. But if we used knowledge, if we used our people, and we try to give these guys some alternatives on what they are doing, this problem is solvable in the long run, because a problem which has spanned close to the age of our country is not a problem which we need to take lightly. Cattle rustling is as old as Kenya. And if we do not get serious with it, and I want to isolate the government from this issue, because the government might not have the audacity to solve the issue. But do you want to tell me the intellectual community of Kenya cannot even put these issues in books? Because these are some of the issues. This is how you even change the mentorship of like the people who are now going, the young boys who are going to school. Can't we not put these things
Kenyan
in our
all the
books,
time.
in
Kenyan
our
all the
curriculum?
time. You are not getting the point. The old cattle wrestling is not a ile vijana walikuwa wanabalehe wakishatoka jandoni, wakifika umri kuoa waende kuiba ng'ombe ndio wapate mahari. That used to be the tradition, okay? That has already been faced away with. The problem is there are people who want to hide behind that and do evil. That is what is happening right now. It is not the tradition ya kwenda kuiba ng'ombe uende kulipa mahari. That used to happen, but that ended. The level of literacy in those sides is not as it used to be. The former governor of West Pokot, the professor, okay, invested in so much in education. The enlightenment in that place is not as low as it used to be. What we are dealing with right now, Mr. Kenyan, all the time, it is a corrupt system that want to perpetuate corruption but hide behind tradition. Okay, it's just like the people who are doing FGM. Okay, they say they are keeping the tradition, but they are doing business. Okay, they're doing business now. If you want that to be done, you will pay double the fee because the risks are high. You can be arrested, you can be jailed. So it is a lucrative business that somebody is using the tradition to hide behind. In my opinion, sio watu wa West Pokot wanafanya hii maneno. Kuna watu ambao wamechaguliwa wanafanya biashara. Wewe ukiiba ng'ombe na una mahali pa kuuza utazipeleka wapi? Hakuna watu kuzinunua, utazipeleka wapi? Si utapatikana nazo.
Bernard,
So
can you
kile ambacho
quantify that
kinaendelea
business?
hapa ni relay, okay?
Naelewa,
When are we
nakuuliza,
doing the ambush
is
on
it a
Friday?
$50 billion? Is it a $50 billion?
Lori ziko wapi zinangoja hizo ng'ombe? Ziko sehemu fulani. Tutachukua ng'ombe alafu tupitishe kwa lori, isifika kwa lori.
Okay.
Wakubwa barabarani watashughulikiwaje tukipita na lori? Hiyo kateli yote imepangwa kutoka Baragoi mpaka Mombasa.
Swali. What is the value of that business? What is the value of that business?
It is lucrative business in the sense that
50 billion, 100 billion.
Vijana wataiba ng'ombe wauze shilingi 15,000, okay? Wewe ulikuwa hapa tukifanya hesabu how an organic cow costs in the US and the other parts of the world. So you buy a cow at 15,000 and go sell it at 300,000. Who would want that kind of business to end? Okay. Umenunua ng'ombe 15,000. Wewe unaenda kuuza 300,000, 500,000. So tukubali kama inji tumetoka, and that's why they don't want Baba's presidents. They don't want a straightforward leader because he will end all that madness. They want a corrupt leader who is going to help them do their corruption. And that is why this country cannot take off, because of bad leadership. Not because we don't have resources, not because we don't have intellectual capacity. We have intellectual capacity, we have resources, we have devoted Kenyans. Look at Kibaki and his leadership with his slogan, a working nation. It got like fire. Within the first year of Kibaki government, the whole country was moving. The motivation of the people was high. The performance was high. Everything was moving. The collection tripled of taxes without anything. Free primary education never had hiccups when it started. Why? Because the country was motivated. They had a leader who was inspiring them. Look at now Kenya Kwanza right now. Does Kenya Kwanza inspire any hope in any young person? Amuke mapema aende industrial area. Everybody's demoralized. Tumefika nchi ya wizi ambayo huwezi pata chochote usipoiba. Kila mtu ajifunze kuiba. That is not how a country should be. So kama Wakenya tukubali kwamba tumekosea mahesabu, tujirudie, tujiite conference, tukae chini tukubali. Lakini hizo excuses ambazo rais anapeana na hao viongozi wengine wote, if it was in my power, hao watu wote wangechukuliwa waweke kwa room moja, wachapwe viboko tu vizuri, the way Mr. Mahindu used to beat us in primary school. Waelewe kwamba ukiwa kiongozi lazima ukubali majukumu. Siezi kuona county kama West Pokot, Baringo, and the other nini having perpetual insecurity problem for 20 years when we have leaders. Hakuna. Haiwezekani. I will remind you, Kenya all the time. There was a time, if you are old enough, there was a time a police officer was killed in, I think was in Siaya. Okay? He went there and then I think the bad boys wakaua polisi mmoja na wakachukua bunduki. It was enzi ya Moi. Na Moi akatuma wako fanya fujo uone. Fanya fujo uone ilifagia. Bunduki moja inatafutwa. Watu walihamia Luanda, wengine wakahamia Maragoli. Fanya fujo uone. Bunduki gani? Moja. Polisi imekufa ni nini? Moja. And within that particular time, the security situation in that place was never the same again. Now, what is the president saying? In Baragoi, they lost how many police officers? 42. What did they do? Talk tough on the microphone. They are not serious. Somebody should tell them, I told them, they are not serious at all. If they are ever serious, they should sort that thing once and for all. Vituko apelekee kwingine. Hii sio vitimbi. We are talking about lives of Kenyans. And then unajiita Minister for Internal Security with no sense of security at all. Sense of responsibility. Mtu moja kufa is a big loss. Now you have lost 42 police officers and you are still talking tough on the microphone. You don't talk. You don't talk. As a president, you by the time you talk, the action has been finished. That is how leadership is done, especially matter security. You don't talk about tutawakujia, nitaweka army hapa, niweke polisi hapa, niweke nini hapa. That's a joke. That's a joke of the century. Security inafanyonga chini ya maji. Before they expect it, boys wamefika na wamecomp place, kila mtu amelainika, wamesimama straight. Ndio president ana call press conference, anasema vijana wamefanya kazi nzuri sana, nchi iko salama. That is how a president works. Lakini hivi tu kama natuambia siasa hii, forget it. Hey, inaonekana hawa majamaa, they are comedians. Yes, they are treating us to comedy. That is, I agree with you. Hey, this Oga Francis and the team are not showing up.
Yeah,
so
I think let's just recoil back. I think we can go back to Madam Wanyaina, then we come back to Rhonda. As wait for them, don't worry.
So, thank you.
I think wanaweza changia hiyo story ya cattle rustling hii ambayo imekuja Yeah, Mary, I think you can go ahead.
Yes, I think I liked what Bernard said. There's no way you can go and tell your enemy, I'll be hiding somewhere, so don't pass there. That is alerting the person not to do what they usually do. To stand there and please those people in Baragoi, and they sounded like jovial. Oh, we're gonna be helped, and the security is coming now. We didn't have security before. It's the time you are being exposed. You are being told go and sleep so that we can come and get what we usually get. For heaven's sake, there is no way. Even these countries, when they are fighting, they will never reveal their secret. They will never reveal their weapons. They will never reveal their way which they will pass to come and get you. No, they have to hide their claws. They cannot show their teeth that they will use to bite you. So Kenyan all the time, those people should not be, we shouldn't bother taking people there to for mental checkup or whatever, what you are suggesting, because that will be waste of money, waste of time. You will not even find those people who you want to treat. They will be away. They are gone because they are not there. They come and go. You don't stay there. It's a business. And I remember there was something that was talked during campaign time because it was really harsh. Remember that time when Matiang worked so hard and went to Laikipia and trying to talk about all these happenings. That is something that they could not tell what is going on because things were not going right. And they were not able to trace who are these people. Maybe they are still in the campaign when they are campaigning. They are not at the work that they do going to steal those cows. So this is something that really is hidden, and it's not something that it can be solved unless the government itself come clean. They come clean and say, now enough is enough. Tumekula nyingi, zimetosha, wacha sasa tuache hizo zimebaki. That is the only way we can do it. Because how comes that we can have our askari there being ambushed? Watu ambao wameenda ati kutegea security ya pahali wanakuwa ambushed. You can see that is something that is people who knows what they are doing. It's not these local thieves. If it is local thieves, many cows would have been recovered, and even those thieves would have been arrested. But these are people with ideas. They know what they are doing. As Rhoda put it, hypocrisy. Hypocrisy is the one going to finish our country, because that is the same hypocrisy this government used, trying to hide their truth, talking lies. And that now they got the government. How are they treating the government? It's contrary to what we expected. So hypocrisy is the one going to finish our country. So people in Kenya, let's watch out. This hypocrisy, we need to expose it so that we can live the life we love and live in a country that is clean. Because the problems we are going through, it's a self ni mwiba wa kujidunga, kwa sababu kweli kabisa tulijua kabisa watu wasiseme hata hao waliweka hizo kura hawakuwa na clue. Mimi sijui ni nini kiliwagonga, although many times I have said this election was not the way it went. The person who is there was not elected. So Kenya all the time, hiyo ni mpango iko ya watu wanajijua, watu ambao wanapata pesa mingi sana kuhusu hizo ng'ombe za wanyonge. Watapigisha wao watu usiku na mchana nduru kwa sababu ng'ombe zao zimeenda, lakini hiyo ni mpango imepangwa na watu wenye pesa, na watu wenye pesa ambao wako na staili hiyo hawatapea watu muda wa kuwa na raha mustarehe kwao nyumbani. It is very, very saddening. Mimi always am passionate of my country. I'm passionate because hata kama watu wametoka hiyo nchi yetu, tusiwe tunatoka nchi yetu tunaenda nje kwa sababu we are desperate. No, we should be going to see good about other countries and believing that we are going back home because that is our home where we are destined and where we enjoy. Lakini watu wasitoke Kenya kwa sababu ya shida. That is very bad. And we pray that our country stabilize na hii mambo yote ambayo ni hypocrisy yote itolewe na watu wawe exposed, ndio tuweze kuishi nchi yetu. Hakuna mtu anaomba yule mwingine kile ako nacho. Kama tunaachiliwa sisi wananchi, tunajua njia zetu na tunajua vile tunaweza jimudu. We know how to live in our country, but we are being curtailed, we are being streamlined. Tufuate njia ambayo hata haitusaidii na raha zetu zinakuwa cut off. Tafadhali watu ambao wanajua vile mambo inaendelea Kenya, tushikane mkono kwa mkono, bega kwa bega, tukatalane na hii mambo inaendelea Kenya. Hypocrisy be exposed, na hii mambo yote tumalize. Asante Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Mama Mary. That is a good one. We need to shun the hypocrisy, and especially when it's coming from our leaders. Wakenya tunapenda sana kuangalia the other side. Tukombolewe na history ya kuangalia the other side. Let's face these leaders and call them for what they are, especially the members of parliament and the executive. The people who are faced with that particular crisis. What are they doing? What are they doing? I remember when we were in primary school, I attended a primary school that was far from my village. We went to the primary school in the nearby village. And so because we are coming from another village, attending a primary school in that village, the group of us who used to come from our village, we formed a caucus, okay, an association among ourselves. And now that we are foreigners in that place, we have to safeguard each other. Na kama ungechokoza any of our girls, any of our people from our place, tungekuvamia kikundi yote because you are messing up with one of us. Wabunge wa Baragoi, wabunge wa Baringo, wabunge wa West Pokot wanafanya nini hapa Nairobi? Kuchoma mahindi? Mbona wasikuje pamoja waseme hii shida ni yetu? How do we get a solution? How do they petition the government? Facilitate. They are part and parcel of the cartel. That is why that thing is being perpetuated. Kukiwa na outbreak saa hii, kukiwa na outbreak ya kipindupindu in Baragoi and all that, will they not come together, find the nurses and find the doctors? Hii story ya kutuambia story ya security, hii ni biashara, na hiyo biashara mpaka ikomeshwe, na itakomeshwa tu wakati wabunge watakuwa wakweli. At least be true to yourself, be true to your country, be true to your people. Tuache hii story ya kutumiwa vibaya. Atuwe ni psycho fund, umeenda kuimba UDA wakati watu wako wanakufa, polisi wanakufa, mashamba yananyakuliwa, vitu zinaharibika. How do you run down a country and they still want to be called honorable member? Of what honor are you? What honor are you demanding from who? Inchi inaharibika ukiona, alafu ufanyi chochote. Then unataka kukimbiza hapa at flag. I've been appointed CS for this and this and this. This madness. The old politicians were not doing these things. I remember there's a politician yule alirudisha bendera. What was his name? He passed away some years back. He was threatened. He was an assistant minister in Kenyatta's government. akaambiwa, and then he was vocal, I think about
Hiyo Kongo Karumba. Kongo
JM
Karumba.
Njenga Karu?
Kongo Karumba.
Kungu Karumba.
Yeah.
When he was vocal about JM Kariuki's assassination, akaambiwa anyamaze ama bendera ichukuliwe. Akasema bendera sio shida, bendera sio blanketi ambayo nikipeana nitakosa kusingizi. We need to have that kind of leaders who know that a position of leadership is not something that is so basic that you can't do without, that you sell your country kwa sababu unataka kuwa CS na hizo vituko zote. Let's get patriotic for once. Let's get serious about securing the future of our country and not play suit to this madness. It's evil, it's immoral, it's uncalled for mature grown-ups to watch a country be run down and do nothing. Na sasa hivi kama wazee hawatajitokeza, mimi nitafanya hiyo mobilization mwenyewe. Wazee wa hii nchi, the custodian of this country, need to come out. Waache hii mchezo wa kujificha wakati watoto wanaharibu nchi. The elders from the Kalenjin elders, the Luo elders, the Kikuyu elders, this is the time to show leadership. Now that we have somebody in leadership who seem not to know what to do, this is the time to provide leadership. Kama mzee wa boma, wakati vijana wako wameanza kuzembea ama kuharibu boma, wewe ndio unasimama kupeana leadership. Hii story ya kukoila ati tulipeana sword na tukapeana constitution, kwa hivyo hatuna la kufanya, kijana afanye vile anataka, that is not how to be an elder. So the elders of this country, wake up and provide leadership to this country. The elders in Baragoi, in West Pokot, and in Baringo and all that, rise up and be counted. Why do you want to die leaving behind your great-grandchildren in the same insecurity you grew up in? Come to the table, find a solution to the problem. Tuache hii vituko za kujifanya kwamba tuko busy and the country is going from worse to worst. It doesn't, haileti shangwe kabisa. It's bad. It's bad. So let's not sugarcoat this. Let's not kupaka mafuta nyuma kwa mgongo wa chupa. Tuelezane ukweli. Uongozi wetu unatoka, matatizo yetu yanatokana na uongozi mbaya. Uongozi mbaya unatokana na viongozi wabaya. Bad leadership. The Bible says when the wicked reign, there is a cry in the city. But when the righteous reign, there are shouts of joy. We can't have wicked leadership and expect people to rejoice. It doesn't work that way. And so I urge the elders in those particular section, watuache hii story ya kutuambia vijana wamefanya hii, vijana wamefanya hii, vijana wamefanya hii. Hiyo ni uzembe. Wazee wakuje pamoja, watekeleze majukumu. They can confront those governors, confront those members of parliament, put them to the table, get a lasting solution to these matters. We've been treated to these games for too long. Lazima zikomeshwe. Asante.
Yeah, thank you Bernard. I think hapo umeongea vizuri, lakini kuna kitu nataka kuongeza hapa kuhusu wazee. I would also try to advise wazee wa Kenya, they also need to go mute a little bit. Because you remember ile kazi, I want to tell you, we had Mount Kenya Foundation few weeks ago. I think they had done a lot of work. Mount Kenya Foundation, they tried to warn our people, including even in Mount Kenya region. Wakasema tafadhali, we are the owners of production in these areas. Tuko na viwanda, tuko na mabiashara, tuko na hivi. Tupite barabara hii. And my community, my people, ignored all those signs. To me, I think Mount Kenya Foundation, the SKs Masharias of this nation, the Mungas of this nation, they should be mute, if I'm asked, because they went their way out. They used their resources to try and show us some signals and the dimensions in which we should go. but the young population of this nation chose otherwise. So sometimes even as we want help, unajua saa zingine unaweza kuta mtoto amejikata na mzazi anakuja kusaidia, but I think also let's allow Kenyans face what they deserve, because I think I remember, and I want to say these things because few days ago, before we did our election, somebody like me, I got so many enemies in the name of sijui wewe uko Azimio, sijui nini, you don't know, utaki mambo mazuri. Now let me tell you now, we are now slowly coming together at our isolation, by the way, and trying to audit. Let me tell you, I have, sijui kama ni kujifanya, but let me tell you, I have so many Hustler Nation people who are saying, I think you people, you are right. I think you people, you are right. I do not understand how we can unchange this thing, but it's too late. So ndio najaribu, as long as mtu si mlevi, somebody has qualities of advising you. Unajua kama sasa hawa akina Peter Munga walidharauliwa hata na mtu hata hajaitengeneza herufu yake moja. Watu tu wanashinda huko kwa mashore, kwa mapombe. Those were the people walikuwa wanatokezea wakisema hawa watu wanatuambia nini. Sometimes it's also good to look at what the person who is advising you, what they have achieved in life, even as you try to choose a direction. People who own production, watu wako na pesa na vitu zingine, alafu anakuambia tafadhali tupite hivi. Wewe una chochote, you are just a day struggler, somebody who is at the mercy of what the day will bring. Na alafu sasa wewe ndio unataka kuongoza. So mimi ile kitu najaribu kusema, the mistakes which we are having now, let them become our reminders, so that in the next 20 or 50 years, when we will have another generation like this one, let it be like Germany. Every time, the reason why politics in Germany is fine-tuned ni sababu jamaa akijaribu kuamuka anafanana na Hitler. Wanasema hapana, we had this issue. So let this one be our Hitler moment. Wacha hawa majamaa watese kabisa. That is the only time when Kenyans will be able to make a sound decision. And I'm even asking Baba, wherever he is, please don't rescue Kenyans. Please don't do it. These people wamekumwagia majina, wakakuita mzee wa vitendawili na nini. Please, hata wakifungiwa mtumba, let it be so. You know, this idea of where we want Baba to always be coming and rescuing people, and at the same time when Baba akikuja kuonesha barabara pita hapa hutaki, let these people suffer. So me, what I'm saying is that these issues ya kina Moses Kuria, let them do whatever they are doing, but let's not. Yes, it is bad because hii mambo inakuja pia to affect even some of us who never voted for this government, but we should not be empathetic. Like me, I'm very proud so much, Bernard. I'm very proud because me, I already saw this corner government. I am very proud. At least I trust my decision now. Hakuna mtu siku hizi anaringa kama mimi. Bernard, nikikwambia ukweli, I'm very proud because at least I can see my mind is sharp. At least I saw a conman akipita kando ya nyumba na nikamwepa, lakini akaingizwa kwa nyumba by other people. So I'm very proud. I'm now even siku hizi I'm slowly watu hata wanani-consult, wananiuliza hii kitu unaona aje. Watu hata wakutaka kunisikia. So I'm very proud at least for once it has not even taken 2 months to realize that we have a wrong people. Some of us, we saw this thing. Unajua, you did not need a degree to understand that Kenya Kwanza will be a government on a fall. You only needed to audit the people around them. I'm just trying to advise Kenyans. Can you tell me a government which is being supported by Waititu, a government with Akina Sonko, a government with, you know, those crook, the Krieg, those people. Ukiangalia tu hao watu, Madhakaro akatuambia vizuri sana. I have done my audit. Both sides have bad people. But Azimio has a majority of the people who I trust. Mother Karua herself akasema, lakini but I don't want to blame Kenyans, sababu hii serikali hatujui kama ni kuchagua ilichaguliwa ama ni kujichagua ilijichagua, so we still don't know that because again pia judicial. So bwana bana, ile kazi tuko nayo hata si ya kutoa hii serikali. Kwa nini? The work we have in Kenya is so much that we have an issue with the government, we have an issue with the judiciary, we have an issue with the IBC, we have an issue with majority of our institutions now. So nakwambia right now the amount of work we have in changing Kenya into the vision of our forefathers, sio kazi kidogo. It's so ukisikia watu wakisema the issues is about election, we are short-sighted. Ile kazi tuko nayo ni kubwa sana. We are having, our institutions are not functioning. I hope Kenyans can see that. Right now, judiciary, I'm not sure if the judiciary can give us anything right now. I'm not sure. Mimi hata sahi they are withdrawing cases. Siku hizi watu wamekuwa weupe kama pamba. So look at that. So ile kitu inasemekana the next leader of Kenya, because we cannot rely with this one is our machine. The next leader of Kenya, we have to choose a serious leader. Na sijui tutafanya aje. I hope in the next 5 years we will still have the country left, but the next president of Kenya, prepare for huge work, because hawa watu watakula matunda yote ya uhuru, watakula kile Kibaki aliacha. Sasa tunarudi reverse, tunarudi 1979. Sasa tunarudi the Kenyatta time when we were reconstructing our country, when we were building our nation. Huko ndiko tumerudi. It is the next, so we should actually be preparing the next president sahi, and we start thinking of who can come and solve all this menace. It's serious. We now need to prepare. Forget about him and wanasema ya tamu na nini, hiyo ni yao, lakini sahi is about the next president of Kenya. I'm not sure even these guys can even spend 2 years there. So the next president kindly prepare, whoever you are, sijui ni nani, lakini the next president prepare. Huyu ashaanguka, he is nowhere. We can have the next person. Naona Ochora yuko hapa.
Okay, so thank you. Achola, just one moment, we play this video and then you come through. Sorry for that. So you can go. The video is not ready. Endelea alafu takuja.
Mi nkwanda kusema hii government haina clue. Kama nilirudi hizo manini za nyuma, nikaona huyu gavana wetu Susan Kika akisema ntiamini bado amepata ofisi. Sahii amenyamaza, hakuna kitu anafanya. She's not doing anything. Na huyo seneta wetu wamenyamaza, ndi hao watu I think wana clue kabisa. Me I voted for Lee Kinyanjui. Lee Kinyanjui alikuwa anatutengenezea vitu vizuri. Hata tulikuwa tunafurahi anti tukifikiria ati anarudi kututengenezea mabarabara. Nikaona nini bado anasema waamini wamepata nini power. Wajui kuitumia power. Kama nimeona hiyo ya inaitwaje bara what? All president. Wajui kuongelesha watu. They don't know how to speak with people. Wanaongea na microphone. Kama Ruto, Moses Kuria mwenyewe nilimuona jana. Sasa nakaa nashangaa na watu. I ask God why. Njua pia Mungu yuko na reason yake. Alitupatia hao watu. And then another thing, what I see, sio kwa ubaya, but mi nitasema Ruto is teaching Kikuyus a lesson. anawafunza lesson. How can you follow this nini blindly? No, aliambiwa, sio anti wakuambiwa. Uhuru alishinda akiwaimbia. Asola dynasty tawala. Wakapiga makofi, wakaambia Uhuru enda, wakamwambia aende nyumbani. Now I see how the same people are crying in the streets. Raila, Uhuru, tusaidie. Na waliambia Raila wetu waende Bondo. Ona pali Raila sahi yuko. Watu wanasemanga usidharau mtu leo, hujui kesho kutakuwa vipi. Sasa walikuwa na campaign juu ya magari wanatukana baba. Ati yeye ni mtu wa kung'oa reli, yeye ni hajatairi, yeye sijui nini. Tumeitwa majina mingi. Mimi naambia baba asiongee. Anyamaze pali yupo. Hata Uhuru asiongee. Let them learn the hard way. Hata sisi watu wa Azimio wenyewe tuliwaambia wakusikia. Ama walikuwa wamefungwa macho. I'm just asking, sio kwa ubaya. Juu nilisikia uchungu sana. They cannot even respect their elders. Kwanza vile waliongea anaitwa nani Rikiji doesn't respect our former president. Watu waambia hata sitting president heshimu huyu mzee. Which country are we? Ati tunajiita Kenyans. Hata mtu akikuuliza ni Mkenya hata anashangaa. Anakuuliza what is happening? Utamjibu nini? My friends wanaishi huko majuu wananiuliza sasa mimi nashangaa nitawaambia aje. Kwanza Rikiji akishika microphone ni baba. I'm happy the way nani anaitwa nani huyu mtu? Mudavadi alimwambia election iliisha. Aanze kazi. Blaming game. Inaitwa hizi offshores sijui nini. I'm very disappointed with this government tuko nayo sahi. Na vile aliingia alikuwa anasema I'll do like Mwai Kibaki. Watu wa nini wakaanza, watu wa bodaboda na mama mboga. Hatupangwingwi, wakaanza kuimba hatupangwingwi. And then I remember ile wembe ni ule wakadance kutoka Nairobi na Nakuru highway. Ndio hiyo sasa wakule kiburi chao. Itakuwa mafunzo. Before voting they think twice. And then nimesikia uchungu sana nani sijui kama yuko hapa Roda. Amesema kitu ingine mpaka nilikuwa natoa machozi about huyo mzee. Niliona huyo mzee kwa Citizen News. Amekelewa kitu hata hajafanya.
Niko hapa.
Niliona huyo mzee mpaka nikatoa machozi. Seriously aliekelewa kitu hata hajafanya. Nilikuwa na machungu. Na to prepare, there are more to come. Hii government kuna mingi zinakuja. Mimi nasema tuombe tu Mungu. But sioni hao watu wakitoboa. Sioni. Promise tuliimbiwa na Njoo. I don't know where Mr. Njoo went. Mr. Promise after promise. Mimi nitasema ukweli juu bado niko na machungu. Sijaheal. hii government haijielewa hata wanafanya nini kwa government. If they don't know what they are doing, then they should resign. Waende nyumbani, tuende kuvote tena, tuweke wenye wanaweza kutufanyia kazi. They are not serious. Like niliona Moses Kuria aliongelesha yule mama paka nikasikia uchungu. I pity that woman. Asante, nitaachia hapo kwa sasa.
Okay, thank you very much. Ecclesiastes, I think it's chapter 10, verse 16 says, "Woe unto you, O land, if thy king be a child, and that they eat in the morning." Ukipeana mamlaka kwa mtoto atakutesa, atakutumia vibaya. So these people are children and they have been given power. We are in trouble because of that. They don't know what it is to have power. They think having power is loading on the people, other than facilitating the functionality of the country so that there can be advancement. Let's play this video and then somebody else can come in and make their contribution. Let's get this.
Mimi nataka kuanza na kusema hivi. Mimi kwa boda. Mimi nataka kuanza na kusema hivi. Mambo ya term limit. Mambo ya term limit. Ukiona umbo ya mtu inauma mtu, hiyo umbo yako na mwenyewe. Ukiona mbunge Yudiana kuja kwa bunge kuongea ujinga kama huyo ametumwa na Ruto. Na sisi tulijua Ruto atafanya hivi vitu anafanya. Ruto aliongea na Museveni mapema. Akasema naingia Kenya na nitarulu miaka 20. Na sisi tunajua ujanja ya Ruto, tunaijua mzuri. My friend, hatutavumilia tena. Tutaingia kwa barabara. Hata kama tuna chakula tutaingia kwa barabara. Tunaingia kwa barabara. Uwezi ongoza hii Kenya kama Uganda. Hapa si Uganda. Uganda ni wajinga, Kenya kila mtu ni mwerevu. Huwezi tuambia ati watoe time limit, uongoze vile unataka hii Kenya. Kenya, Raila Odinga ni mwenye Kenya. Tunangoja Raila atuambie. Raila akituambia tuende kwa barabara kesho asubuhi saa 12 mimi kwa barabara. Saa hii umeingia kwa uongozi. Saa hii ni miezi 2 inaelekea. Hakuna mabadiliko umeleta. Hakuna mabadiliko ameleta. Hata kuteremsha unga imemshinda. Hata saa hii mimi tangu nizaliwa hii Kenya sijawahi ona watu wakiwa na wanagoma. Nimeshangaa sana. Sasa tunangoja Raila aongee. Hatuwezi vumilia hii Kenya, hatuwezi vumilia. Ruto ametuchukua mjinga na sisi wajinga. Na wale watu walikuwa namba wale Waluya walikuwa wanasema ati Ruto. Wale walikuwa wanasema ati wanaimba Ruto. Juzi nimeona hata Musalia Mudavadi anapiga nduru. Anasema tumechezwa. Alikuwa wapi? Jinga sana. Pumbavu zaidi. Unataka kusema zaidi wanaona ulichezwa? Tulikwambia unachezwa ukusikia. Bwana mimi nataka kuambia Mkenya yote. Tunaumia hii maisha ya Kenya tunaumia. Na hatutakubali Ruto atucheze bila anacheza. Tukienda mambo ya kutoa ati help. Mr. President. Mimi najua wanandi wasomi. Wanandi wanakuanga asubuhi wako kwa mashamba. Hakuna mtu anaenda shule. Watu wanasoma. Watu wanaenda watu wenye wanaenda shule. Tunataka kuambia Machogu. Tunataka kuambia Machogu. Hii Kenya watu wenye wanasoma. Ngoja, hii Kenya watu wenye wanaenda shule, madaktari. walimu, engineers ni Jaluo na Muluya. Sasa Munadi haendi shule. Munadi wote ni wajinga wako nyumbani kwao. Hata kwangi town. Sasa usituambie unatoa help. Sababu wewe unajua kuna Munadi atafaidika na hiyo kitu. Unataka kuumiza Mjaluo na Muluya. Mimi nataka kuambia Wakenya tusilale. Tusilale. Na tusikubali Ruto atutumie kama tishu. Mimi nataka kuambia mzee amekuwa hapa. Mzee amekuwa hapa huyu. Anasema mzee ati UDA. Mzee mwenyewe nimekutana na yeye kwa barabara anaenda town mguu. Na sasa anasema ati Ruto. Hana fare kumpeleka town. Hana unga. Hata mwenyewe amekonda kama ina ng'ombe ya Masai. Na hana chochote na anatuambia Ruto. Sisi hatuwezi kubali Kenya ibadilike. Tulitaka kubadilisha katiba, Ruto akasema haiwezekani. Wanataka vyeo. Sasa hatuwezi kubali hiyo. Sasa next week tunaomba Raila arudi atuambie enda barabarani. Sisi tuende barabara. Tumetoka.
Haya. Baba Tiagas. Mnipe space kidogo.
Songeni nyuma kidogo.
Naomba msonge nyuma kidogo. Naomba msonge nyuma kidogo.
Okay, those are the young people expressing themselves and their sentiments about the latest development on our political front. In my opinion, there is a time bomb that is ticking with every passing minute. I hope the Kenya Kwanza government understands that and can respond appropriately, or else watajua kwamba wajui. Walisema hiyo ni hate speech, but it is going to catch them unawares. It is that important. Okay. Nani huyu atachangia?
Kuna huyu Chaka Mdune.
Chaka huyu tulianza na hii station pamoja, sijui bado yuko. Chaka vipi?
Nitachangia, nipe time. Bernard, tafadhali. It's okay with you?
Yes, Roda umeenda gizani?
Kwa sababu nimechoka. Lakini nitaongea a little bit.
Okay, quickly we bring in the prophet is here.
Yeah, it's very sad what is going on in our country. Kweli tumeteseka sana. Kama mimi, to be honest to you, I've been not feeling well. What happened in elections after elections? Kama sisi wa Kikuyu tumepingwa sana. Kama mimi nimepigwa kwa sababu vile vitu zilifanyika. I was already expecting. I knew that. So it's something I was waiting. And I used to tell even my friends here as well, but I didn't want to listen. Vile Margaret amesema tupagwingwi. Hiyo ndio jina ilikuwa inaitwa tupagwingwi sisi. Unajua vipi Wakikuyu walisema ati sisi tutaki wa China wakuje Kenya. Unajua wa China wamejenga barabara Kenya. Nawaambia nyinyi you are very stupid Kikuyus. Instead of you get happy when Chinese they are coming to bring the development. Kwa sababu wa Chinese walikuwa wanatusaidia kujenga mabarabara. Unaona, na si China si kutu Kenya, hata ukienda Nigeria wameitikiwa kuwajengea mabarabara. I was not against with Chinese people, but most of the Kikuyu tribes they were against. That's why they were saying we pagwigwi. Sahi nakwambia Bernard wanalia, they feel ashamed. Hata marafiki wangu they don't talk with me. Wanalia wanasema oi, I wish I knew. There is one old in my language there is every proverb word. We always say nariko no way new major. They are crying, they feel sad because the way they were expecting it's not the same. Unajua mimi nabianga watu. The Bible says my people the loss of the knowledge. They know that that something I know with my tribes Kikuyu. Yani they don't have feelings. Walikuwa wamedanganywa na huyo Ruto. Akawadanganya. na pesa kanisa. Alimfanya kifuga macho, na mimi nilikuwa na hilo vitu. Mimi nilikuwa naongea mpaka na mamangu, namwambia tafadhali mami, nilikuwa nalia nikiambia mamangu, anambia wacha na siasa. Sai wanalia wanasema woi narikone tuoe, there is one proxy narikode hemugiku. That proverb word, we used to say that in my language. Nariko nowe ja nyume. Tudukone tuoe tutigire haha turi. Nondu worimu na mbia na kwenyerera na kurega kwiyenda. Ndanarira ngari na maithori ngamwira thiini muvutire Raila. Nimuronie mwana ucio witu ria thukite ngina uthio. Ndwakirwo niwe ngina agakura. Wira hanaga kamwana. Mwicokire muno ruri rwa Ugikuyu. Mwicokire muno mukarega guthii guvotira guru Raila ni wiru na mundu nono ra afagite unago yagia mwana ucio witu mwicokire muno mwicokire tuiraga ati tutishiraga utuku ikumira gutushiraga utuku niguo mwonekaga muri ogi ta mwakigire andu aitu mwathi mukathaganywo ni mundu ni uyu aba tubangire afagite ni egure gutubangira aigite ni kunone gutinda mwana witu ni mundu ni urahura cenjetie andu aitu ma wige atuigwirira tha tugubatara tha nyingi muno njigua ndina kihangoro ndona Uhuru ria ndiramuonaga mundu ahetwo gitio thi ngima thaici ni muonira cenjetie ngina gukura tondu aheirwo ritagi twaro Isabeli mundu wina mucii mwega hau hakuina State House mundu atigire indo ciake ni baba wao mucoke muheneneke mwitikagira kuheneka ni undu wake na mundu ni uyu uramubangire mukabit na makanitha kumukihagwo mbia na ni uyu uramubangire urece ndo uyu ni tuonaga no tutinda ni tuonaga na tukamona mutiraigwa thaici ni ndo matinjaragiria ni guconoka ni mwicokere muno andu aitu rekeni twicokerere mwathani reke tunyite mwana ucio witu ni mwana witu mwana wene ndateagwo tumunyite bio na tutikamurekererie turugame nake uria guhana turugame nake na tumusupport agi celebrate birthday tuka celebrate nake nigetha tukonia ndurire cingi ni tumwendete nuguo ngwendaga kuga asante sana.
Okay, thank you, Rhoda. There is somebody asking for translation. I will request Stony PK when he arrives on his stand to help us break that down. But I'm glad for the conversation. Thank you so much. I'm happy that your night school has come. As day scholars need to go home now. And therefore, we're going to leave you in the hands of your night professors. Just want to...
Kaa hapo wewe, wacha siasa.
Oh.
No, Bernard needs to go address the Mato.
Iki kitu uliniona nimeketi hapo kuanzia saa ngapi?
Bernard, usikubali kufungwa, You can live at your pleasure.
Kwa dawa. I just want to remind us of the 3 prayers I prayed today to all our audience and all the Mtembei TV family. There are 3 things that I was talking about. Number 1, our sister Pamela Ofula, the daughter to Anne Ofula. Those of you are old school, you know Anne Ofula. She used to be an anchor on KBC. Has a challenge with the father's health, who is on dialysis, and they have depleted all their family savings trying to keep the dialysis process, so she needs help. And therefore, we are appealing to all our Mtembei family to come in handy and send their contribution to help her out. Please don't forget that. I'll be sharing her number. Don't abuse the number when you receive it. Just send the money and she will account. So she's informing me of how much she's receiving, who has sent, and then we'll be giving you that information. That is prayer number 1. Prayer number 2, there is my new channel that I'm launching out. which is going to be strictly for interviews with the leaders and key leaders within our society and without. And we'll be playing or whatever, posting there those interviews. And so I want us to subscribe uko kwa fujo, okay? We want to get to 1,000 subscribers by Sunday, and then we'll be working on the 4,000 hours so that we get monetized in the next 14 days, which I believe is workable and doable. So nataka mnisaidie. Kama uja subscribe, enda usubscribe. Na ukisha subscribe, enda unitafutie watu 10 chini yako wa subscribe now, ili tumalize hiyo maneno na tusonge mbele. So all of you that love our talk shows, we're going to take it on another level, and we want to have an exclusive channel for that so that we don't mix. Here we do a lot. There is this show, there are this other live broadcast, so we get lost in the course. But we want to have an exclusive channel that is dedicated to the talk shows that we are discussing matters. I have appointment to interview wabunge hawa na wasomea hapa, na I'm going to get an opportunity kukaa nao hapo waniambie nini wanafanya, kwa nini wanakaa wakati mambo inaharibika. Thank you very much. Swala la tatu, nilikuwa tu najitangaza vizuri ili tuelewane, okay? Mimi sio mfanyikazi wa Mtembei TV. Sijaajiriwa na Mtembei TV. I don't have a contract with Mtembei TV. Naambiwa kuna watu wameanza kueneza uvumi mimi ndio CEO sijui nini. Hiyo mambo yote mimi sina habari tafadhali. Kwa hivyo tujiheshimu, tufanye yale ambayo tunapaswa kufanya. The reason why I'm seated on this chair is because I saw an opportunity here and I believe I could make a difference. So I stepped into the space and I've made my difference. I believe the 10 plus months I've been on this desk, it has brought some light somewhere, and some people have gotten some understanding somewhere. And so let's not mix the two things. The management of Mtembei TV, their employees, and other matters concerning the management of the entire channel and TV, it's under the CEO and the other structures. I'm just a volunteer here, and that is all. So tusichichanganye tukaanza kueneza uvumi ambao haupo. Sawa sawa. Na sijapokea mshahara hata siku moja. Kwa hivyo kama wewe ndio umeshikilia mshahara wangu, achilia. Askofu wako hapa, nabii ako hapa. Nataka aombe hiyo ombi, wale watu wameshikilia mshahara yangu waachilie. And one thing about me is that I don't work for salary. I've never worked. Okay, I worked after high school. I worked for about 3 years. That's when I was salaried. After that, even in church, I'm not salaried. Okay, I'm not salaried. I'm an assistant pastor. I do everything, and I'm not on a payroll. Hakuna pay as you earn, pay as you eat, pay as you go. I work with my hands. I labor to keep myself going. And so tusichanganye mambo, tukaribu mambo mazuri kwa sababu ya masuala ambayo hayaeleweki. Tuko pamoja? Yeah, I'm not a signatory to Mtembei TV. I don't pay people salaries and I'm not salaried. Hiyo nataka ikuwe clear. Sawa sawa. Haya, Nabii, why were you detaining me for?
I have to detain you because you've been running away nowadays. Umejua masaa yangu nikikaribia tu kufika unachomoka ati now I gotta go. Unaanza nitafutie sijui Francis sijui nini. Kaa hapa nikuchome. Wewe nani alichukua mshahara yako bwana? Wewe sasa umeanza kutupigia hapa sijui nini. Umekata mshahara ya unabii. Tunatuma mshahara na utaki.
Wewe ndio
Wewe
dictator.
vipi?
Wewe ni kama Ruto wewe acha. Wewe ni kama Ruto.
Sasa wewe nani amekupatia tobi ya kuongea?
Unasema mshahara.
No, mtumishi.
Nitakupatia definition ya mshahara.
No, mtumishi tunakupenda sana, and I need people to understand that Bernard actually really does this out of his own heart. And the reason that this channel has grown here, it will never have grown without Bernard. He's the person that actually sits, and some of us that actually sit out here, you see, like for me here, I think it's about I just got off work. Bernard has been there. Ukimuuliza time yake nyumbani saizi, it's almost past midnight, if not past midnight, because if I add my 8 hours, this is the man that has made this channel work. And we have been here for a long time. We really need to listen to what Bernard says, because I listen to what he says because he's sacrificed a lot, not just the channel, but especially this forum right here, where he gives everyone a chance to have a discussion where you cannot have a discussion in. So Bernard, for me, I'll give that. And I really, kutoka kule tumetoana, the times that we came here, nilikuja tu, I just stumbled into this channel. Like you said earlier, you also stumbled into it. I appreciate your time every time. And by the time ile to school chukua ka off, vitu zilienda mrama. Hata channel hatukuwa tajua kama tutakuwa nayo ama tutakuwa. But when you came back, we are here. So we do appreciate your work. For Lynette, we will do what we have to do. We have it. For your channel, tumefanya. But Bernard, we do appreciate. Now, yes, that's what I wanted to say on a serious note. Now, on a very funny note, Bernard, the reason nilikuwa nakuweka hapa na nimekushika. Bernard, unataka niende wapi? Unajua? Si mwache tulipe rent bwana. Mwache tulipe taxes. Si tulisema mukiweka mafuta 500 ongeza ya 30 ya kutoa. Wachaneni na sisi. Chezeni kama nyinyi, si tutalipa sawa, weka mafuta 530. Wewe ambia Gachagua ende akatupikie chochote. Iko nini bwana? Omera yawa. Kuna wakamba sisi tulijua tusini kama Wajaluo, tuko na kiburi. Tutalipa.
Sasa shamba ya East Africa Portland nini mama nani amesema si ya tena Portland. Na Moses Kuria anasema ni ya Portland. Hii sasa ndio kuachilia kila kitu iende.
Wewe wachana na Moses Kuria, sisi tunajua kudeal na yeye. Wachana na ile kapeta likanyaga ikamchoma miguu. Sisi tutamtumia nyuki. Na tushatuma, by the way, atuombi, ziko kwa njia, ziko pale hivyo makutano ya Machakos zikiendelea, ziko kwa njia. Pana sumbua sisi bwana.
Hapo nimesarenda. Mimi nilikuwa siku ile nyuki zilikuja.
Carpet ni kitu kidogo sana.
Wacha niweke mkono
hiyo atachoma miguu peke yake. Wacha tutumie mtu nyuki. Pana kuja kuchukua land ya unajua kina nani unasumbua. Anyways, on a serious note, you know, Bernard, the thing is that what I've always said, and I've always said something that is called a mafia economy and a mafia thing. Once you get a mafia, you get mafiosis on the side. What really is happening here, but I'm so happy because this is zile siku tulikuwa tunaendaga uko, you know, Sabasaba and you know, we had the enjoyers to help us to go mtu anachapo huko and then mnaenda kujificha Holy Family Basilica, you know. Nowadays we don't have to hide. Wakitaka kuiwani kujia hapa kwa nyumba yangu tujue venye watadili na serikali ingine pia, you know. So nowadays we have, and this group, and that's, I mean, this forum is where I love it, because we have people who can say, ladies and gentlemen, if your country is not going the right way, you have the right to say your country is not going the right way. Bernard, I think you had left yesterday, and a friend of ours that is here, he's not here right now, but always is here, was saying that let's be careful, and he brought up a thing of 1929. You know, 1929, people don't talk about it. Why? because all over the world you don't talk about the Holocaust. Marjorie Taylor Greene, a person that is in Congress today, the moment she said that, she had to travel all the way to go to Germany and apologize to the Jews because of the Holocaust. Those are not things that you come here and try to talk about. Kenya, it's not even close to Mau Mau. It's not even close to what Idi Amin did. And I want people to understand that Idi Amin actually died in a different country, that it was not even his own country alone. And Idi Amin was way more powerful than Moi, not even Ruto. If the Kenyan people decide the constitution is out, we don't care about the constitution, everything will go out. Ask Somalia. I heard somebody also try to come and demystify and try to talk about Bernard, because I wanted you to hear this. People, someone here was coming here talking, trying to give that, an analogy of, Black Hawk Down. First of all, you give that Black Hawk Down, you don't even understand what Black Hawk is before you say down. Black Hawk is a type of an helicopter that is used a lot in military, high military things. So when you talk about Black Hawk Down, it was one flight that iliangushwa. You come and try to put that to Kenya. And this is the point that I will even come to a point of saying that, Bernard, I respect one president that was called Moi, but I never liked him. That man kept our country nicely. It was a national cake, yes. You would find him, there's pictures and there's videos, and I hope you can play to people. Watu wa Kimba, the same, unfortunately, the same songs that were sung when this IEBC guy was going to give Ruto his certificate, botched, which is not even signed, sitting right next to the candidate. The same songs that was sung were sung while Moi was throwing, akichukua mawe hivi, president mzima anatupa kwa Gabion to do what? To stop soil erosion in our country. A whole president. I know you can get those. You can get those videos. I think they were singing the same songs. Zilikuwa zinaimbwa pale. Well, Ledamo Lekina na gonge woko jua na teremshwa nini because they want. Can we do it right? Saiyo 4 electoral people wanakile side ingine. You have a majority saying this is not right, and then one person does it. Really? Kenyans, you didn't think there was going to be a problem? And Benadia Nimtumishi will tell you, everything done in the dark will always come to the light. It's there. It's a matter of time. It might take 2 years, 3 years, or even 7 years. But everything that was done in the dark shall always come to the light. And when you're walking around carrying a whole country and people, and you cannot even account of numerously times here ask people, where was Ruto's votes? They won't tell you. They will stick on Rift Valley and Central. And they're not even sure about the Central, and they're not even sure about the whole Rift Valley, because we have people like Ipia who will tell you that, sijui yo kama ni ukweli. Where else? And that's the reason we are having, because people are not. We went through a hard time in 2007, 2008, and we killed each other. No one is willing to go through that. And there's 9 ways of killing a cat. Wacha wafanye vitu zao. wacheni tulipe taxes. Sisi ndo nani Kuria anatuambia hapa hivi tubomoe kule tunabomoa. Ni nini shida yenyu watu wa Azimio tukibomolewa vitu zetu? What's your problem? Shida yenyu ni nini? Mnatuambia venye sisi watu wa UDA sisi tuko sawa bwana. Sisi wacha tugongwe kule tunagongwa, tutakula kwa kale kakibanda. Sisi tuko sawa. Sisi hatukusema chochote. Sasa mnatusumbulia nini na mashida zetu? Simshughulike na shida zenyu wajameni, if you understand what I said. Thank you brother.
Wewe jamaneni, unajua watu wa vipanda wamepanga foleni katika Huduma Center, wanaandikisha kipanda.
Actually, badeni kuulize Bernard,
utakuwa unatembea nacho. Sasa unaandikishaje mtu akanjo?
Bernard, wacha nikuulize swali ya mwisho ndio nipotee. Nitapotea, niko hapa nitaongea nao ukipotea. Sasa mimi mnataka okay, sawa. Mimi nimebeba zile mitumba zangu hapa ama hoka. Nafaa kuandikisha kona gani? Ya hapa Ludhuli ama nikimbie Kenya Cinema ama ni gani, na sijui kule nitakuwa kesho. Unataka niandikishe nini?
Kwanza acha niulize wewe swali. Ushakuwa town wakati hawkers wanauza tuseme wanauza success cards, alafu kuna kunyesha, then all the success cards turn into umbrella. So kama umeregister as a hawker of success cards and then you begin to hawk umbrellas, which of these tax are you going to pay and which one you will not pay? God have mercy on our country. Keep real.
Pana Martin hapo umegonga vibaya sana. A bit annoyed with that, Martin. You can't say that. You know, we live abroad, and you can't say that living in a comfortable house. I can see you have a beautiful house, but you can't say that we can ignore them infringing taxes on our fellow Kenyans. I had the same theory a few weeks ago, and I was with Bernard. Then you realize that other than the UDA people, Watuetu are also suffering. So you have friends and family that is suffering. So I really want, instead of saying that let UDA sleep in the bed, that they made the bed, they sleep in it. The unfortunate thing is, as a country, a husband and wife, you kitanda tunaenda kulala now. So if the husband suffers, the wife suffers. So those are our partners, you know. The UDA people are our partners. We don't like them. We would like to divorce them, but we can't. So in actual sense, I would like to say, wakikuja kuitisha advice from my grandfather, as the wife of the family, akuja kuitisha advice from my father, ndasema no. This is our marriage between us as the people. So Raila should keep quiet about it, but us as the people should not allow them to tax us. I'm sorry. I cannot allow somebody in Mombasa, somebody in Kisii, somebody in Uganda that did not vote for this government to suffer for those taxes. It's unfair. So we should not stop shouting about it, because till I understood the fact that when I talk about taxes, I talked about it from a European point of view, like how Europe taxes people. So ukisikia pa Bernard anasema Mama Mboga gets taxed, I'm like, how? They don't know. They said no, licenses are a form of tax. Kutoa mboga kutoka gari anapatiwa tax. Ikifika hapo ndani anapatiwa license ya mbao. Kuuza kuna tax. Kanjo anakuja. I'm telling you. So you want to add on top of that lady's tax because you want to punish the Ruto, that government. I cannot even mention that guy's name. You want to punish that government. You can't. Us as a people, we should fight. we see some infringements, we should talk about it, we should discuss it. If you have a less and sharp kid in the family, it's huwezi tupa mtoto, ni mtoto wako. You know, you have the bright one that is doing very well, which is Azimio. Lakini ile jinga lazima umchukue special school, uongee wende PTA, hii ni mtoto mkorofi sana. But you know, you still don't throw them away. And this is why this channel is still alive. It's the re-education of people, making sure that they understand that the decisions they made are not the best. And another thing is, don't, you know, sometimes changing a person's mind, the more you call them stupid, the more they have it in their mind, they become more and more stubborn.
Kipu bwana kidogo, muachilie Bernard bwana. Wacha Bernard.
Oh no, sorry. No, nilikuwa nimeachilia Bernard. Pole Bernard. Nilikuwa tu nataka kuribat Mato. That was it. Bernard, sikuwa nataka kukuweka. Nilikuwa nishakusalamia. I know it's about, hey, it's 4 o'clock in the morning. Wenda lala bana mzee.
4 o'clock in the morning. Thank you, everyone. Please, let's keep doing what is right. But Kenya must recover. We cannot leave it in the hands of bad leaders. Hata kama wamelipia mapema, tutawarudishia pesa yao ama tutachukua malipo yetu for our disturbance as they fine. Thank you very much. Stony PK, wewe utaongea kichungaji baada. Asante laki. So that means Kipril, you have construction power. I mean,
no, I no
administrative
longer.
power.
No. I don't. After the
if you don't have administrative power, are you going to find Francis?
That's a problem. You've done that on our chat group, and nobody seems to.
I can't. If I leave you people here, you're going to leave this Nini running without it ending.
Yeah.
So promise me you'll get Francis to close the Nini, ama mtaniamsha nizime.
Kwa sababu mimi nitatoka sahi, but unajua sasa
naona Julia ni kama ana comment. Julia atakuja kufunga.
Please, thank you. Find Julia, she will end the broadcast.
Alafu tutaongea mambo ya mimi kurudi kwa hii hiyo committee.
Thank you. You are all blessed. Asante.
Good night. So anyway, Mato, my dear brother, you cannot say that. If this UDA government wants to ask, I don't even know if I should call it a government because I'm still not at peace at that. They cannot ask Raila for help. So let's say Mataki handshake. We don't want. So unless they ask that lady behind, or the gentleman that we call our dear President Raila for help, that's when I object. But other than that, we should also protect our brothers and sisters, whether we're happy or not with the decisions they have made in the election. I don't think we should be that rough on them, because the more we push, the more divided we are as a country, and that is not what we want. Sometimes there are certain luxuries that you would entail to them in the past. Certain, help you'd give them out of the nature of your heart. But in cases of fighting for their rights, I think you should still fight for them, because they're still family. Kenya, we are a family. We're one big family, and we should protect one another. But in terms of favors, I will never give somebody in UDA a favor. Anybody who voted for UDA, I cannot give them a favor. I cannot give them the luxury for the time for a favor or the time to discuss anything other than how do I help you out of the fix you've put both of us in. Then we can talk. Because the streets are getting a bit rough right now at home. The youth are getting restless.
I think Stone Pikio nakumbuka zile siku za carjacking panda zamani, siku za before Kibaki. Yeah. So that is where we're heading in Kenya. You know, you see Brazilian kids doing that right now in Rio de Janeiro, where you see a moped, which is a small motorcycle. We see two kids in it just move fast because those are hungry youths. So we shouldn't want to punish these people, because punishing them punish us. We should punish the guys at the top. Yeah? Those are the guys we should talk about.
Okay, can I retaliate a little bit kidogo tu? Alafu unajua
nishamaliza kwanza, so you can
okay, sawa, kabla Stone PK yakuje. Hawa watu wa UDA history ati tunasema ati we should be friendly to them na nini. Let me tell you, these guys will never understand. Even if we have another election now, they will take us in the same quagmire. The worst we can do is to try to be friendly to these people, thinking that we can change their mentality. No. Me, what I would say or I would propose is, let's put our eyes on the pin, the goals we want. Let these guys, the UDA guys, whoever they are, let them continue with their mentality. The few group which might ever think that they might cross over to other, because we are already the majority. We are not a minority. That minority illusion they are creating in Kenya, that sisi ni wachache, it's an illusion so that they can govern the way they want. The truth of the matter is, Azimio was having the biggest support in Kenya, and that thing has not changed, because these people, they have not reached a level whereby we have seen any migration of Azimio people to Kenya Kwanza. They have not reached that level. Wale watu wamehama ni wale watu wako na matumbo kubwa, ma MP. But I can tell you, watu wa Azimio wako intact. If we still did an election today, I can tell you 99% of Azimio people will still vote Azimio. Actually, hiyo pande yao itakuwa na nini. So what I'm saying is,
No, you misquoted me. You misquoted me. I said, do not wish those people bad, because wishing them bad is wishing us bad. That's what I meant.
No, we should wish them bad. We should wish them bad. So serikali walichagua wakitaka.
Sasa hao wakiumia na taxation, si hata sisi tunaumia na taxation. Why should we want that?
At least for us, we can save ourselves. Tunaweza itisha maandamano, we can do whatever we want if things come onto our direction. But there's no way in which you can tell me niende nikaandamane na mtu ya Hustler Nation, somebody who created problems for me, niende nikaandamane na ye. I cannot do that thing.
Doesn't that mean that they've changed their mind? Wakikuja andamana na sisi. Wakikuja, no, hold on. Mtu wa UDA akikuja kuandamana na wewe because ameona huyu mtu anatufinya. You've come together.
My friend, these people never learn.
No.
These people never learn.
Think about being the bitterness. You're being bitter here. Mtu wa UDA a change his mind. Aseme wametufinya. Won't you walk in the same path with that person? That is being petty. Because if the person of UDA ali vote evil, yeah, in the last election, no, wait, he voted there out of stupidity, what me and you class as stupidity, then changes his mind because of harsh life. Won't you match with that person? Isn't that called being a Kenyan? You have to walk with him.
The idea here is not about voting. The idea here is not about voting. UDA is not in government because of voting. UDA is in government because of cheating.
So, cheating. Okay.
This illusion that we don't need them. They are already a minority. And
but it doesn't matter.
They designed the miseries we have. They designed the miseries we have. Waende na mashinde yao huko. All we want is a clear election. I can tell you, with a clear election, Baba had to win this election. So this idea tunasema lazima watu wa UDA close over to our side, that is the things which I think they will continue keeping misery.
Forget about the politicians. I'm not talking about the politicians. I'm talking about the wananchi. I'm talking about the wananchi in Jeru. You'll never change your mind about forgiving your brother and sister.
Hapana, wacha watu wa UDA waumie bwana. Hao acha waumie bwana. Hata I wish hata wasote watolewe kwa manyumba, bad things to happen to them.
Kuwa na utu bana.
No, you see this idea of having too much mercy on people. That is what next time they will still now bring a bad dictator than the one they gave us. So watu wacha kuwahurumia. In fact, they are being mistreated by their own people. Why should we be talking to Moses Kuria, who was talking to the who was
forget about Moses Kuria? Forget about Moses Kuria. Mimi nasema
no, wacha waumize bwana. Wacha waumize.
Okay, we'll continue. Wacha Stone Pika ingia kidogo bwana. We'll lock horns up. Mimi nataka watu wakue pamoja.
We keep unaogopa kwa sababu tukifanya secession uko kwa map different na ya Kenya.
Unajua kulikuwa na tribe ingine inaitwa Kipchieng hapo Wajaluo, na there was a Luo Kalenjin tribe huko juu kidogo, so hata mimi naweza enda huko na nitakubaliwa. Stone ingia.
Oh, thank you. Ni nani ndio ameshika usukani ama ni self proclaimed?
Ama ni mimi tukua na kipu pale.
Okay, thank you bwana Njiro. Kenya all the time. Bro keep na kuona hapo. Wewe sasa tunataka kufanya uwe pastor. Usikavaa ile taasisi nani. You will assist Bernard. Although Bernard we have converted him into who we are supposed to be having in Kenya. Ameshika laini mzuri sana. That's why actually I've come back here. Because now the channel is discussing what we are supposed to be discussing. I always complained that we were doing tete-a-tete ile past time. Ile mkiwa mmeshiba. Woto viamba kikwetu tunazamanga kurukaruka kwa sababu umeshiba. That is what Mtembei has been doing. But now they've realized we have to get serious. And before I continue, let me greet Achola, Mary Wainaina as well, Margaret, na brother Mato hapo. Good to see you guys. Now, straight to my point. Number one, sometimes it's good to really call a spade a spade. It's the high time Kenyans we actually agreed and looked at ourselves inwardly. Number one, we are pretenders. That we deny that fact. We all pretend. There is nothing called Kenya. Nchi yetu hakuna upendo. That's a pretend. Ni upuzi tu, ni ujinga tuko nayo. That you can take it to any bank according to Stone PK. Hakuna undugu katika nchi ya Kenya. Nchi ya Kenya is one of the worst tribalist country in Africa. Take that to the bank. We just pretend. You know, we pretend, and I can enumerate up to 150 things that tell us we are not a country. People talk of a nation. We've never been a nation. Nchi yetu ijawahi kuwa nation. How can you build a nation when you don't have Kenyans cannot be allowed to elect proper leaders? I always give the smallest example. Down in the village, when you are electing chairman wa dam ama chairman wa ile inaitwa Ndohori, that committee ya maji pale
ya Munanda ama
committee ya Munanda. Yes, when you are electing that committee, that's where you begin to see leadership, and that is where you see and feel integrity. Na ni pesa kidogo hapo huwa inachangwa. Au wananchi wa hiyo village, they elect democratically. Mtu mwizi hawezi kutoa uongozi. Why? Because they do it ukweli. Mato kwenye village wanajua kama wewe ni gondi. Wanajua Mato hatuwezi mpatia mahali doziko. Kwetu the same. Ukienda kwetu kwa village, useme sasa hapa tunatafuta committee member wa hii primary school. Wanakwambia Stone PK ni mkora, hata anakuaga na watoto wa shule. These villagers know. Atakwambia huyu hatuwezi trust na wasichana wetu, hata walimu watakula wote. I'll use that language ndio tuelewane kabisa. So basically, if we allow mwananchi a decide, then you can talk of building brotherhood, you're building a nation, you're building a country. I mean a country first and then a nation that can prosper. Style moja ile ijawahi onekana. We are 59 years old as a country, or as that thing called Kenya. Look at where we are, and we cheat ourselves here. Oh, tuko mbele sana. Who do we compare ourselves with? Uganda? Togo? Why don't we compare ourselves with US? Wajinga sisi. Oh, ukiongea juu ya US unaambia leave that alone. That is 400 year economy. Bullshit, man. Sorry to use that language. Why don't you want to compare yourself with an excellent center of excellence? Kama wanaendesha Escalade, mbona hata wewe usiseme Kenya tutaendesha Escalade? Why do we start with Volkswagen? Najua kipu utacheka nikimention Volkswagen. I mean, why do we really demean ourselves so much so that we are the best in Africa? Best in Africa mkafanya nini? Best in Africa when you have Ruto storming into bombers of Kenya and pronouncing himself the president of a country. And then here we have people discussing and saying, I thank you, Kenyan all the time you are correcting. Wakenya wanazungumza ati President Ruto, wale alichaguliwa. Who voted for Ruto? Kenyans have accepted that Ruto won. This is what pains me. This is what makes me cry. When did imegeukaje ikakuwa sasa President Ruto, please accept and move on? Hiyo hata ukiomba Mungu gani, no God will help. God does not help fools. And Kenyans, we have tumefika ile king, ile kelele cha ujinga na upumbavu. God has deserted us. You can pretend you are religious, hakuna majibu Mungu atawapatia ya upumbavu. Muliimba mkasema si ushawi. Walikuwa wanaimba nini? Ni maobi. Hiyo maobi waliomba iwasaidie saa hii. I support Njiro. I want Kenyans to suffer for them to learn. Mtoto akilia wembe ikimkata ndiye atajua, akiona anaiangalia anaruka. Kenyans, we've never suffered. We talk of Mau Mau. Those who salvaged us as Mau Mau, they are dead. And look at how we mistreated them. We treated them as garbage. Treat kama garbage. Who respects those old people? You just look at them as if they are nothing. Ni watu ambao hawana maisha, ni watu bure kabisa. Yet we are supposed to respect them for having brought Kenya to where it is. So we don't know how to honor heroes. We don't know how to honor integrity. So we need to go into that shida hiyo, that pot ya kusaga meno na kulia. Hiyo kilio inatakikana labda hata miaka kama 10. So that at least watu wakitajiwa kwamba fulani anachukua ukubwa na nguvu, people watamwagika kwa street kama Sri Lanka. Now the mistake that we have done, it's not God who will save us from it. Ruto si alichukua usukani na nguvu, kura zetu zikakataa kuhesabiwa correctly. It is us, and that's why I'm supporting that clip that Bernard showed earlier. Ya wale vijana huko Jakarta and everywhere. I'm so happy that that is happening. For us here, we are just passing time. But the truth, the action is on the ground. Vijana wamechoka na wamekasirika, and that is what, if we are asked to fund and support that, that is what we are going to support, because that is what will bring the change. And the only change is to send Ruto home. It is to send Ruto home. There are no 2 words or 2 phrases. Tuache diplomacy. What we need is a coup, civilian coup, army coup, whatever kind of coup it is. And I'm saying this without really caring what anybody thinks. Because if that guy at Jacaranda can sacrifice that much, who am I as Stone Picket to come here and pretend that ninaogopa damu isimwagike sijui nini? These are all pretense. Damu lazima imwagike anyway. Jesus alimwaga damu ndio tuweze kufanya hivi. You cannot sit behind your desk na kalamu na karatasi. Ruto knew that he president, he has to use force. And that's why he was ready down with Mwagiri pale Bomas. What he did, if there was a counter, of course, a few people would have died. And that would have been okay. It doesn't matter who would have died, but it would have prevented. Today, we would not be talking of Ruto as the president. We would be talking of Ruto going to court to complain, and Kenya, 50 million people will have been saved. Now, what are we talking about? We are talking of 50 million people at the risk of poverty and disintegration in the name of peace. Ati hatukutaka UN sijui na nani waone Raila ni mbaya. Look at what we have. Ali grab. So we will shed more blood and sweat to correct the biggest mistake that we did at the spur of the moment. I still say we should have stormed Bomas that time, hapo kieleweke hapo. But because we made that mistake, then mwananchi, you have to regroup. Mwananchi, usitegemea pia hao watu wengine. Mwananchi, regroup yourselves. Yo kila mahali, gun yourself, make the 1 million people, then walk, take over State House, take over everything. I mean, it has to happen. Sri Lanka imefanyika, sasa they are correcting. Mambo ya kusema sijui baba akuja asaidie. How will baba help? Baba cannot help.
Stone, you're not getting my point. Stone, you're not getting my point. My point is, I still know that the presidency of Kenya is a vacant seat for me right now. We don't have a president in Kenya. That's my point. We don't have a president in Kenya. We don't even have a parliament. I'm just saying that hasla kisafa sisi tunasafa. There are people down in the ground like Bernard who are suffering. I don't want Bernard to suffer.
Okay, I agree with you.
That's my point.
But let's not allow that space. Tunangoja nini ndio watu wasafe? We should act now. Let's trigger it. Let's save them by throwing away Ruto and having a legitimate government. That's what we should be debating. That's what we should be pushing. Tusingojea tu watu wa UDA waokoke wakuje upande yetu. I would say like Njiru, we don't need them. Wherever they want to stay. What we want is now install a president that will take care of that country. UDA ukitaka
in fact, Stone PK, UDA will be a confuser, will bring confusing energy to our direction. I cannot combine with them. Hao watu watakusema ati wale watu wa UDA who have been agreed by the government will combine with them. Those people will come to spoil our movement. I don't need them. If they were unable to make a decision na waliambiwa and they knew this guy has no character na wakampigia kura wakwende huko.
Yeah, they'll join the train when they want to join. Yeah. Lastly, nikimalizia wacha niseme hivi. People walikuwa wanatuambia give Ruto time. As in Azimio, I was so disappointed that we had people going at the MP wamechaguliwa wanaenda kuwa sworn in and all that. How do you go to dine na Bweha? Why did Azimio, for heaven's sake, accept to be in this BS government? Wouldn't it have been a statement if they all had said they don't need to be in that government? They fought, yani watoke kabisa. No, they couldn't because of Tumbo. That is what now would have overthrown Ruto from day one. Because it would have mean wafanye election ingine, which we would not have allowed. And there we are. Ruto would have gone home whether he liked it or not. But the MP is going there, and you are going as opposition. Yet you know very well you are not the opposition. That's why I say Kenyans, we are boo. BS. Si wajinga tumbo tu tunajidai. How can I go and sit in a parliament na wolves? What debate are they going to have in that parliament? Look at the PS, the CSs. Azimio team were there. Some of them even asking questions. Why do you sit in that? Don't they have really conscience? No, we have a serious problem. Atunakaa chini, you are interviewing a garbage. You even become garbage. Azimio, very, very high profile people seated in committees, interviewing garbage.
Hapo Stone PK niko na wewe kabisa. Hata mimi hiyo kitu nimeiesema hapa. The day when Azimio walianzia kuinterview watu kama Aisha Mwajuma, and some funny characters hapo, tunaketi hapo. Then also Azimio, watu wetu, they are also giving they are now taking they even allowed these guys to be the majority simply because there was no revolt, there was nothing. They saw how these guys orchestrated issues. We are not serious. So ndio nasema we have now mixed with the frog, and the frog is busy confusing us and buying legitimacy, sababu ukiona Ruto had a calculated move alianzia from the election time. Okay, let me begin by capturing IBC, wanipe certificate. From there, let me begin by buying some few Azimio guys. So you can see it was a map. It was a map which was flowing. And our Azimio people were just like looking at it and giving this guy legitimacy. It was wrong. And that's why I'm saying there's no way in which we can correct the problems we are having in Kenya. If our Azimio team is too slick, we are too slick in terms of...
Njiru, let me ask you a question. I want to ask you a question. The committee, the vetting committee, how many people did it reject?
Nothing. Who did they reject?
No, it rejected 3.
Who?
It rejected Aisha Juma was one of them. I think he rejected. I think it was 3 that he rejected.
Ilikuwa kujifanya.
No, I'm going somewhere. Okay, I'm going somewhere. Once it rejected, the ones that were rejected, Linturi was a part of the rejectee, and I think there was another one. So, I can't remember. Nitakwambia tu saizi. But now, let me ask you guys, why do we have committees if we can go reject and then we come back to the parliament, and then at the time of the parliament, now we still give a go-ahead of the 3 that have been rejected by the committee? So, in all essence, hiyo pesa yote yenye tuliwapatia sitting allowance to go do all that, for them to reject, nimesema wawili, so let me stay with wawili, but I know there are 3. Why would a committee go sit down for days purporting to be interviewing them, and then you come to parliament and still give them that what it was? So why should they not just, let's just forfeit the committee, spares the trouble of listening to committee and questions that don't make any sense, questions that tell us how much you are worth. It's doing 19 million, 14 million. I think the cheapest is like what? I don't know how many million is worth. It's a millionaire, millionaire, whatever club. And then after that, we reject even 2, 3 in that committee, and then you come to parliament and pass all of them, including people with murder cases. Seriously, yenyewe wa Kenya, for real.
1 minute,
what are we doing?
I wanted to respond to unaona, Ruto is very clever, na ndio anakuja na hii fole. He is coming with this idea ati Azimio, you need to do oversight. It's a trap he is putting to us. Every time anatuambia, you see, when somebody is telling you, he is even defining our own work. The moment anakuambia you should do oversight, he is guiding you, and he is trying to ask for legitimacy. I'm telling you, Azimio is falling down the drain. Azimio yenyewe ndio imepea Ruto legitimacy, and that is why personally I feel very aggrieved. Ruto had no capacity to assemble anything, but Azimio gave him everything he needed.
So can I finish, Njiru? Yeah. Thank you for the rejoinder, and thank you, Matu, for that. You actually have brought a very important point, and that is what, as I said, people are here discussing. Kenyans are, it's business as usual. Committees are meeting. People are being paid. So you ask yourself, so then if it's business as usual, Acheni Ruto atawale 5 years. That's why I began by qualifying that Kenyans, we are all fools. We are idiots, myself included. You are conned, umedanganywa, and then you are here calling Ruto the president. You are here at sitting vetting proposals by Ruto, hand-picked people, thugs, murderers, and you sit there with your degrees and doctorates and all that, because that Mio team is very, very, very learned. But for me now, I have no respect for them at all. Because what is it that these MPs want to achieve in Ruto's government? That's a question I'm asking even to those who are listening. What is it that Azimio intend to achieve? Wataambia watu wananchi tumewaletea hiki. When you are being mocked sarcastically by Ruto, you are being told, we kazi yako ni kutukosoa. I mean, what has become of Kenyans? Tumekuwa wala watoto danganya toto jinga mtaani. You sit there, unaitwa oversight na Ruto, ati utamkosoa. Utamkosoa wapi? It's like Kenyans don't know who Ruto is, man. Ruto doesn't give a BS to you guys. He doesn't care. You can, I always say, the country called Kenya and the UDA is now called a Mutadu nation, a Mutadu country. Mutadu, that is it. And every UDA member talking, you can hear that. You heard that from Moses Kuria. Utadu, nyinyi mnajidai nyinyi ni boss, mimi ni immovable. That is a government leader telling mwananchi they are grieved that mnajidai nyinyi ni masquatter. That is all nonsense. Mnajidai nyinyi ni wanoma, mimi ndio mnoma zaidi. If you are giving example at public participation, people come with the Prados and all that, then why do you hold it? Why do you discuss with people with the Prados? Are you a fool to accept them as the hawker? I mean, as the squatters of that place? Yeah. So people are lying. This is a government that should not be given, even if the 50 days is too much. There should be mass resignation from Azimio. Yeah, waambie Ruto, we sasa endelea na serikali yako. Let Ruto conduct elections. Let him be one party system, and then Azimio will regroup and plan a revolution as soon as possible. Because that is the only way we can do it. We have strikes all over. We have campuses striking. We have hospitals. We have Kenya Airways. In fact, Kenya Airways will collapse and it will never resuscitate again. Tell me how many countries have national carriers. Kenya Airways has survived twice. This time around, it's collapsing and collapsing forever. You can quote me. The path that it is going, it's going to collapse and collapse. Ask Ghana, they have never resuscitated. Despite the economy coming up, they cannot manage an airline. It collapsed. I flew the last aircraft, which flew into Liberia, never took off again. Ilikosa mafuta, ikakosa spares. It is parked at Monrovia, Pale Roberts International Airport. That is what happened. It is not easy, because if you find the biggest challenge to tell you that a country is straight is when you are able to run a national carrier, because it's a matatu. And if you can manage a matri properly, then you have integrity level very high. Ruto has killed that. Okay? And he wants to kill it to punish in one name called Uhuru. So Kenya will die natural death because of Uhuru. And this is Uhuru they rigged the election with. Okay? So basically, Mwananchi, you are on your own. The only solution, Mwananchi, wherever you are listening from, just it is uprising. All of us tuamuke, tutembee, tuende tuchukue State House. Pigilia mbao pale, then decide what you want to do. Mkitaka jeshi isimamie, it is fantastic. I know people fear, a country is being whatever, that inatawalwa na jeshi. It's okay. It's okay. We have a constitution, we are democracy. Which democracy in Kenya? What democracy do we have? I even hear highly educated people in other TV, national television, panelists Wasema, oh, you know, Kenya is a democracy. Democracy, BS. Which democracy? Oh, Kenya has one of the best constitution. What has this constitution done? Constitution that Ruto did never supported at 1 inch. Then you tell him to run this country with that kind of a constitution. You see hawezi bwana. That constitution ni ya high integrity people. Ndio wanaweza kugovern nayo. Wakora, watu wa bangi, watu wa madawa, waizi, waganga na wachawi, they cannot use that constitution. It is against their wish. Na mabibilia za uongo. Oh, Bwana asifiwe. What Bwana is this being sifiwa? This is nonsense. Kenyans, wake up. It is time to riot. Na wananchi wamenifurahisha. Nini already wale mashinani wameamuka. In fact, in the next 30 days, something is going to happen. That will be okay. Ruto can kill as many you want. But will he finish everybody? Yeye ndiye ataenda. And the saddest thing is that Ruto atatimuliwa, hata Sugoi hatakaa. Ruto atasukumwa, ataenda kutafuta asela Uganda. Na Uganda pia atapata wa Kenya. Juu wa Kenya nao wako huko wengi zaidi. Thank you very much. I'll come back later.
Okay, let's have Wanaina.
Well, I don't have much to say. I was entertained very well by PK. I like the way you put it, and I wish it can happen that way, because where we are heading, it's something very, very chaotic. We don't have leaders. As it was said there before, we have dealers. The way they are speaking is like that is when somebody wants something from you, comes smiling and swinging and showing you how humble the person is, polite, but eventually the true colors comes out, and this is the true colors we are getting now. But I cannot say we are seeing it now. We saw it, and we knew it, but people tend to think that, oh, maybe it will work. It won't. When you see any kind of red flag on something, please just avoid. There is no need of looking for cure later. It's good to take action that very moment, and you'll be safe. It's better you do it wrongly, but you know you tried, rather than trying to do things kubahatisha, and then you find yourself in such a big calamity. Because now Kenya is in a calamity, and Ruto is not ready for a peaceful country. He is a chaotic guy, and we know that, and he don't care. He really was shouting even when he was campaigning that mimi ni mtu wa kuibiwa kura. So you can see the arrogancy that he used even during that time, but he could just bite and then cool it down. He knew if he told people the truth of the matter about himself, he wouldn't be where he is, though he is not there legitimately. He is there because he stole. He took somebody's win. And that one I will never, ever, ever put it aside. I will always say it is not legitimacy that has made him what he is. He stole somebody's winning. Baba was our president in a very integrity way, and we will never forget. And that is history of ever that we will never forget. So Kenyans are suffering now because they never took interest, they never digested or dissected the words from this guy who is the current president, and learn him through to see what is he talking about. There was so many red flags from this guy, and people just walipuuza, lakini waliibiwa wimbo wakalala, alafu wakaamka wakakuta what is going on. Although He was not voted in. That one, I'll never put it aside. He was not voted in. He installed himself. But I don't know what happened in between that he was able to go to Bomas and get this certificate without these other Azimio people knowing. Though I saw some who tried to fight it on, but they couldn't be able to fight the overwhelming crowd which was there, who had already gathered there for UDA. It was chaotic, and I really sympathized with Ledama. He tried his best, and he was hit with a chair, I remember very well. He could not defeat that crowd. So Kenyans, wherever you are, you know your election was stolen, and many of the people who voted for Azimio, they are crying out and they want their winning back. So we are heading there, and I pray that works well for us. Thank you. I have that to say.
Okay, thank you, Elena. Maybe I wanted to add one point also. You see, one thing which is frustrating me, maybe Mato, as you come in, one thing which is frustrating me is that majority of the registratures, the MPs we have in Azimio, who most of them, by the way, relied on Baba's support, even to make anything, even to win the votes which they did. They are the same people right now who are not offering direction. And they are busy fattening a government which is killing Mukenya. And by the way, I even told somebody very soon, if our Azimio team will continue behaving this way, some of us, we will quit Azimio, we will only be left with supporting Baba. Otherwise, we cannot continue with a party which is being guided by people who are mismanaging our country. Personally, I cannot continue with such a party. I can be left to support Baba, but it's not a must I be in Azimio. Although it is frustrating, it doesn't look sane. Somebody tells you you need to oversight me, and you are busy you are busy following his guidelines. It's a shame. So these people need to develop a nerve. And if they were not ready to fight for the Kenyans, we have better people who can be getting this nomination. And I think Baba needs to understand this thing. Some of the people he proposes for elected seats, they are cowards and not good people. Ni watu wamepelekwa na matumbo yao pale. Going forward, if people have no revolutionary mentality, they cannot help Kenyans. Even in Azimio side, they should not get seats. We have so many lukewarm leaders in Azimio who cannot bring anything. It's a shame that these people cannot stand against this government. It's wrong. And Azimio needs to know this. And when they will see us quitting the party, ndio watakuja kujua. But we cannot allow Azimio to fatten this government inside. Personally, I will not allow. Instead of seeing myself being in Azimio, I better be aside. I support Baba on the periphery, but I cannot continue seeing our party fattening a government which is killing innovation, killing the best motives in Kenya. Mato, go ahead.
I think I was going to answer Mama Mary's. Mama Mary, thank you so much. I think I was going to answer you something. You know, some of us have been here for a long time, went through the whole campaign period, including this mwenye anakuambia hata siku hizi sitaki kumuita jina yake Kenyan all the time, including him. We were here, and I'll tell you the truth. The first time that it was known that the IBC servers were hacked, it was not caught by anybody in Kenya. He was caught by a group that some of us were in and we had taken. Njiro, you remember those days when we said alafu ikatokea huko?
Yeah,
he was caught. Yeah, sisi ndo tulishika, ikushikwa na watu wako Kenya. The next day I think he was what's his name? The big guy. Ruto. It was the one saying it's doing in and whatever. And we were there like we caught you. The first hack was caught by the diaspora. There was 5 teams. Lest we forget. There was a Norway team, there was a US team, there was a UK team, there was I know there was 5 of them. And it happened about 3:45 p.m. when they hacked the Camagos that you talk. We got it. Some of us right now, you could tell them what were the right numbers and they can give you those numbers straight up. Baba won. That day, hiyo siku, hapo, Bomas, Baba ndo alikuwa anakuja kupewa tickets. Kupewa. The reason actually delay is because something happened. All of a sudden, people had celebrated diasporas. People took out their times. I know. Njiro, you remember I slept at tulalapo hivi, trying to follow those things, and doing everything. People, unalala, usingizi. We did not go to work.
Yeah. And with that, we are still giving these guys legitimacy.
Exactly.
With that, our MPs are behaving the way they are behaving. Mato, are you happy with how our MPs are behaving?
No. Our MPs should have never even taken the oath. Even today, they should never even debate anyone.
That's why I'm telling you, Baba is dealing with the cowards and the people who cannot help. And it is unfortunate he endorsed majority of those guys. I can tell you, out of the 70 or 80 MPs who Baba endorsed, some of them are useless.
You see, the problem, Jiro, is that some of these MPs also, and you can understand. I will not understand on this one, because all the job that we did and everything that we did, even to do, get some people, IT people out there, people that work for Google, to watch that system and to watch any hacking. Listen, we did a lot of job to make sure that these elections will not be stolen again. And that's why we gave up. We were just like, because these MPs, most of them should not even be debating anything. Most of them should just stay away from it and create that thing, because every day is not every day. People like James Orengo were simple citizens. Raila Odinga were simple citizens when they actually marched the second liberation. But now people are tired of fighting as citizens. When we bring you in there, stop, get away from it. Do the liberation yourself, because we, as citizens, we don't want to fight each other. The MPs that actually understand this is what happened. Don't come here and tell us, okay, this is what happened, now we move on and whatever. Yes, maybe constitutionally we can, but again, you're the people that we voted you in. You're the people that actually can go stand against these things, because you already have that first hand. One thing I like about Boniface Mwangi, until he stopped, alisema nyinyi wa Kenya amjiwezi mnapiganga kelele. Hatutaenda kufanya ati sijui MPs na kumuzijui kwenda kufanya nini, because mimi nikishikwa nashikwa peke yangu. But then you have MPs there who are protected, and then you have people like Moses Kuria, and you have dictators here. And the MPs, there's nothing they can do. I'm so disappointed with my people that I thought, people like Otiendo Amolo, those people who could really actually, Gladys Wanga and the Mambona, Mili, Odhiambo. These are the people like Gladys Wanga when aliambiwa aizingia, if anybody remembers that video. Gladys Wanga alisema, shoot me, akiambiwa you cannot go receive Raila Odinga. Alisema, she said, shoot me if you want, and she walked na walienda wakam receive. Where is these MPs and the representatives? And I want to today I want to, because it was a part of the discussion and the topic, I want to thank somebody called Wavinya Ndeti. She's standing up to Moses Kuria. Where is these people that when you know, if you elect me, I'm there to support you. I'm there to stand by what you want to do. And it's not my si yangu ni yako. And I have to to say what you are saying because you're the one that elevated here. I'm grateful. I didn't know Wavinya was going to do that, but she stood very firm. No, utakuja kutongelesha vibaya hivi Ukambani. Now, it might sound like she was being tribal a little bit, but again, hiyo ni Ukambani. Fact. That land.
Mato, sorry not to cut you short. Don't apologize. Kenyans tutakaa kila mtu na kwao. Those are small countries. Ukambani, that's how we are going to build the nation. Wavinya Ndeti is very okay. In fact, I mobilize Wakamba wakatae na hiyo land. That land belongs to Kamba. It's not Kenya. It's Kamba kwanza, then Kenya second. Sorry.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you. Because we have to realize, yes, it's bado ni Kenya, lakini we have to stand. And unless we have leaders who can stand for what is right, and that is what we had during our time that we even Section 2 was thrown away. Imagine the biggest mwenye ulikuwa ukiongea juu yake anakugonga Moi. We went against Moi na akakubali kurepeal Section 2. Na sasa Karuto ni kanani, lakini watu nyenyekea. Msiwe nieka kwa hiyo kwa kiti ya nini ya power mimi, hata kama ni MCA. Because me, I will not stand for those things. And I wonder why people don't actually, we need to go to our leaders and tell them, guys, we cannot just let these things happen. This is how cartels and mafias rule, because they rule by the fear. They want to put you on fear. And one person that I've never said thank you to, and I think kila mtu ananijua hapa hivi, I will say thank you to Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta. Even though James Votia, I never liked him. But as we speak today, my friends, that man will be remembered for a long time, because he stood against some things and he told us, na akacheka, na alikuwa akiongeaga anasema amalizi statement anawaambia, lakini amtaki kusikia. It's here. Hatujamaliza 100 days. Tuendelee. Asante.
Yeah, bro, hapo nakuelewa kabisa. You see, you know, it's also good because unajua even some of our legislatures, even in Azimio wanatusikianga hapa. I hear they follow us. So I just want to sound a message. Azimio legislatures, you are wasting us. Tusiwabembeleze, you are wasting us. Hakuna kitu mnafanya. You are just warming seats in the parliament. That's not how people react to something which is going to corrupt, if I may say that way. So we are very poor on reaction. We are very poor on response. We are very poor on perception. All those things we are down 0. Because number one, we know that this government was not legitimate, and we had methodological concept. It's only that these people, they had already worked their methods out through the courts. But as the mere underway out, we have governments which have been forced out because people, you know, let me tell you, there is no any government in the world which will rule, and that's why in every government you hear the person who loses the election is the one who gives a concession speech. We never start with a victory speech. There is a reason why we always begin. I'm talking of serious democracies now. The reason why we start, a concession speech is supposed to give you legitimacy. And concession speech only comes if the person who has lost, if you are following like the GOP things now, the GOP and the Democrat things now, those guys are busy giving concession speeches.
Umeonyeshwa vile kura imekuja, umeonyeshwa vile umeshindwa. You are seeing there's no path for your victory. The guy comes and gives a concession speech. The other guy comes and gives a victory speech. But tell me, why is it that in Kenya, for close to 3 elections in a row, we have not received a concession speech, and yet we are giving those people legitimacy? Do you want to tell me? So there's no any democracy which is not tying the parameters of democracy. Democracy is about concession and victory combined together. And let me tell you, hakuna mtu kwa uchaguzi atashindwa legitimately na akatae. It will be impossible. Hata even some of us ambao mnafikiria sisi ni wajinga sana, I can isolate mtu akiwa ameshindwa. Mimi hapa, if Raila Odinga was defeated in this election, hata mimi ningekuwa kwanza nimesema yenyewe, mzee wangu wewe ulishindwa. I can see it. I can tell you, even many people, even advisors wa Raila Odinga wangekuwa ameambia Raila Odinga wewe ulishindwa. But ukiona hii mambo vile inaendelea hivi, ni sarakasi tu, and we are busy supporting it. Okay, Stone, unataka kusema kitu, acha ninyamaze.
Jiru, unajua hii mambo is so annoying, you know, that tuliambiwa ni wild goose chase sijui na nini, because tunauliza aje sasa kama zile form zilikuwa double.
Unapotea karibia mic please.
Unanipata sasa? Nasema it is so painful the way we, you know, mambo inaendelea Kenya, and when we talk, as we people talk, tunaambiwa sisi ni watu hatukubaliki kushindwa. This election tulikuja tukaambiwa forms zimeprintiwa mara mbili, sijui form 32A, A1 na A2. Alafu after raising that, ndio naona tumerogwa, tulikuwa tumerogwa hata watu wa. You question this, then Chebukati comes and says, oh, okay, we will not use them. Yani sisi ni manongwe namna gani? Unaambiwa mtu amenunua ana certificate mbili, alafu anakwambia bro, sitatumia hiyo ya pili. Badala useme hii kitu ikansoliwe yote, ati tukakubali kwenda election na form umeambiwa ziko mbili, 32A1 na 32 sijui 2, ati it was just printed just in case. Don't you think tulikuwa tumevutishwa na uganga hiyo ya ushetani ya Ruto or something? That by itself is rigging, period. That by itself, you have 2 forms at the polling station. So which one will be submitted? That is where we dropped the ball. And then tukaendelea, mpaka Bomas, we are seated there. Ruto, really? The votes are supposed to be counted, they're supposed to be streamed. Nobody questioned that, bana Kenyan. Ndio nasema kuna sijui ni uganga ya Ruto ni deadly. Hakuna watu hata hakukuwa kelele. We didn't even start rioting. When the first day Raila was winning, the second he was winning, he was leading, then they stopped everything. We never went to the street. At UN, at international community, boom, international community. Nitawaita mavia kuku kama Kagame. When we are suffering right now, where are they? It's garbage. When Kenyans will start slaughtering each other there, they will do nothing. This guy was supposed to be at the Hague, but the last witness died. Instead of him being protected in Geneva, anaambiwa arudi Kenya. Really? Whatever killed it. I mean, something is very wrong with us, And now people are saying this election, Ruto won. Hiyo ndio story naongea. Azimio mkubali. Azimio nyinyi ni cry babies. When everything was whatever, akina huyu anaitwa nani, Venezuelans and all these guys. Surely this thing cannot be, hata hatuwezi enda kuongea kwa table. Hii hasira inatakana tu tupigane, tuwafukuze. They fooled us.
Stone, my brother, and with all due respect, musinitupe, lakini Stone, while you're talking about that, Ruto, nataka wewe mwenyewe sasa, nataka uniambie, please, Be a mathematical person. Look at the population of Kenya and tell me, Ruto alishinda wapi? By the way, be very candid with him. Nipatie every places
No,
that alishinda. Because I'm a
Mato, let's not
mathematical
enumerate
person.
that. Let's not enumerate that. And this guy only was having votes in a section of Rift Valley and the Central. Let's not go to that direction because we are trying. Tunajaribu kuosha kifaranga hawezi osheka. I think there's no need of explaining where you won. It was just a spec. He is a minority leader, but he pushed himself into Kenyans. And what makes me bitter is that even the elites and the intellectual people of Kenyans see it normal. No wanakubali. That analyst were Kenya, very eminent people. They let me tell you, that is why it will take, if we accept this thing, it will take 50 years for Kenyans to vote for somebody na ashinde kura. And now, if this guy will spend 5 years, another worse guy will still come and push himself, because now it will be the norm. Nyinyi tu museme tu ni Asra ameingia pale ati ni mtoto wa maskini anyone. This one is a pad for another nut to get his pad. Si wameonyeshwa barabara. Si wameonyeshwa barabara, hii kitu unaweza jisukuma ndani. If this presidency will last for 5 years, yetu inaenda kama Uganda. Obote unamutoa, sijui huyu mwingine anakuja unamutoa. Uganda has never gotten a reset button because of accepting shenanigans. And Uganda is continuing in the path of dictatorship and accepting it, sababu tu washawekwa kwa akili ati lazima uende kwa msitu ukuje na buduki. So to them, wameinormalize. And I can tell you Kenyans, if you accept this leadership, which you are not sure of, this one will be the norm. And it will not matter how much campaign you will be doing. The next president of Kenya can be anyone, as long as I only need to buy judiciary and IEBC, and I'm cool. It is that simple. It is no longer systematic and methodological anymore, whereby it is the rule of the majority. Now, that is the path where we are. Nyinyi munasema ni Hasra ameshida, ni mtoto wa maskini. But I wish you people, you can see more than that. We are now in a thorax system. And the thorax system is anyone. Bora, you can be able to influence those systems. So, nuts, guys who don't know what they are doing, guys who can buy the system, that is what we are pushing. But Kenyans have to resist that. And we had an opportunity to resist that because as Azimio, we have members who can put cold water on this thing. But our members are not ready to start. Unajua history ya kungojeanga baba, I'm tired of it. Unaona, let me tell you, there's no in which baba, even like in America, the GOP itself was fighting for itself. They were not waiting for somebody like Trump or whoever. How comes that our legislature has no nerves? They can't be able to push a resistive mechanism on themselves. They have to wait for Baba to assemble them. Baba is not a member of parliament. Baba ako nje. Let them give Baba a break. Wamepewa viti, wanalipwa mishahara. Akina Junet Mohammed and the rest. If Kenyans suffer, you are the people who we are going to put on the slaughter table. You are the people. Because you cannot be all the time munaita baba na nyinyi hata ndio mumepata kazi munalipwa. Munaita baba akiwa wapi? Baba is working for AU. Baba is not even working for Kenya now. So Junet Mohammed and the rest of the people, mumepewa viti. You are the people to fight for Kenyans. Stop wasting Baba time. Baba came, you people, you refuse to protect his win the right time, and now you want Baba to come from Addis Ababa or where his work is, then munataka Baba akuja aongoze revolution. Stop even wasting time of the simple Kenyans who don't even have security ambao watakuja kupigwa risasi. This thing can start from the parliament. So I don't know what the Azimio parliament is doing. Sijasikia hata mtu moja is coming with serious resistive measures. It's a shame. And we have, before we stand against the hustler government, the first people we have to stand against ni Azimio MPs. They are cowards.
By the way, let me tell you, I'm very uneasily changed on my mind. But you know what? I wanted to call you by your name because I know your name. Kenya, I think you've gotten me. Umenipata. I think I'm not going to be complaining about Azimio and UDA anymore. What you just said right there, imenipata. Our leaders, sisi tuko hapa, look at us here. And I don't believe we are Azimio people. I think we are patriots because we love our country. I don't think hapa hivi, Mama Mary, I don't think you're here because it's an Azimio thing. I think you're here to talk about your country. I think everybody here, I could have been doing something better. But what can I do? The only place napata ni hapa ya kuongea. I think at this point umenipata that hiyo kitu umesema ya mwisho is very important. That the people that we are here sitting here fighting for them and saying everything na wameingia huko. In fact, the fight is not with UDA. The fight is within Azimio. It is us. We know what we need to do. We talk about it, but we never act on it. Sisi, we are the worst enemies of our country that we love so much. Very conflicted statement. But yes, I'm starting to go on Kenya Kwanza's, I mean, Kenya, wacha nikuite Njiru's side. Because sisi ndio tunajigonga. We cannot fight with Ruto. We don't want to stay away from stupid, watu wanapeanwa huko hivyo. What do we call that? We cannot, CS vetting and all that. We cannot stay away from it. We have people there in the commissions. We are here talking about sijui tunaitana my brother tukifika kwa parliament, ati my brother on the opposite side. We're doing all that. We have all these things that is a thing. We seem to be the Democrat, and that's the other thing I said yesterday, that people don't understand that the United States just went through an election yesterday and today. It's done. But then we're not looking at this thing of the country in itself. So Mimi, I think from today, kuna mtu amenishika hapo hivyo. I just want to start actually not fighting UDA. I'm gonna fight Azimio. Because we have everything that we can do. We have people like us have the right numbers of what the election was. People are going to the parliament and just acting like it's okay. Okay, yeah, tutakuwa, yes, we'll be the, the opposition. I think at this time, the problem, and even shida ya baba, haiko kwa UDA, iko kwa Azimio. Tukianza kupigana sisi wote Azimio, sijui Wiper, sijui nini, hapo ndio wanatuuma. Tukianza kufanya nini, tunaumwa. And that's how hata tunaweza ibiwa kura. And Moi was very good at that. So me, I'm thinking at this point, I think I have peace with Azimio, Gachagua, Wendo Akule. I don't care about which country. I don't know what country they lead because I really don't care. Wakule ile country wanataka kukula. But to make our country great, na tukae mali tuko na tusiache Museveni aingilie country. The people that, you see, me and you and everybody listening to us over here, tulichagua mtu. Na kama si mimi nilichagua, mama yangu alichagua. Because some people will say, uko US, ulichaguaje. Lakini mama yangu alichagua. And we had been speaking about that. If those people that we choose to go out there cannot fight for it, then the Mwananchi should not even dare try to fight anything, because we gave people to go there and we gave them power to go there and represent us and our feelings and how we feel. So wakienda pale waanze kunywa kahawa pamoja, they're not even good. Even the Azimio people, even the Azimio MPs, they're not anything. They're not for us. They can go to, sorry, HELL. Because hao ndio tumetuma huko. Sisi tunapiga hapa. This is the opportunity yenye tuko now. If today, I bet you, kama sisi wenye tunakujanga hapa hivi kwa hii show, from different countries, different time zones, tungekuja tukae hapa sisi wote tukue sisi ndio parliament ya Kenya, I bet you Kenya will be good, including hata ule Duke mwenye anakujanga kusumbua na wale na hata the UDA people. I bet you we will be good. Lakini if we really, a country, guys, Ukraine wanakufa. Guys, if we cannot see this, and the people we've represented there, sasa si ndo tunataka kuwa represent. We have MPs tumetuma. I mean, how many people of Azimio wako huko ndani? Sasa si ndo tunataka kuambia kitu yenye watafanya. They should have already known this. They should actually have a conversation like we have a group like this, a Mutembei group that they go sit down and talk what they do. Lakini what do? Wakifika pale, oh, you know, my sister Ugenya, you know, the government will always eat you. That's James Orengo. My sister from Ugenya, you know, the government will always eat you and everything. But at the end of the day, these are the people that we've actually singled out to go represent our feelings. Do they really represent our feelings? Ama au cause wameingia na wako huko wataanza kuitana brother and sister. My brother from the other side. My brother from the other side of the table, of the aisle, however they say. We don't have representation. And so for me at that point, I think I'm gonna go hard on the MPs and the people that actually have been chosen by Azimio and tell them that they are failures, and is the Mwananchi behind them that is hurting and is actually making a change. Because at this point, I'm not an MP. No one is here an MP. No one is an elected person to go represent them. But we are talking facts. But we can't have our people that we elected with all odds talk facts or even act facts as we are acting facts. And I'll tell you, Njiru, I know you ran away. Ukuja hapa for a long time. You sat, hata saizi unakataa kuwa moderator. I heard you. Am I lying?
Yeah, but to moderate what? Really? Like me, I said why I've come back is because I'm seeing like Like something.
Yeah, I
It is
understand what
all.
you are saying, but
Yeah.
Mato,
The moderate word now.
Azimio members of parliament, akina Jarango, akina Babuino, all those guys, waache kuwaste time yetu bwana. History ati wanajifanya they are going to au majamaa wa nini, before I bring nani kidogo kunao majamaa wanafanya hii talk ya hapa Nairobi, kunao majamaa wanaongea wanaitwa nani these guys who talk politics hapo Nairobi, bunge la wananchi. Ati now bunge la wananchi has more serious agenda than our registratures who were even going on the back of Baba for them to get a nomination. That is stupidity.
Thank you.
We cannot.
Thank you for what you just said. Bunge la wananchi.
Bunge la wananchi are the ones who are guiding our members of parliament. It's a shame. Whatever is happening in Kenya, Azimio can push back, but simply because they are receiving their salaries and other things, they are not doing anything. But it is sawa.
Haya, wacha Misa amekuja atulete nini zake hapa hivi hapo.
Mary raised her hand.
Mary?
Okay. Okay, if you can go back and remember, I don't know whether it was Siaya or where, this guy who was elected and then he happened to move to UDA, and the residents cried out and they said, we're gonna do by-election because you don't belong to us, you can go where you are going. If Kenyans would do that, it would be another thing which is very good. That when somebody is being bought by the UDA, we forget about him. We as Mio can have by-election and install somebody else. Then he can go wherever he's going. Now, the other thing I wanted to point out is when they were in Bomas, there were 29, I don't know whether it was constituency, which were not counted. And these were additional votes that would have added to whoever was winning, and it was not taken into account. That means there was a hurry of doing things which were fake, because I'll call that fake presidency. Now, what is the percentage of those people elected? We have 50 million people in Kenya. What percentage do we have for elected officials? That's minimal. So the country belongs to us, doesn't belong to those elected people. We are the one who are suffering, and we are the owner of the country. Those people, even if they sit aside and leave us alone, we can have our own president and install our president that we can make choice of. So for them to feel like they own us, they don't. They own themselves. And we have given them a big leeway for them to misbehave, because now what they are doing is enjoying us. As PK said, what you gonna do? So that means that is now what they are doing to us. We can do nothing, and they have seen, maybe they have seen our weakness. The other thing is, Azimio people, when the bombers of Kenya, this thing was going on, I mentioned that I saw Ledama and maybe other two. They couldn't do anything. Why was Azimio not present? Were they not aware of what is going on? Because this was something that would have been stopped immediately there. However, how brutal it could be, but that was the point where all this would have stopped. And we get a good evidence of what was going on. But all in all, these things happened. Now, because we don't want to fight, we will go to court. Court is already paralyzed. It will not give us any good verdict because of all what happened, and we know what happened. So for me, our country, we are the people, and this is our country. We are the only people who can take it over, not Azimio or UDA. It's we wananchi. Bunge la wananchi, I give you hands up. let's go for it. Let's talk about it. Let's make it a move that can help we patriotic Kenyans. We don't want fake things happening in our country. Thank you. Guys, have a good night.
Okay, thank you, Mary. If bunge la wananchi has to work on behalf of legislatures, waanzie kuwapea allowance. Those guys wengine wako hapo kwa bunge la wananchi, some of them they have not even eaten, some of them don't even have jobs, na unaona tu jamaa ako hapo tu na anaongea vizuri. So if they want that bunge la mwananchi to do their job, then they start giving them allowances, or they start facilitating them. They start giving them opportunities. Some guys there can even be given opportunities somewhere. But this idea of our parliament wanting to misuse some of our people wanting to misuse some of these young guys who have brilliant ideas and they can serve in various places, it's wrong. In fact, nimesikiliza bunge la wananchi and whatever they are doing is not even happening in the parliament. Au majamaa ukisikia the content they are having, you will even be shocked ama to invert hii kitu. The Kenyan parliament ikuje kwa bunge la mwananchi na and we even divert the resources ikuje kwa hawa vijana because hawa vijana wanaongea vizuri sana, but our parliamentarians, they are busy there waiting for Aisha Mwajuma, waiting for Mashogu to ask them questions. How much money do you have? That was the most and everybody is there. How much money do you have? You are not even asking about any serious integrity question. Kila mtu akikuja hapo, how much money do you have? Since when did the wealth of somebody become a national utility? Lazima tujue utajiri yako ni pesa ngapi. Mtu declare his wealth na iweko kwa form, lakini sio kila we are broadcasting wealth kwa TV. It's like a contest show of how much money you have. That's why I saw even us as Azimio, we were not serious in that vetting. Anyway, Ochora, come on board. Fabiola Achola.
Habari zenyu. Habari zenyu.
Mzuri
Can you
sana.
hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I remember that day when I was going to vote. Nika insist. I was begging my mom, let's go and vote, let's go and vote. Mama alikuwa amekataa. She asked me one question. Are you sure Baba is going to win? Nikamwambia 100%. Alikuwa amekataa kwenda kuvote. Akaniambia yeye Kenya anaona Ruto anaweza chukua hii kitu asubuhi na mapema. Nikamwambia hawezi. We went and vote. Kukakaa naona Bomas. The choir wanaimba nini? Naona mama ya Ruto familia yake wameanza kukuja. Mama ananiambia hapa sio kwa zuri. Because that day baba alikuwa na uhuru. I remember very well. Baba alikuwa na uhuru. They were celebrating huko State House. Walijua baba anaenda kuchukua hii kitu. So sasa wanazuba huko, Ruto was talking to anaitwa nani, Chebukati huko ndani kwa ofisi. Na walikuwa na huyu mtu anaitwaje? Ricky G. This guy, he was like blackmailed. Unaona hata nani Ricky G akupatiwa certificate. Sijui kama mtu alinotice. Ilifanywa haraka haraka. Other thing, I salute you Kenya and Mato and Stone Pike vile mmeongea. About our politician leaders. They must stop about this greedy money. They should stop worshiping money. They should go back to Christ.
My sister, kama sitakuwa nimekupotea wakati wako, nitakwambia thank you for saying that. Nimesema mara mingi, hakuna siku moja mtu ashaipatiwa presidency na vice president akuwa na certificate. I don't know kama watu waliangalia kitu. Nimesema hapa mara mingi, lakini umeileta. Nataka tu kushukuru.
My mom told me, never again will I go to vote. She told me what they went through Moi time, Moi era. Akaniambia vitu, alinipigia story mingi vitu alipitia. My mom, my uncle was crying. Mpaka alikuwa anaona anataka kuanza kutoa machozi. Baba tumempigia kila saa, kila mara ushindi yake inachukuliwa. I was shocked. Watu hiyo time ya Moi yenyewe mlipitia. Alafu una imagine Ruto anataka kukalia hiyo kiti. Nilienda nikabembeleza tu my mom. Nikamwambia hii yote tuachie Mungu. Kutoka siku hiyo tuonangi TV. Kama TV tunaona ni movie or Telemundo or series, lakini kuona news hapo ndo tuliacha kuona news. But I see this one guy anaongea sense. Anakuanga kwa YouTube, Kaka Sungura, sijui kama mnamuonanga. Ni kitu ilikuanga imepangwa kitambo. But anyway, hakuna shida. Kenya wanasemanga Kenya mwanzo haina mwisho. Kama anataka kukalia kiti, wacha nikwambia another thing, italeta shida because pia Rigiji anataka kukalia kiti. Mnanipata? Hiyo tu ndo maoni yangu. Thank you.
Okay, ni sawa. Sawa, I want to bring Mise. Na Mise ulisema tunaongea story ya hot air hapa. You have to apologize to us for that. I don't think we are coming here for hot air. There is a statement ulisema hapo sijui hot air. Ulikuwa unafikiria utakuja? Haya, ongea.
Habari yako
Sitaki salamu zako bwana. Sitaki salamu zako. Anyway, good to see you brother.
Hata nimechapa blue, nyinyi lakini you are very interesting. You are very very interesting. Yaani leo mmekuja hapa kulia tu, yaani leo mmekuja tu, yaani leo
hakuna kulia, tunaongea fact. Kuna difference ya kulia na fact. Sio kulia. Wewe ndio unalia. Wewe si ndio hustler. Hustler ndio wanalia. Si atuli.
I've listened to you.
Sisi watu wa Azimio hatuli. We are not crying. As we are tough.
Mpaka nimesikia
Mise, cheza kaa wewe, wacha kutusumbua, wacha kutupatia character nini hapa hivi. Just put your statement out bwana. Unajua tutagongana.
Mise na watu wanakungoja, wanasema upite vizuri. Watu wanangojea attack.
Wachana na Melanie Nyaboke. Huyu alikuanga girlfriend wangu tukawachana, ndio maana anakuanga bitter. So hao ni my haters. But let me say something. I want to take Mary Wainaina, the lady who left here. I want to pick from what amesema. Amesema vizuri sana. She has asked very, very legitimate questions. And amesema kwa nini watu wa Azimio walikuwa wapi? Where were they, to help Baba? Na wamesema vizuri sana. She was very passionate in asking those questions. And I think I find her questions very legit. And I think katika lugha ya Kiswahili wanasema mwiba wa kujitakia hauna kilio. Sasa kama hawakuwa karibu wasaidie Baba mwenyewe was very busy and comfortable in the government. I think this is not a blame that should be shifted to Ruto. So I find your disappointment, Mary, and I can identify with you that your disappointment is just spilled milk that we cannot undo. We cannot. The President of the Republic of Kenya now is His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto, and nothing changes. As long as hata mkiimba mulie mfanya nini, he's the president. And I think in Jiru, where I want us to begin is where we start talking about how we can move our country forward. Tumewapatia nafasi ya kulia is enough. 3 months is enough. Muache kulia.
You only move the country forward with honesty. So can you handle forward and honesty together? Unarukanga hapo sana we, to you as long as something is moving without knowing the direction and where it is coming from, you have no problem. So can you prove to me, how do you know that Ruto won this election? Kwanza niambie hiyo. Convince me that Ruto won this election.
I do not want to talk about elections. I want to talk about the development of our country. The agenda.
Which development are
the
they
agenda
doing?
to move the agenda to move the country forward. Elections are gone.
They are moving the country forward. Talk about moving the country backward. They are talking about they are banning Mutumba. They are taking the country backward. Talk about taking the country backward. You cannot talk about moving the country forward. And even the hustlers themselves, they are in the gloom and doom and crying. So I think the forward you are talking about is an illusion. I want to use your same one. You cannot say moving forward. It's an illusion. Anyway, but I allow you to talk of your illusion.
No illusion
talk
here.
of your illusion.
It's not illusionary. But the truth is, we know they are orphans of Azimio. We do understand their frustrations. They wanted Baba to win. In any election, there is winners and losers. At the moment, William Ruto is the winner, and Ruto is the winner, and Raila is the loser. That is gone, and Raila is doing very well. He has a job at the AU level. He's working there, so we need to separate that. But I want to go to what you guys are talking about here, and Stone PK is the ringleader here of revolution. So I think what we need to start talking about is how do we move? The president is talking about affordable housing. The president is talking about healthcare, security, and education. Those are the pillars that we need to talk about. He has said that he's going to flag off 5,000 units in every county. He has started from Kibra, actually the backyard of Baba, and they are going to have A, B, C. There's A and there's B and there's C and there's D. The housing units will create employment. The president has talked about how he's going to work with the stakeholders to make sure that his agenda are realized within the time that he has identified. So there is this thing of bunge la mwananchi. Mnashinda mkisema hapa, bunge la mwananchi is a bunch of idle Kenyans who are busy gossiping in the street.
No.
Instead of going to work to pay taxes.
Mr. 1 minute. Sorry.
Let me finish my statement.
No. 1 minute. No. You cannot say a bunch of idle people. That is a wrong one. I think it's a group which even corrects very intellectual people there. And to me, I think...
Who are not going to work. They are not going to work.
But you cannot call them... but it's a civil right to talk about your government. It's a civil right.
Yes, but
civil
the right
duty.
time. You can't
but
be sitting the
it's
whole
unfair
day.
to give them that one. It's unfair.
You can't
assume somebody called you an idler because you are here. It's the same thing. Why are you here? Because you are an idler, right?
I'm not an idler.
No, it's the same. It's the same measure. You are here because you are an idler.
No, right now it's 9:34 p.m.
No, you are an hydra. You are an hydra.
I just
Mise.
came from work.
No, you are an hydra. You don't have work.
Go ahead.
You are.
Jiru, let me give my contribution. I was saying that the Bunge la Mwananchi, they are daydreamers who think that through the street talking, they are going to host the President of the Republic of Kenya. So until the Azimio people, you start having a sober conversation, respect the president, and talk about developmental agendas, then we shall not stop calling you as orphans and a bunch of idlers in the streets who are gospels. The gospels that we have only are legislatures who are in parliament, both the Senate, the parliament, and the other government offices. Those are the paid hustlers, paid gospels. So at the moment, the Bunge la Mwananchi is they're just entertaining themselves. And I understand. And we encourage that. But to imagine for a second that they are going to host form a revolution, form a movement that is going to host the President of the Republic of Kenya, all of us then that we are not honest, that we love our country. You can say what you want to say, but the truth is we have the president. The president was elected through a ballot box where your candidate participated. Your candidate went to court. The court decided, and we moved on. And the court, your candidate was not satisfied. He moved to the East African Court of Justice. We are still waiting for a verdict to be given. So what we should be the people who respect the law, uphold the law, and follow what the law says. If you don't respect it, then don't go to the same courts seeking for justice, because otherwise you are selectively seeking justice. So this is what I am telling you, that if we want to begin to bring reforms in IBC, we must begin talking about it now. Change where they erred. If there was an error in IBC during the last general election, the time is now to bring those reforms, and your candidate stands a better position to initiate those reforms. Otherwise, hii ingine yote mnapiga hapa ni hot hair, you know, na itabaki tu.
No. Mato, you cannot tell us we are doing, no, not Mato, sorry, Mise, sorry for that.
Mato is okay.
No, we are not doing hot hair here. Otherwise, if you are the one who is doing hot hair, you can confirm that. I think Kenyans have, you know, communication and giving your feelings is part of your civil responsibility. Like, no one can block you. And when somebody is talking his feeling, you cannot say that he is giving hot hair. I think the Chief Justice has seriously taught you bad manners. You want to despise people. I think you have even gotten, your level of arrogance is extremely high. Let me be candid to you. And I'm very serious on this one. It's unfair to tell people they are idle. Whichever the case, I know the Chief Justice is teaching you all these manners of one, but your delivery should be more kind than the way you have done it. I think there's a way in which you can guide your point, but you are guiding them wrongly. Mato, take over. I'm going away.
You cannot come here and tell us the president.
Bro, don't. Hold on before you go. Hold on before you go. Let me talk. Mise, relax. Kenya, Kenya all, don't go here. You know, and don't do it. I know why you wanted to leave. Mise, you know, there's also something that is called, let's step out of politics. Bro, I understand you are a lawyer, I understand what you do, and I respect you and what you do as a human being, and your you know, the way you think in your mind, and where you stand, in where you stand, and how you do. But Mise, I will tell you something, yeah? A part of life, most of us that are in this conversation right now don't know each other, person to person. And sometimes when you come out here and try to talk the way you talk, my brother, this is not even politics. It offends people because You're out there and you think you know it, but you might not know it. The reason there's so many people here that actually go against you maybe might mean that you don't even need to be here. How about you go to a group that actually agrees with what you say? Because when you go to Rome, you have to act like Romans. Here's people who are talking about their countries. But here is you coming here telling us, do you guys talk, do you anger ho? Bro, even my small brother, no, you're very small to me, by the way. Don't give me that BS. I will tell you the truth, by the way. You don't know me very well. Don't give me that BS. When you come here, you're making even the moderator want to move away. No, me say, listen. Listen, the problem with you, you don't listen.
That makes
Jana ulinipeleka nikakuacha. Missy, I'm trying to help you as a small brother. I've gone through way more than you think you have gone. So please give me a break. I'm telling you, listen
to lament
to
that
people what they're telling you. Some of the people that
how stupid is that? Honestly, how stupid is that? How ignorant are we when we say William Ruto is not the president of the Republic of Kenya?
Who said Ruto is not the president?
You have been speaking about this.
We never, we call him the president. We tell him that he's not doing the right job.
You can't bite cold and blow hot, right? You can't keep saying that he's not the president.
Seriously, let me ask you a question, Mr. Forget about UDA, forget about Ruto. Do you love your country?
Do I love my country? That's why I'm honest. That's why I'm not here pretending to.
If you love your country, then can we talk about our country and not talk about whatever it is? Forget about your UDA. Unaona, unafanya watu wapotee. Listen, Mise, bro, I'm telling you, relax.
Ndeto.
Tulia.
Ndeto, tulia pia. Tulia. You have your opinions.
Okay, niambie basi, niambie zote.
Haya basi. You have your opinions. I listen to your opinions and contributions, which you are entitled to. And I have my opinions and my beliefs and the way I see things. So what we come here to discuss how the country can move forward, not about the election that was actually that is gone and was won, whether fairly or unfairly. The election was decided. That is all gone. Let us talk about security. Let us talk about development, housing, food security, and so on. That will be objective.
Okay. Which one do you want to start with?
I want us to start with the agenda that and what the president, since election, since the government got to the office, and criticize the government constructively. Where they go wrong.
No, you gave me a couple of topics that you wanted to talk to.
Okay.
No, there's a couple of topics. Which topic do you want to start with?
I don't want us to talk about election. I want us to talk about development.
Okay, no, we're not talking about election. Election, you know what? Tumetupa. Now, which topic do you want us to start?
Let's talk about affordable housing. If it's a reality, whether Ruto is going to realize
not
it.
What has he done about it?
I think he is going to roll out the.
Is he going to, or what has he done about it? I'm asking you. I asked you. You run the show now. Tell me, which one do you want us to talk? What has Ruto done?
I think that Ruto has done very well. He has. We talked about this yesterday. He has reacted to the drought and famine that we are having by making sure that he has directed the Minister for Water to make sure that water has been redirected to those areas where there's lack of water. He has made
sure. Which places?
There is food that has been mobilized, so that it can be taken to the
which places has he directed the water to, and which places has he taken food, and which one is
different? You know very well.
Which one? No, tell me. You have to come here with facts. Which one?
What do you mean facts? I am speaking.
Tell me one area that is taken food and water.
You saw that the president flagging off the
Come on, dude. It's not just. It's not such a big question. It's just that where.
Why
I mean,
you
we are.
asking rhetoric questions?
No, listen.
I want you to
Where do you
ask
come from? There's Machakos, there's Kitui, there's Nairobi, there's Wajir, there's everywhere. You tell me, where has he taken food and water?
The president is focused.
Can you
to make
mention a
sure
place before we keep on talking, me and you?
the president is focused, and I just want to say, for example,
Don't give me the focus. I'm asking you a simple question. Where has he taken?
I'm not going to answer in the manner that you want. That is, I'm not.
But I'm asking you for just one town.
I don't have scripted speech. I have free-style speech. Okay, so the president, through the Minister of Foreign Affairs, initiated the discussion about job creation and the welfare of diaspora Kenyans in Saudi Arabia, and you saw the resolutions that they came out with. They talked about how diasporas are going to be handled in terms of distress, and opened other job opportunities for other Kenyans to go to Saudi Arabia.
So, Mister, you know you're a very funny character. How did we get to Saudi Arabia when you can't even mention one town or one city or one county that you're saying the president has given food and water?
I'm not going to allow you to script my contribution.
No, but you're the one that started the script, man.
No,
you're the one that started the script.
I want. Okay. So
when you president wako dictator. Tuendelee. I'll get you.
Let us have a sober discussion.
Unacheza na mbaya.
Mato, let us have a sober discussion where we don't.
Okay, now you want to talk about Saudi Arabia or you want to talk about Kenya?
Kenya, foreign affairs. Kenya does not work in isolation of other countries. It works.
Okay, why are we going to foreign affairs when we were talking about food yenye napewa na maji?
I was talking about foreign labor.
Okay, so foreign labor, so tulipeleka maji. You know you were talking about water and food. Tulipeleka maji countries zingine. So, okay, so tulipeleka Somalia na nini. I understand. We took maize to Somalia. Why are we moving on away from our country while we're talking about matters, our country?
Our country, you are here, you know very well what diaspora do and how much they remit. So
can we talk about our country? Can we first of all close, me and you, I'll listen to you. Can we close our borders first of all? Let's talk our country. Talk our country now.
What do you want to talk about our country?
You are talking about water, drought, and everything in our country.
What do you know about it? What has the president not done?
What has he done?
It's a question I asked you. You can't ask a question.
No, don't switch that, man. I'm not a kid. Don't switch that thing. You are the one propagating that. Don't switch it. Let's go on. You are the one propagating that. We are telling you that he has not done. I will tell you what he has not done. You tell me what he has done.
So the president, the government is working on making sure that it is addressing the challenges that we are having as a country. Some things cannot be done overnight. Some things are a process, and process requires that there is involvement of foreign stakeholders working hand in hand with the government. So, and that's what exactly that's exactly what the president is doing, and that is what exactly the people who are helping the president to realize his agendas are doing. So, what I don't like is when we keep talking about elections, when we are supposed to talk about development. There was a period when we were obsessed talking about who will win, who will lose. But now we are a place where we already know who is the symbol of unit and the president of the Republic of Kenya. So it's redundant for us to talk about his legitimacy or not to talk about his legitimacy, but to start questioning him and put him on the spot to deliver for the people of the Republic of Kenya. I think to me that is.
Is he the president of where is he? He's the president of which country again?
If you have amnesia, I'm not going to be part of the people will help you in
I
your.
thought he was the president of Kenya. Why are we talking about other places?
I think
Anyway, wacha nikuachie, siko peke yangu sasa. Unajua ulikuwa unajaribu kunilemea. Let me let these other very patriot people unlike you counter you.
I'm
Wacha
very
nikuachie.
patriotic and realistic.
You're not a patriot, bwana. Wacha nikuachie. Okay.
I'm not a flower girl.
Address your grievances to these other people now.
Julia, thank you for coming. You had left me with hyenas here. They almost karibu wanivunje. But if we stick by the topic of today, what Julia was arguing, and I think, Julia, you were arguing the same way, is that it is true whether there was a injustice, or whether there was fairness during the election that was held in August 2022. I think we are past that level now when we should start asking this government. I'm going to join hands with you. When we ask Ruto, what have you done? You said you're going to deliver in terms of the units. So, for example, affordable housing. This is 1 year down the line. What have you done? If you said that you're going to take care of food security, it is 1 year down the line. What have you done? So for me, we have to start realizing what is the short-term goals that can be realized within the shortest time.
I mean it, Miss.
Long-term goals.
Miss, 1 minute. Stone PK, please take off your TV from the screen. Stone PK. Stone PK, kuna mtu akona namba yake, text. Martin, uko na namba yake?
Yeah, namtext tu saizi.
Yeah, asante sana, Julia. We cannot come here every day and cry of spilled milk. If we respect justice and if we believe in justice, this matter is in the Court of Justice, the East African Court of Justice. Mother Karua took this matter to the East African Court of Justice. So if by any chance it is not going to work, or if by any chance they find that there was an error or omission in the ruling, then it will be realized and it will be announced then. But for now, we have our priorities upside down. We are here inciting inciting against each other, telling us how so-and-so is illegitimate, telling us how so-and-so, UDA versus Azimio. That's Azimio don't know you, Mato. UDA don't know me as a person. But what we have to talk about, we do already have a government. If this government is not going to deliver on its promises, then we shall hold them, we shall march, if called upon, we shall march and join the rest and ask them legitimately. But also we have to be realistic. 3 months in office, the long-term, Julia, long-term goals that have to be realized. For example, when Ruto is talking about us planting trees, that is not something that we are going to see results the next 5 years or 10 years. The projects that were started by Kibaki were fully realized when Uhuru Kenyatta took office. The projects that Uhuru Kenyatta started are going to be fully realized towards even the end of the William Ruto's time. So for me, the short-term and the long-term projects, we must separate that and realize that let us not come here and talk about election. Let's talk about how can we develop our country? How can we have constructive criticism? That is what I'm emphasizing. Thank you.
Mato, unaendelea kumoderate ama unasemaje?
No, take over. Niko na stress ya story ya Mise na staki cause ningepita mahali pengine, lakini wewe unajua wewe. Take over.
I know you and Mise are brothers, so it's just that you disagree. And I know maybe at one time you're going to agree. Now, but I play a clip here then I'm going to ask Kasuti atuongeleshe na a comment on that clip.
Rita Tinina, KTN News.
Back home, Turkana County is facing its worst drought episode in decades, with many residents and animals there staring at imminent starvation. Distribution of relief food supplies has been hampered by challenges including drought terrain and the vastness of the county, which have placed a huge strain on the logistical planning. Shadrach Miti reports on the dire situation in Turkana.
While hunger, drought, and famine are common occurrences in Turkana County, residents here say the ongoing drought situation is the worst to have hit them. From malnourished children to weak animals and dry land with little or no vegetable completely, Turkana is literally wasting away under the scorching sun and harsh pangs of hunger.
We need to look at our country. We need to change the way we do things. We need to look at our food situation, food security.
At Kangalita village in Loima sub-county, residents have resorted to wild bitter fruits known locally as engol, and despite the bitterness, they will have to make do with the fruits as they are the only foodstuff available, the only visible food they can lay their hands on. Relief food has been hard to come by thanks to the vastness of the land alongside other logical challenges, and for the few local well-wishers, their supplies and relief foods are barely enough. Tales of despair and hopelessness are exactly what describes these starving families.
Wazee wameumia na wamama na watoto wale wadogo kuanzia miaka 10 mpaka 5 ambaye hapo na njaa sana, hata maji hapo mbali na hawa.
Turkana governor
Julia, mute your part, kuna echo.
says relief supplies from the government are barely enough for the starving population.
In the next few weeks or even a month, watu wetu wataanza kufa kwa sababu ya njaa. Kwa hivyo tunauliza organizations zote ambazo zinahusika na mambo ya humanitarian aid, tafadhali mkuje kwa haraka, mtusaidie sisi, msaidie watu wetu, because the situation we have on the ground is very alarming.
To intervene in the situation, Help Age International organization, which takes care of the elderly, is now partnering with Echami Ait organization to implement a cash transfer program for the elderly within Turkana and Marsabit counties.
The cash transfer will commence as of this month, October, and it will run till next year, June 2023. And we will do continuous monitoring. After every disbursement, then we monitor, we revisit the older persons to measure, to see whether there is any impact we can see, and also address any challenges arising.
1,692 households have been identified and listed, with each expected to receive 2,000 shillings per month. About 23 counties have been listed as the worst hit with drought, affecting nearly 4 million people who are facing famine and hunger.
So, nitaka tuangalie hiyo clip. Mr. was saying that the government has given food, and you can see that is not even the government of Kenya, that is NGOs doing that. And I think Mr. unaona hiyo picha ya watu vile wanakaa. Umesema I don't know, Ruto has given an instruction to the Ministry of Water. I don't know what to do what in places like Turkana. I mean, I don't think that the government of Kenya, Mr. Willie, and the president can convince Kenyans that he's doing enough to address that situation. So you see, they're talking about cash transfers missing. And the 2,000 that used to be given by the Kenyatta government, I think it came from Kibaki. And Baba himself proposed 6,000 to 2 million Kenyans. But what is this government doing? So Kasuti, karibu, unasemaje? Karibu kwa mjadala wa leo. Na pia you can talk about hunger in Kenya.
Julia, it's long time, eh? Salimia Mato.
na huyu best yangu mtu wa Kandisi huyu my friend Mise, wake up and smell coffee mtu wangu. Things are not the same way you think. Me, I can see you are sitting on a very pretty office. Background is wow, but you don't know what your fellow Kenyans are going through down there, my friend. Wake up and smell coffee. Do you know what? These people, they lied us. They lied to us. All these things, I heard Mrs. talking about the projects or the things that Mwai Kibaki started. The Vision 2030, it carries everything. Uhuru Ruto, they just went into Vision 2030 and they blocked out some things like four agendas or 4 pillars or 4 view what, and then they abandoned the whole plan of Vision 2030. Here we are expecting Uda Kubati to finish or to fulfill all things that is in Vision 2030 by oppressing Kenyans. People are dying, people are just suffering, and then you are here just saying that you are going to give them meat. Okay, you'll give them meat 1 day, 2 days, 2 weeks. What about a month? After that one, people are dying, my friend. Let us not pretend that we don't know. Our brothers, our sisters are dying. This situation of drought in Kenya, it has been there since ages. But I remember if you are in Kenya, but at that time, Julia, you remember what Didi Jakes did? Bishop Didi Jakes. He came in Kenya and he did wonders on a short period of time. How many boreholes that 6 million can drill in Turkana? Mise, I'm talking about
3 Kasuti. In Kirinyaga, I saw them use about 1.5 for one borehole that is supplying water to a school with about 1,500 students and is giving a neighboring school water. So for every 1,500 people, you can have a borehole of 1.5 million.
I'm saying that because it's just recently, I think last Sunday or last Sunday, part 1, your your president took a car of 7 million to a pastor, one individual, and thousands are dying. The last Sunday,
okay,
I saw them.
Uliona ile picha, Gachagua alikuwa na handbag, ilikuwa imejaa pesa pale Murang'a. Did you see that handbag?
A pack. It was pack. Pack imejaa mapesa huko. Alafu mnakuja hapa kutuambia it's working, tuwaulize. Tukae tungoje. Haiwezi mtu wangu. Alafu wewe Mise, mimi sijui ni nini mbaya na wewe. Wewe Kandisi, mwisho ulikuwa Kandisi lini ndugu yangu?
Unaona vile Mungu ana punish Kasuti akianza kuniattack.
Kasuti is right, Mise. I was just playing that clip for you to tell me how much government is doing about hunger. Mise, I think you like insulting people here when you say that serikali sijui ilitoa chakula kipi, sijui iliamrisha, I don't know, the minister for water to do what. Mise, let's just, you ask us to be serious, talk about issues. So I would also like you to be serious. Don't speak for the sake of speaking. Because when you are saying that the government is addressing hunger, really, I have shown you that picture. the government is literally doing nothing. And you cannot explain how GACHAGUA was seen with a backpack full of money in a church in Muranga, and how the president gave 6 million to a preacher in Ukambani, and how on earth you could afford to send food to Somali when you have seen those people from Turkana. Those are Kenyans. They're not animals. You have seen that those are people. Those are human beings. And those pictures and that clip is circulating all over the world. I mean, you look at those people, they look like they are not completely formed, because health-wise, their health is not good. Nasima makosa yao, it is not them to blame for that. I mean, how can a normal president, in his normal senses, in his normal thinking capacity, go to a church and give 6 million to a pastor at this time, and somebody is seen with a backpack in a church, somebody called GACHAGUA, and the other side tunasikia tunapeana pesa chakula Somali? That hiyo video clip is for 1 week ago. You see historia. Those are Kenyans, Mr. Mise. So please, I would request you kindly that you deviate, or you prevent yourself from telling Kenyans that the government is addressing hunger. Just, if they are not doing anything, just keep quiet about it. If you know they are not doing anything. Hizo marori za ukipewa 1 packet, Mise, ukipewa 1 packet of unga, how much will you eat? Now, you see those NGOs in Turkana are trying to give 2,000 shillings for the aged. They are trying to do what Kibaki was doing and what the Hood government was doing. Now, Baba came up with 6,000 for 2 million Kenyans, because he knew that is one way of making sure those people do not sleep hungry. What is your government doing? Little drama here and there at the lorries of unga. Mr. What is wrong with you? Why can't you stop defending this government that has no structures? So I think, Mr. when you talk about hunger again, don't do that. That's an insult to Kenyans. Afadhali saa zingine mtu kunyamaza, kwa sababu I think you are adding salt to injury. As we speak here, even there are Kenyans who may have been watching this TV and kesho hawajui what they are going to feed their children with. So when you speak like that, you are adding insult to injury. You may be somewhere you are comfortable, you may not be struggling to get your daily bread, or you may not be strained that what you're gonna eat tomorrow, but we know that there are Kenyans that they don't know what they're gonna feed their children tomorrow with. And then you say here that the president is doing something. He's doing nothing, and he doesn't even care. So I wanted to play that clip so that Mrs. stops doing that. Now I see the term limit thing is here. I don't know what to say about it, PK. I mean, this cabinet, I don't care about this cabinet. It is a cabinet that is headed for fail. These people who are working free on corruption cases, I'm not surprised. In fact, I am not surprised, and I will agree with my fellow panelists who are talking earlier here. The earlier Kenyans get rid of this bandit government, the better. I don't know how they are going to do it, but I think the earlier they do it, the better. So, sijui Kasuti amepelekwa wapi na sijui ni Mise, are you trying to hack Kasuti? So tusaidie kwa sababu Mise is trying. I think Mise is trying to hack Kasuti.
Kasuti was trying to lie, and God punished him instantly, and he had to kick him out because what Julia you're saying is good, but Julia, you're also forgetting. You're not being honest. We are not having an honest discussion here, up to including you, Stone PK. The question is, has our country ever thought about emergency preparedness and mitigation? Have we ever thought about it? Because if we thought about it, we could think about acts of God. A drought and famine sometimes are as a result of acts of God. So if we are honest, we are supposed to say this government must set aside resources for emergency preparedness and mitigation. So that how do we respond to situations like the one that we have. We are very poor in responding because we have never been prepared, be it be Uhuru, be it be Kibaki, be it be Moi. We've never been prepared to respond to an emergency. So the situation that we are having now, even it's the same as the pandemic. When the pandemic came, even most countries were not able to respond because they were not prepared for it. So we want to start thinking, how can we, through this government, create an environment where they can respond to and be prepared to respond to emergencies and mitigate any possible emergency when it occurs. That is the kind of discussion I want us to have, not who lost the elections in August.
Okay, Mr. Don't go there. Now, I appreciate what you have just said. And because I want to give PK a chance to talk. Mr. Don't run away. You need to listen to what we are saying. Now, Mr. is asking, has we ever prepared ourselves for emergency responses? Ni kama kusema hivi Mato, Stone na Mise na Njiru. Sasa kama kwenyu mtu akukusomwa, if nobody went beyond class 8, now and I start saying that we need to go beyond class 8, then you start asking me, Julia, has anybody ever gone beyond class 8 in your home? That's what the picture Mise is trying to bring here. That because nothing has been done by the previous governments or not something substantial been done, so we're going to do nothing about it. The fact is, the situation is here with us. And Mise, I don't know what you're doing, you need to remember that what is annoying Kenyans is seeing the extravagance of the Kenyan government in the midst of such miseries among Kenyans. Seeing the president fly in and out, I don't know what he's going to do. Jana Makete alisema watu wako na ushamba mwingi sana wa juu. Watu ni kama kupanda ndege is like something. Maybe that's why they are taking pictures in aircrafts. Mliona hizo picha walikuwa selfies walikuwa napiga. Did you see the selfies that GACHAGUA was taking with some people there? Another man was taking a selfie with President Uhuru in an aircraft. What is annoying Kenyans is the extravagance we are seeing in this government in the midst of this misery. You people, there's a president, I think I'm the Malawi president, one day when he didn't even go for some conferences because there was so much hunger and misery in his country. He was trying to save. What when speaking was saying that some MPs are coming to the US? This is high class nonsense, Miss. So don't tell us here to think who is thinking. I'm not the cabinet secretary and I'm not GACHAGUA. What do you want me to think? And however much I think, how am I going to change this? However much I start thinking, the point is we are getting mad. Miss, we are getting very mad to see this government's extravagance in the midst of miseries. We are getting aggravated to see GACHAGUA carrying a backpack full of money to some preacher in Muranga. We are getting aggravated to hear someone was given a coward 6 million in the midst of the hungry people in Ukambani. We are getting aggravated, Miss, to hear people yapping about building houses. Those houses were started by Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. That is not Ruto's project. So, Miss, don't tell me to think what? What we should think is about what Kasuri has said. Dams. Have you heard anywhere Mr. William Samuel Ruto has announced that he's going to start dams and wells projects or water projects in these dry counties? Have you heard him open his mouth to say such a thing? Hata kama ni kutudanganya. Umesikia akimwambia, simwambie kesho aseme hivyo, at least tukue na hope. Even if he's going to be lying to us. So, Mr. Don't tell us to start thinking. We'll sit here and talk about it because we are so mad. We getting aggravated. Karibu Stone PK.
Yeah, thank you, Julie. I hope you can get me well. Am I clear? Oh, great. Mato, we've been here with you, Julia.
PK, your speaker iko na scratch. Sijui kama ni speaker yako iko na scratch.
Na sasa.
Okay, iko na scratch lakini tunakusikia, endelea tu.
Hao watu wazima wameumia kila mahali.
Bado ina scratch. Am I clear now?
Kind of, but we can hear you. Just go on.
Kind of.
Julia, Hao watu wako wameumia kila mahali, hata wakiongea ni mascratch.
I hope now I'm okay.
Yeah, that's better. Go on.
Ilikuwa inaenda chini, wachana na Mise. I later I was researching on Mise. I realized Mise is a comedian, but an intellectual comedian. On a lighter note, Mise, I think you just come here to entertain people. Honestly, you are telling us to be honest and have honest discussion. You know, it's so bad when an intellectual wants to do comedy because watu watajua tu na pretend. Yeah, Mise, you tell us to be honest. It's true. All what we discuss here is with all honesty. And number one, Mise, and all those who are talking, I can see people like Patrick talking a lot of gas on the other side, saying that the pastors are wamepewa gari ya 6 million to visit wagonjwa. Mgonjwa hataki visitation, anataka chakula. This crucial moment. Right now, Kenyans don't want even prayers. They don't want kuombewa, wanataka kupewa chakula. That is it. You don't pray for me when I'm hungry. Give me food. Then nikisha shiba unaniambia tuombe tumshukuru Mungu. It is as simple as that. Kuniambia tuombe Mungu and I'm sleeping on an empty stomach. No. So telling me a pastor is given 6 million worth of a car to visit sick people. They don't need visitation. Wanahitaji chakula wapate uhai. Now, Mise, the honesty you are talking about is until the day, and it is so sad when people who are intelligent like you, educated people like you, are vouching and claiming that Ruto was elected. That's where we go wrong. Whatever you discuss here with all the intelligence trying to put in all those programs you are talking about, and the people who are leading are thieves, they even have no idea of how to do those kind of things. Yeah? You will never see it. It is not only with Ruto. Ruto, they stole election from 2013. We've not had legitimate intellectual leaders elected by the people. So how do you begin to think of putting strategies, papers, and all that? It can't, because you have to begin with the custodians of whatever program you are in, whatever problem you insert. It is the intellectuals, the integrity people that are supposed to draw programs that are supposed to salvage Kenyans. But when you have oaks, you have majambazi, you have wezi in the name of wokovu, rotten people morally, intellectually, and kila kitu, then you start talking of programs. No program can work in Kenya at all. Hakuna. You can go for another 60 years. Put whatever. We have the best constitution as we are talking. It is not working. And the people are here saying President Ruto was elected by who? Oh, Kenya is a democracy. From what point? In the earlier show, I mentioned of how democracy works at the village level. Inaishia hapo. Okay? When it comes up here, wananchi, is you have no say because mutadu, you are being told you elected, you voted, and your votes were counted. And Kenyans are being fooled by people like Mise, like that we are supposed to support this government. This is a BS government, my friend. It doesn't need support. It needs to be uprooted. This government needs to be uprooted, and that's why we are so mad with Azimio MPs, Azimio senators, and all that. They should have abandoned and quit the government of Ruto, give it to him, let him run the country with his UDA people. Azimio should quit. In fact, they should quit as of yesterday, because they are legitimizing majambazi. They are legitimizing wizi. They are participating. Ukiingia nyumba ya mganga akiroga mtu, hata we ni mrogi. Kikuyu anasemanga utire mwishi na mshuhuderia. Wewe unaangalia mwizi akiiba, you are a thief. So Azimio, right now we have resolved. And that's why tumeanza na bunge la wananchi. And that is what is going to remove Ruto. You take that to the bank. Ruto revolution will be bunge la wananchi. Hiyo ndio itamuoa tena mbio tena haraka sana, and he's going home. Take that to the bank. All right, because wananchi tulisit tukakoniwa, so it is wananchi to decide to uproot the Ruto government before it ruins the country. And then if the Azimio MPs don't resign to join bunge la wananchi, we will also put them in the dustbin, because we don't know what they are doing there. There is nothing that will work. Hakuna mjadala ile watajidai wana participate ya kusaidia Wakenya itapita. Nothing. Look at how stupid they are. Waliambiwa si majority na wakaacha ikapita. Sincerely speaking, I have no respect for them at all anymore. You are being, yani munapakwa mavi na UDA because of tumbo zenyu. Right now, Azimio people who are there in parliament and in Senate are not there for Mwananchi. They are there for Ruto and for money. They are just pretending that they are Azimio. They are not. And Baba should know that. Baba is on his own. He's on his own. The only person who is supporting Baba is that poor guy there who now cannot afford unga. That guy who is in the Jacaranda. Huyo ndio follower wa Baba. Wabunge kwisha maneno yao. Hao ni matumbo tu. Na ma V8 and all that. So it is so sad and it is very bad. But I'm so happy that fire has started. Others can think is a joke. Ilipoanza in Russia about bread, the king was even mocking the civilians. Lisema ni upuzi. Same thing what UDA guys are saying. Oh, these are orphans of Azimio. Nize. You are lucky you are in Canada. Tafurahi. But the fire is on. Imeshawaka. Moto umewaka. Kutimuliwa, mutatimuliwa. So Mize, to answer you, there is no program that can work when all what you have are thieves. Programs are run by people of high intellectual capacity, high integrity, people who are willing and patriotic to salvage a country like Kenya. Otherwise, when you continue having thieves overturning the will of the people, and then you come with your theories, you come with the constitution, nothing will work. Begin with the leader first. Let Mwananchi elect genuinely. Then you will see this country. Right now, this country can be transformed in less than 5 years. 3 years, hii nchi inageuka inakuwa kitu kingine kitamu. But not with Ruto. Pole. Thank you. Back to you, Julia.
Asante PK. Mato, uliona vile kule alisomewa na Wavinya Ndeti. Ati kuria sent Wavinya Ndeti a clip. Kwani wanatumia nanga clips? Ama ukipigwa selfie, alikuwa anapigwa selfie anatumia Wavinya Ndeti. Hey, Wavinya Ndeti imepigwa selfie leo. Si zile ma selfie niliwaambia wanapigwa huko kwa ndege. You people, you saw the clips they were taken in the aircraft from Kisumu. So Kuria naye akaenda kwa hii mkutano akapea watu msomo, alafu akachukua selfie na clip, na hizo clips sasa anatumia Wavinya Ndeti kumwenda. Unajua Wavinya Ndeti pia ni msuku. So I think he was trying to entice her. And then guess what came from Wavinya Ndeti? Watoto wa maoni.
Wacha nitakurudia kwa Wavinya Ndeti. Wacha kwanza niambie Miss something. Miss, I don't know if you really listened to Stone PK, not just to answer him back, but to listen to what he told you. In fact, the man went a long way to criticize the same people that you're fighting, which is what we're doing. Yes, we're criticizing our members of parliament. Why are we criticizing them? Na nyinyi bado mna criticize? Because, you know, short and with all due respect, short-minded people sit somewhere that they cannot even criticize what is on their own court, because when they criticize what is in their own court will be a problem. I'm telling you, most of the Azimio guys here and people who have been there for a long time, they are criticizing the Azimio guys. We criticize our own. But with you guys, you're so stuck in somewhere hata utaweza tusi hata mama, hata uongeleshe mtu vibaya. Why? Because in your side you're stuck on one side, but you're not looking at your own country. You make people even wanna toka kwa show. Dude, it's not about Azimio, and it's not about Kenya Kwanza. It's about your country, it's about your kids, it's about your daughters. I don't care how many books you put in the back of your ground and whatever you do. I don't care about that. It's those kids that will come after you and everything after you're done being a lawyer, whatever you call as a lawyer. I don't know if you're in immigration or whatever you do. I don't give a damn. All I'm telling you is we have a country here. And it doesn't matter what tribe you are. It doesn't matter. Julia is a Kikuyu, I am a Kamba. You are who you are. You come here, unatutusi, unatuambia nini, sisi hatujui kitu tunasema, and everything, and you purport to know the whole thing. And then the whole world is telling you this is not the right thing. But then you still want to stay there. When are you gonna move out of that house that you have right there? When are you gonna move out that cocoon and think about Kenya? Forget about tribe. Forget about what you do in life and what you do. Some people that you see over here, even on the comment section, wangekuja wakwambia what they do, you feel like stupid. I have had people come and I'm thinking that I do something big. Mtu anakuja ananiambia what they do na hata wajaitangaza. And I'm not here sitting here. Me utaniona hapa na vest. Ni venye tu siwezi ingia na vest. On the weekends you will see me nikifanya vitu zangu and whatever over here. The thing is not about where you stand and how you can be looked at intellectually or however you are. The thing is that, remember, you have a country, and when you're 6 foot under, you will have that country, and your kids will have, even though you feel that you will not have. So please, Missy, when we come over here, listen and feel people and get watu wa kuingilie, ukubali, watu wa kucorrect, ukubali, na pia ukicorrect mtu, ukinicorrect mimi nitakubali kama uko right. It's not 1 time or 3 times that Julia has corrected me. Nakubali. At the end of the day is when you're not here fighting, what your kid is gonna have. So please, tuendelee vizuri. Now, Julia ulikuwa umeniuliza swali, hata unajua, waja nilikuachia nilikuwa umeniuliza story ya, because I wanted to make fun of it. Kuna swali ulikuwa umeniuliza, so I finished. Waja huu Miss amenisumbua. Kuna swali ulikuwa umeniuliza?
Wavinya Ndeti, uliona Wavinya Ndeti?
Oh, Wavinya Ndeti. Asa history ya Wavinya Ndeti, that land has been there. That was the fight that Mutua went through Mudhama. I don't know if people understand that from ukishapita pale hivyo Kenya Airways, because that's airspace. After that, that's Ukambani until you fika, I think it's Voi, in between Voi and Watamu. She's very right in what she's saying. But the problem is, I don't think there's ever been a problem, because kuna watu wengi wanaweza kuambia pia JKI iko Ukambani. But I don't think that has ever been a problem. I think ni Moses Kuria alikuja vibaya. Na akikujia Wavinya Ndeti vibaya, people don't understand. Wavinya Ndeti is not mtu ametoka tu saizi. In fact, what they used to do wakiwa na Zipora Gitonyi, when the maendeleo ya wanawake actually started. She was the MP for Kadhiani. And she's been there for a long time. She knows all the politics in Ukambani. She knows kila kitu. Wavinya Ndeti is not mtu utaenda tu kimbilie. Moses Kuria is running, anakimbilia kitu ajui. Wavinya Ndeti si mtu wa kukimbilia bwana. Huyo mama amekuwapo na ni mama mgumu. She's been there from maendeleo ya wanawake. Moses Kuria, what is trying to do with Wavinya Ndeti, atakanyagwa na Wavinya Ndeti. And I'm telling you, everybody in Ukambani from Kadhiani coming all the way to Katelembo, they know him, they know her. Even Mutua has never tried. Let Mutua. Mudhama has never done. Ni kama kwenda kupigana na nani na Ngilu. You will never fight those ladies. They've been there. Those are one of the strongest, some of the strongest ladies in Ukambani mwenye atakwambia kitu ushtuke. In fact, her time to be governor was ilikuwa imechelewa. She's the person that actually, and I know this for a fact, alileta dispensaries, Kadhiani, Machakos, going to Yata and everything with the Zipora Gitonyis and the Mandeleos of wanawake in Ukambani. If you think I'm lying, ask any Kenyan, any Kamba that actually knows. And you know what? Stone PK knows a little bit of Ukambani. He will tell you, nani, ambieni nani akae kwake bwana, na akae na UDA yake. Ukambani, you know, first of all, we don't subscribe to that. We gave everything to Azimio. We don't subscribe to that. Hata Mutua will not subscribe with you guys. Mkikuja sana. The guys of UDA. So Ukambani is not somewhere to run on, and you know, Wavinya Ndeti unacheza na mama mbaya bana. Nani atakalishwa chini, atakalishwa mahali pake. And just on a lighter note, akicheza tutamtumia nyuki. Anyway, that was on a lighter note. But don't be worried about vitu za Ukambani, Julia. Ukambani huko watu wamejishika, and we have a good lady mwenye anajua. Ndio maana alimwambia stay on your lane. Thank you.
Was Wavinya the wife of this man in UD anaitwaje? Mudhama.
No, Wavinya has never been.
Bibi ya Mudhama alikuwa nani?
Na the last senator. I don't know if she made it this time. The last senator that was there, I think she did a
yeah. She's still the senator of Machakos, the current senator of Machakos.
Anaitwaje hiyo senator?
Anaitwa Kozali tupadina ya Mudhama. Miriam mama ni kitu kama hiyo.
I don't know, but she's still the one. Anyway.
I didn't know if she made it through because I never followed for that. He was the senator. But yeah, no. Wavinya Ndeti has never been. Wavinya Ndeti was the Maendeleo Wanawake. She was the MP for councillor for Kadhiani. I think this was 1998. And then she came back and became a councillor of Moore Hills after that. And then, but she's always been there. And Wavinya Ndeti is known, I know her personally. I'm not trying to say that I know people, but I know her personally. She was one of the best best friends of my grandmother before she passed away. And when Maendeleo ya Wanawake, she was the first people to do that when she was in Kadhiani. And Wavinya Ndeti is not somebody you run into like that. I see mtu wa kukimbilia. Uyo, atakukanyaga. She will fight with you. If you want physical, she will. She doesn't play. So Moses Kuria will not, hakuna kitu bwana. I think she's bigger than nani Mutua. She stands her ground, anajijua. We're not even worried about that one. You watch wapigana na Moses Kuria. Moses Kuria will not get anything because the land in Say, by the way, niwaambie ukweli, was one of the lands that if everybody remembers when Mutua came and said that he and gave a very good, Ata Uhuru came in of Machakos City, na akaonesha vitu mzuri nini. So there's that politics of Mudhama where we're not going to just give land like that, which aliharibio ndo ikose kwa the city. But then Wavinya Ndeti were the people who are like, let's just give an investor, kama anaanzisha skyscraper, give them this one, and then they pay. You list to them, they pay. Basically what she's trying to say, as Ukambani people have to talk. Because this were county council lands, we have to talk before we agree on what is going to happen. And that's what Wavinya Ndeti is standing for. But again, is that when you find somebody else coming in to come and try to say something just because you're a CS, I don't believe anybody in Ukambani will live. Haitawaifanyika, wachaneni nayo. Hiyo itakuwa vita ingine ile kama like ile vita ya Wamasai na Wakamba of Emali, the famous fight. So when Moses Kuri is coming like that, and that's why Wavinya Ndeti is telling him, usikuje kunisumbua bwana. I think I've answered. Julia, do you have any other question about that?
No, I just want you to find out mbona Kuri alikuwa anatumia hiyo seed. Alafu utatuelezea baadaye on a light note, lakini pia tunaomba hizo nyuki zikuje. Let me play a clip here, then tutaendelea na debate. I want Kenyans to see what Gachagua was doing in Murang'a. Alikuwa na pesa mingi na Wakenya tunalala njaa.
Wekelea fulani makosa, shitaki fulani na maneno ya uongo. Serikali ya William Ruto inafuata sheria na inafuata katiba ya Kenya. And going forward, the way this country will be governed.
Kwa hivyo mimi ningetaka nimalizie hapo. Niko na mali ya kanisa. Ningetaka Bishop na Kimaru.
So I want to ask, how much money is that? I mean, how much money can fit in that small rucksack store na kina Njiru, Bise, Mato? Hiyo ni pesa ngapi?
By volume, eh?
Yes.
Looking at that backpack, we can talk of between 12 to 15 million in that backpack. Na ukiona hiyo bag imepakiwa vizuri, haikai shimo, and I think there is a reason why alipeana na with a bag without just a bahasha. I think he didn't want people to do an estimate of that, but that is not important. The most important thing is why I need to do that at the, and that's why I think in Kenya we have to start having law. Here, that one is
before Wendele. Umesema he came within a bag.
Yes.
If he was doing the right thing, he had a choice to give them a check.
Yes. Or even with a bahasha apple.
Or a check. You know, if I want to give you something that I don't think I'm breaking the law, I would give you a check. Why in this era? Let me ask you, all of you here. Njiru, if I want to give you something, it is a long time since I gave somebody money, cash. I've just been doing cash transfers through M-Pesa because I have nothing to defend. Okay, so these people cannot even do a cash transfer because it can be traced through the bank. They cannot write a check. You people, Kenyans, watch. In this era, the Deputy President of Kenya, Mr. GACHAGUA, was seen in a church the other day carrying a bag full of money, and he gave it to a man, the so-called man of God. Ndelea Njiru.
Yeah, ndio nilikuwa nikisema what is important is that
why did he withdraw? Njiru, why did he withdraw?
Okay, we will handle that. There is a serious question I wanted to say. You see, like when Obama was a president, he explained that when he is a president, there is the amount of money he cannot give to people because of the scrutiny and what will happen in that methodology. I'm not saying that we'll be like America. That's not what I'm saying. But an elected leader, so that he can be able to protect the office and to protect and stop being biased. Because you see what I'm saying is, if he is giving that pastor in Moranga, why can't he go to Ukambani and also give another bag like that one? Why can't he go to Nyaza and also give another bag like that one? So what is so special with this pastor, anapewa hii mfuko? What has he done to them? Is he the part of the cocoon which is trying to demobilize our minds? Is he the part of the people who are selling their narrative? Why is he not doing it uniformly if he has to give money? I'm just asking in a layman. So, but bottom line, an elected leader, that one is criminality in live on camera. And I'm surprised that the DPP cannot even investigate such an act. In a civilized democracy, in a place like South Korea, in a place like in Germany, that was an impeachment direct. That's an impeachment direct. Even with hiyo hakuna kuongea. Hiyo ndio tunaitanga quote something pro quo. You do me, I do you. It is provable now. Live on camera. You do me, I do you. Live on camera, whereby it is like I'm buying your favor. So what they are doing is a reward system because they know what pastors did to them in terms of selling the ideology, indoctrinating people, and so many other things. I don't want to handle that too much because this is a criminality. I still want to go to my people, Azimio. I want to say this, and maybe people might disagree with me here. The way Azimio we are behaving now, Kenya Kwanza is not a party. We have been saying that for so long. Kenya Kwanza is not a party. It's a conglomeration of people with a dark agenda. That one we are clear on that. But based on the occurrences of the 3 months which have happened, I wanted to say that Azimio is clinically dead. Why? Number one, and if there is any revolution which will come in Kenya, it will not come from Azimio. I can tell you. Actually, Azimio had a responsibility of kickstarting and starting off a revolution, but they sank. So if there will be a revolution, even those MPs like Jarango and this is the key thing. Unaona, this idea of electing MPs simply because ati mtu akona TV show, ati huyu mtu is a popular in media, and there is nothing they have even fought for the people. They have not shown even the character of being a legislature. No, I'm saying now we have to be serious. This idea of electing people who have no legislative capability simply because I have a YouTube channel which has 7 million people or 3 million people, and we say that I can become an MP. It's a shame. I want you look at serious countries which elect revolutionaries, and we have to start shunning out. And I want to tell Baba next time, if we are going to have another conglomeration of parties to have an election, we have to. I would even support those guys in Bunge la Wananchi a million times than some of the socialite guys who just come on the TVs on popularity. I want to say some of the guys we supported on Azimio, they did not deserve that seat. They have wasted Baba energy. You know, when you nominate somebody or when you give somebody authority to be nominated by your political party, that person, you give them power so that he can be able to fight for you. And these guys are not fighting for us. So what I'm saying right now is that Azimio, our party, is a carcass. It has nothing. All the guys we elected, they are just useless guys. And I want to say, what walikuwa simply because guys like watu kama kina Jarango, they could walikuwa naongea kizungu mingi hapo sijui nini atashinda Rangata, but we have no one. Even
huyu tumemchagua kama senator akina Sifuna. I'm frustrated by them, by the way. I'm saying, in other words, Azimio is clinically dead, and if there is a movement which will get Kenya out of the problems we have, it is something else, but not Azimio. I'm sorry to say this, but Azimio, for the last 3 months, it has buried itself, and we just elected some socialites, guys who are not serious. All the guys who we elected in Azimio, useless. Sorry to say this. That is
You are spot on. You are spot on. Njiru, thank you. Njiru, thank you for being honest. You are very candid. Now we can begin talking. So, Julia, can I now give my contribution?
Okay, thank you, Jiro. I just want to tend to agree with Jiro on one thing. I'm not happy with those sellouts in Azimio, those bootlickers who went joining Kenya Kwanza. But Azimio is not dead, Jiro. We are alive. We are here. We are the Azimio. Ukiniona hapa na PK, unajua umeona Azimio na tuko ngangari. Sisi na kina Wavinyandeti tunatuma nyuki hivi karibuni na kina Ndeto. The bees are coming to deal with these sellouts and their henchmen and all that. Karibu Mise, you wanted to say something?
Yes.
And Mise, as you comment and everybody else, I really want you to comment about that bag of money with GACHAGUA, and you tell me first whether it is legal or legally accepted, and why he carried the money in the bag. Why I think that is the money. Kuna pesa nyinyi watu mnakumbuka, these pastors got to be careful. There's some currencies that was outlaw. I mean, that was removed from the market some time back. That some people will be given that currency the time they change the notes. I mean, they change the kind of notes we have, right? So these people, I think they have some money. These people are
my sister, at the risk of you removing me out of here, you're spot on. You're spot on. Is that what was money is still in circulation and people need to know where they're taking it. That is what is happening. And if you want to take me to jail, take me. You're right, spot on. There's a law. There's a law that anything above $1 million, it has to go through the bank, and you cannot just take it without saying anything. Na ndio maana tulitoa zile noti kubwa zikarudi ndogo. Tuacheni kudanganyana. You're very spot on. Thank you.
Let us ask ourselves, nani who went to his bank and withdraw this money na akana na rapsa hiyo bagi ya watoto wa shule ikawekwa hiyo pesa. You people, is it even in such an uncouth and uncivilized way of donating money to the church, especially if you are the deputy president? If you see me with some few notes in the church, that will be okay. We understand, Julia, because those are the only notes I could afford. But if I can afford several millions, then I'm legally giving that money. I'm gonna write a check or make a cash transfer. I mean, in this, our watu ni wa nchi gani? Our watu ni kama they live in the forest or in the bush. Mr. Karibu.
Asante sana, Julia. Let me first begin by demystifying what one Martin Indeto is saying, that there is a law that says that anything beyond 1 million, you must go through the bank. That is actually misleading. He knows that. The law says that anything above 999.99, you have to, if you're going to withdraw, you have to show reason as to why and what is the intended purpose. Or if you're going to deposit the money, you are going, that is 1 million, anything that is above 999, you have to show your source of income. So the law does not limit anyone from having the money how he wishes to carry it. If you wish to go and withdraw your money as long as you can show the reason why you're withdrawing and where you're going to use it, then there is no problem with that. There is no law that prohibits you not to carry 10 million in cash. There is no law. However, when anti-terrorism and money laundering was introduced, it kind of began to limit people on how they transact. That is why most of us here who send money back home, when you hit a certain amount, then you are asked to start proving what is your source of income. You have to provide either your bank statements, letter of employment, and as well to be able to say why you're sending this money in the effort of combating terrorism and money laundering. However, let me speak to the things that we were talking about before. Julia, 3 weeks ago, first of all, let me go back and say this. When Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta passed the sword to William Ruto, it meant that he gave him the power to continue with that which he started, finished, and that which that he had not finished, that actually a budget had been allocated to it. So that means if that was not the case, then William Ruto would have shown up with his sword and be sworn in the way he would have pleased himself to be sworn in. However, because of that continuity, I want to demystify that narrative people are saying, oh, this project was started by Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Yes, they were started by Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. William Ruto was part of it. Whether they were started by Kibaki, at the time or at this point, the President of the Republic of Kenya is William Samoei Ruto. He has the mandate to continue with the governance of the country. I want to make that clear. Number two, you have tasked and you're put spot on how the Deputy President is spending his money. Are you trying to ask everyone, limit them just because they are civil servants, to tell them how they spend their money? They can spend their wealth and money the way they wish to spend. The same way you are spending your money in the way you want, and no one is questioning you. GACHAGUA has the right to spend the money that is the way he wishes to spend. Reward whoever he wants to reward, as long as he's not stealing from the government to reward people. So he has the right. Don't forget that. And also, there is something my brother Penny Nyagaka said, and I loved it. You've been pointing GACHAGUA, you've been pointing William Ruto, and the other UDA, the entire UTF fraternity. I am asking you the same question. Raila Amolo Odinga, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, they are also billionaires. What have they done towards contributing to the 3.5 million Kenyans who are suffering or who are severely affected by the drought? So don't just look at one side, hoping that you will use the other finger to point the other person. The other fingers are pointing at you. Now, there is this mentality that I've found here. It's called sour grape mentality. People are bitter. People are bitter, and they are extending the bitterness to the government of William Samoei Ruto. Now, there is something that is implausible. Implausible. It's not plausible. It can never be plausible. The thing is, the President of the Republic of Kenya will never be for the next 5 years, if not, if William Ruto is alive and not incapacitated, will not be either GACHAGUA or any other person. So this dream, sweet dreams people have that we are removing this government from office through a revolution of the great revolution of Stone PK, is not going to happen. Kenya is not a failed state. Kenya is a governable country, and the laws apply. And lastly, Julia, you know where Thiliba is. Thiliba. 3 weeks ago, the president launched the dam, launched the dam at Thiliba, and courtesy of the government of Japan. These are things that you have to know that the president must continue. People have to die. There are things that are realities. In life, people have to die. People have to be born. People have to be sick. People have to be, you have to age. Today you are 1 day older, right? So that is something that you can't do away with. People will die when there are calamities, whether there are calamities, whether there is drought or there are no drought. People are dying. People are sick. This is a reality that is indisputable. Now, you, Julia, a while ago, you said that, and plus Martin Indeto, who is so delusional of sending nyuki kwa watu. I hope, my brother Martin, you are not sending some to me. I am your brother, please spare me. Niliona mtu akiwekewa nyuki leo kwa mkono. Tafadhali Ndeto, usinitumie hizo. But William Ruto flagged off 50 trucks, okay? 50 trucks that carried 20 bags of rice, 20 bags of 20,000 bags of rice, 20,000 bags of beans, 20,000 bags of assorted animal feeds, and also cooking oil. The question is, will this resolve the current drought that we have? Absolutely no. This is just a band-aid. This is just a band-aid. It's not going to resolve the problem, the current drought that is facing 3.5 million Kenyans. The question is, can they do more? Can they do more than what they just sent out? Can Raila Amolo Odinga, can Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta also, through philanthropy, through corporate social responsibilities, can they come together and rally Kenyans together to raise money and resources to address the drought? This is not about William Ruto. This is a national challenge, a God's act, so that all of us can know that we are facing the challenges. Some of you talk about how you love your country. Martin, let me begin with you. You speak how you so love Kenya, and some of us don't love Kenya. Some of us are sitting pretty somewhere. I told Stone PK, I have brothers and sisters, I have relatives, I have parents who live in the same country. And when you talk about drought, matter of fact, if you go to Kisii, we are not having the same challenge people who are in Turkana are having. Geographical, and people who are in Ukambani are having. So geographically, we are not disadvantaged like the people who are in Ukambani are. There is where we are disadvantaged, and there's somewhere we are advantaged as well. We are advantaged that the kind of rain that we have in Kisii, the rain cycle, favors us in terms of agriculture. And so drought, we've never been affected, even though the cost of living is higher. So what I'm saying, let us not castigate let us not be trivial. I like what you're saying. Let us put this government on the spot. But sometimes we are so trivial, talking of things that as though when I see Martin so delusion and calling me that I don't love my country. Sometimes I really sympathize with some sentiment here. But let me stop there by saying, we all in this, regardless of where we are, the packet of milk that we used to buy $1.50, now it's $9. So the question is this problem only in Kenya? How many people are here homeless, especially this severe weather that is coming up? How many people here are going without food? How many people here whose houses who are losing their houses? Why are we not speaking about this global crisis that we are having? How many people are suffering? How many people cannot pay or afford school fees? here? How many people you have here in North America, even in America, that cannot pay their insurance? So when we look at Kenya, we are focusing, yes, we have a drought, but at least let us say, how can we mitigate this drought in the future? Plant more trees, create more jobs, invest, encourage foreign investors so that our economy can flourish. Let me stop there for now. Thank you.
Asante, Mr. I want to ask you some rhetoric questions, and I know student Picken has something to say. So you, question number 1, did GACHAGUA have to give cash?
He has a right to choose.
He has a right to choose.
Yeah.
Which is easier, giving cash or writing a check?
At that point, he has a choice. It's a legal tender. Cash money is a legal tender in Kenya. So whether it does not limit anyone, it's his choice. So how can you question his choice of the choice that he chose to pay? You can either pay in cash or in check or transfer via M-Pesa or bank to bank. Those are all modes of payment.
Okay, they are modes of payment. But the point I want you to let you understand is that when you see people carrying sacks of money and bags of money, it's a way of hiding what they have. That's what GACHAGUA is doing. Question number 2, the food Ruto is giving, is he giving from his own pocket or is that government money?
How do you draw a line?
Answer me. Is he using his own finances or government money? And be serious, Mr. Here. Is Ruto going to his bank to withdraw money to give Kenya? Did he say he's donating or that is government money?
Julia, that is a question that even you cannot authoritatively. There is nowhere the money that is withdrawn from the government that is written, this is government money and this is money.
No,
money is money in Kenya.
Allow me to correct you. Ruto is the president of Kenya, so he's using government resources to finance that food. So don't bring in Raila here.
I don't know.
No, Mrs. Stop it. Don't bring in Raila here and Uhuru saying they should donate to the government.
They should donate if they are patriotic.
No, Mr. Don't bring them here.
It is a national disaster. All of us can.
No.
It's a national disaster. All of us. Why are we contribute? Right now, we are contributing money to send to Kenya. Are we government officials? We are not. We are just simple responsible citizens who are sending money to Kenya.
Okay, Mr. Allow me to see. Let me say this. The president and the government are using government resources to finance what they are doing. So if anybody wants to donate to Kenyans, like the NGO we saw in Turkana, that's choices they are making. So do not bring in Raila or Uhuru here. That is one. Finally, you are asking us why we are asking why GACHAGUA has a bag of money. Because GACHAGUA now is not like Julia. He's the deputy president of Kenya. He's on the spot. He has to explain to us all his steps, even what he does with his wife. If he decides to fight his wife, we shall talk about it, because he should not. If he decides to abuse his wife, he should not do that. We shall talk about it. We shall talk about impeaching him for abusing his wife, because he should not. He's a public figure. He's not like PK. He's not Mise. Finally, you said that nobody is doubting that Ruto was sworn in. Ruto was sworn in and given the sword, because for me and many more Kenyans believe that Chebukati and Mother Kome upheld impurity by allowing Ruto to be president. Now, you are saying that you are convicted that Ruto has to be there for the next 5 years, and the likes of Stone PK and the others should stop wasting their time. I want you to go to your research and research about Sri Lanka. I don't think Kenya is as powerful as Sri Lanka. The president of Sri Lanka was removed by common mwananchi, and is not the first president to be removed by common mwananchi. So this will not be the first time it has happened. I don't know. So stop swearing to us here, telling us how it is going to be impossible for him to be removed. It will very soon, you'll swallow your words, my dear brother. Wacha nisikie vile Stone PK atasema, alafu tutarudi kwako Mise and any other person.
We can also bet. I'm willing to bet with
Okay,
so
Mr.
it's
Allows Kumpika ya
$1,000.
Thank you, Julie. I don't bet. I don't bet on obvious facts. Let me begin by saying we are dealing with a satanic government, a government made of satanic people and satanic followers. You know, that's why satanic people, or rather devil worship money, is always carried cash. Evil money is carried cash. Drug money is carried cash. You know that all over the world. Neither you say you are a lawyer, you should know that. The reason, anytime you find somebody carrying cash, pesa kwa dunia, like Baba says, huyo ni mwizi, ni drug dealer, ni wash, ni evil. All right, and the country Kenya has been taken by evil. In fact, Julia, I don't see why you guys are questioning this. Hiyo ni ushetani of the first order. Ushetani of the first order. Even look at the way the money was being given. And I hope that's not a Catholic church. I hope and I'm praying that it is not a Catholic. It could be any other church. I really don't care. Because hiyo ni ile inaitwa pesa ya ungumania. Yani, look at how it was being, and it is being done quickly, haraka haraka, in a black bag. Where do you do this kind of a thing? I only see those in movies, either Mexico and elsewhere. That's where I see those kind of very sinister moves. And then Mr. the lawyer says, oh, everyone has a freedom to do this. This is a deputy. He calls himself a deputy president of a country. There has to be some smartness in whatever that is being done. All right. Secondly, Mr. keeps on saying Raila, whoever should contribute, that is a national disaster. Mr. Yesterday I told you, your president has no clue. He is clueless. The first way to deal with such an issue, and if it was Baba or anybody else, was to declare a national disaster. Hunger is not a national disaster today in Kenya, according to Ruto and his government. It has not been officially gazetted as a national disaster because UDA does not care when people are dying. Okay? So don't tell us to contribute. Why should we contribute? Let people die. Ruto, and then you have supported that by saying people will die anyway. Hiyo tena ni lugha ya UDA. UDA doesn't care. Watu wakufe tu. Can you hear Mise, a supporter, saying people will die anyway? Hao ni watu wa mashetani ndio huongea hivyo. Every life is valuable.
And he said that people die every day. After I played for him the clip in Turkana, Misa is saying we shouldn't give a damn. People die every day. Misa, that is a very inhumane statement that you made.
It is a very, very bad statement. And then Misa, you keep on telling us that how many people are living without food, how many people are living in the US. Really? That shows the naivety of the highest order. Instead of, let me ask you, let me flip that question. How many people never suffer from hunger? How many people live in luxury in other countries? Rwanda being one of them. You know, small countries, Lesotho and all these other countries. You know, Botswana and all these countries that have said, Kwaheri, poverty, go to hell. Then you just say that because there are some poor people in the US, Kenya should also suffer. That is UDA thinking. That's their brain. That is Ruto. Ruto will tell you, anyway, hata Zimbabwe ina umaskini. Kwa hivyo umaskini Kenya si kitu mpya. That is the idiotic thinking of the likes of UDA. That because jirani yako amelala njaa, hata wewe unaweza lala njaa. It's okay. That's why sometimes actually I don't engage UDA people because the thinking is so the same, that that so and so aligongwa na gari, so hata wewe vuka barabara tu bila kuangalia, hata ukigongwa fulani aligongwa jana. My good God, is that the kind of really thinking and reasoning that Kenya cannot aspire to have the correct leadership that we cannot compare ourselves with the people like Korea, South Korea, just because we have other countries that are so poor. That is really retrogressive thinking, and that's why I'm pitying my country, Kenya. I saw my country, Kenya, die because at 59, that we are thinking the way we have been made to think, the way UDA is thinking, and we sit here hoping ati tunaona Ruto atatengeneza hiyo nchi. Wallahi billahi, Mungu sijui kama Mungu atasaidia Kenya. Back to you, Julie.
Yeah, it was very inhumane for you, Mister, to say that people die every day. So I think your implication is that it is okay for those Kenyans you saw in Turkana to continue dying. And it was also not fair for you to compare the US and Kenyans who are dying. During one day I had a conversation with my students, and I asked them why I see jobless people on the streets. PK, my students were very candid with me. They said, ma'am, I was asking them, I live in the South, and there's so much, wherever you drive around, you see hiring. Sijui kama unaona hizo posters, hiring. So I was trying to
signing in bonus. Hiring
yes.
and signing in bonus.
For South Carolina teachers, if you apply in the district where I'm teaching, you get a 10,000. If you apply, if you apply to be a teacher in the district where I'm teaching, you will be given a bonus of $10,000. Si loan. You are being asked, PK, tunakuomba kwa unyenyekevu uje utufundishie watoto. I looked up Atlanta. I looked up Georgia. Their districts in Georgia, the sign-up bonus is $12,000. Others are going to the tune of 20,000. Places like Alaska, places like Nevada. So I was asking my students, Bona, you people, I'm driving to Walmart hiring, McDonald's hiring. Then I was asking them, then why do I see people who are jobless? They gave me a very clear explanation. Ma'am, those people, most of them have criminal records, so they are not employable. So it is not that the government, the American government allows people to be jobless or on the streets. It's just that those people have their issues too. But the Kenyans, on the contrary, Kenyans that we see jobless and hungry, is not that they have criminal records. And still, in the midst of all those challenges, the Americans have food banks, right? If I understand to be corrected. Those people can get free food. I have volunteered numerous times to go and give food in the food banks. And I see people who are driving, coming for the food. I was sharing with my auntie. I was showing her a video that, here, auntie, I'm giving food here. And these people come in, they have trucks. So the American government will do what it will take them. They don't allow their people really to die hungry. Hata kama kuna watu watasikia baridi ni wako tu, lakini this really government will do what they'll do to make sure, including to the tune of when there's a, for example, on Friday we don't have school because there's some storm around here called Nicole. The hurricane Nicole. So we don't have school on Friday. So guess what, PK? Our watoto watapelekwa breakfast nyumbani, watapelekwa lunch nyumbani. So the buses that drive around picking children will be driving around dropping food. So these people do their best to take care of their people. And even me, who is a foreigner, let me tell you something. One day, my son was with me some time back, and he went to the hospital. And even before I gave his insurance card, they were ready to treat him without insurance because the Americans are, we save you your life first, and then we deal with your money issues. Okay, we give you food. So me say it is wrong to compare America and Kenya in particular, because this government has systems, and they have put systems over even foreigners. Even the other day we had COVID. The American government gave checks even to foreigners as long as you are, it didn't matter whether you are permanent resident or I met people who are even just having, they are visitors, but somehow they are working and they managed to get a social security card. And because they have a social security number, they were given those checks, I'm telling you, because they are paying tax. So this government is uncomparable with the Kenyan government. On the contrary, me say, you have seen that picture in Turkana. You've seen the video clip. I think I was not fabricating that. It was a real clip. It was a true clip, and you saw what our Kenyans are going through. So it is very unfair to make that comparison. But it was very inhumane for you to say that people die every day. It's sad to hear you say that. Njiru, unasemaje? Ndio tuende kwa Mato mise then
Julia nataka kutoka, naomba ruhusa mnipe nitoke.
Why don't you allow them to comment, because I know that they won't talk about what you have said. Then we'll go after them. So Njiru, then Martin, then you.
Okay. Yeah, I know he knows, anajua amechoma sasa ndiye anataka kuruka haraka, ameona kimeanzia kuumana. So miss, relax a little bit. You know, and that's why we need to be candid here, by the way. We know it takes time to build a country, but you cannot build a country, you move 5 steps, then the next time you are moving 2 steps backward. You see, some of the things which you see, which are happening in other countries, by the way, for example, like those good feeding programs in America, there were things which were actually fought for a long time ago, like your story of feeding program. They started, actually that feeding program came about from the civil rights movement. So these things, they have a generation of where they come from. That's what I wanted to say. But the bottom line of the issues is that there is no any country which cannot be able to feed its people if it comes to the worst. That's what I'm saying, if it comes to the worst. Why? Usually what happens is that a government usually has so many things which happen. And this is what Africans are not learning, and especially Kenya. For example, if the US is attacked or there is a very severe emergency, which happens to them, and it is directly affecting people, because you know, like in the US or Canada or other countries where how you treat people will be implicated in the vote. Like here in the US, for example, if you don't handle a disaster well, it will be reflected in the next campaign. It will be reflected, and you can even lose the government. Like there is a likelihood, like in this election cycle, Democrats might lose the House. And these things always resort to how you are reacting to issues. So at least in countries where people reaction and the votes matter, you can see that shift depending on how you are functioning. But in places where you have hidden corruption and where you have captured the systems, even if you murder people, it will not be reflected in the election because you have hinged your election to something which is not real. So what I wanted to tell Bwana Mise is the issue of hunger in Kenya can be solved. The government can stop everything. It can be stopped, by the way. They can stop road constructions. We don't need them for now. They can just remain with basics until we get out of this emergency. Then once we receive rains and we have a contingency plan of what to do, we can resume to normalcy. But you cannot tell me that the reason why the government still wants to do other projects is because and still people are dying of hunger, is lack of priorities, and it is lack of respect of people. If the Kenyan government knew that if they handled a disaster wrongly, they can lose the governance, they would respond to the emergency. That is why, like, for example, by the way, somebody like Donald Trump, he was not supposed to lose an election. His arrogance on COVID did everything to him, whatever happened. So what I'm trying to say is that in Kenya, until we reach a level whereby people reaction and how you treat people is reflected in the ballot paper. Like, for example, you can see, even if we called an election now of Mr. Ruto with the same system, you'll still see the system declaring him a winner. So the problem which we are having is that our government has no humane part. It's not a lack of resources, by the way. It is not a lack of resources. Look at Cuba and other countries which have still mega economies as ours. When it comes to disasters, to issues, They know how to go around those issues. So what I'm saying is that in Kenya and in Africa, we have to prioritize our people. We have to stop prioritizing other agenda. And the question which I'm asking Mise, if we contribute this money to Kenya Kwanza, are we sure that Kenya Kwanza will spend on the people? Or that is the money which GACHAGUA will go and give the pastors who he is giving? Are we sure? Yes, tunaweza peana hii pesa. But are we sure that this money will reach where we want it to go? We can even give 200 billion. Kenyans can give, I know Kenyans are givers, but this lack of transparency, and let me tell you, when people don't trust their government, ndio unakuta hata mkijaribu kuitisha for collaboration, people are not willing to do anything. Personally, like me, I know, hata nikichangia hii serikali, I know the tendency of this government stealing that money is close to one. Is close to one. Hiyo pesa wataiba. So let them show prudence if at all they want to be helped. Although I don't know. So ile kitu najaribu kusema hapa, then na ni watu gani unasaidia? People with serious criminal record wamekuwa wakiiba toka kitambo. Saa hii wanafunga makesi. Leo tunangojea ya Rigathi Gachagua ifungwe kesi leo. Tunangojea na watafunga because now he is a deputy president and he needs to be immune. So watamfungia hiyo kesi. So ile kitu najaribu kusema hapa Julia ni ya kwamba the reason why Kenyans, even if they call for us to support watu watatoa, it is because we don't have faith with our government. How do you support something which you don't have faith with? It's like in a family. Hata saa zingine ukiona mwanaume ameachilia familia ni ile kukosa imani. Unakuta mwanaume ameachilia familia na ameenda kwingine. I'm not saying that is what should happen, but lack of trust to your government and then creating those divisions. Mr. Ruto mwenyewe, he has not even come and even tried to diffuse the politics and even to try and even ask the people of the other divide on how to come back. Sisi tutapeana, lakini tutapeana kwa njia ya organization, but not through the government. And I want to urge people in this, wale wananisikia saa hii, don't give through the government, give through NGOs. I know NGOs can do a better job than our government. You give through NGOs, give through other organizations, anything else. But if you give through the government, you are fattening unproductive people. That's what I would say, Julia.
Me too, I agree with you, Njiru. Kenyans, don't give your money to thieves, to bandits. I agree with you, Njiru. What the best thing for this country government to do is allocate like 6,000 to those hungry families every month, and then put up structures how they can maybe make dams and boreholes and all that. Mato, then we have Mise.
Thank you so much, Madam Julia. We really appreciate you so much, so much, so much. You see, there's a time Miss amenigonga hapo hivyo, but it's not worth my time. I've tried to make hapa for a long time na Miss, and Miss, I believe you wish that ndio maana unataka kutoka hata utaimba national anthem, because you have a different kind of crew here. Because this is the crew, isi ile crew tunakujanga tu unaendelea, alafu the crew that we used to close with, where we would laugh in the comment sections and everything. But this is a very serious crew. And Miss,
I'm a busy person. I just have to go and do my part to the building of the nation.
No, you're running away. Don't run away. Murife, don't run away. Don't. Wait. Let me tell you, Miss, personally, I really think you're a good guy, but I think you push some things, and sometimes you hit below the belt, but that's okay. Anybody can handle that. These guys and the people that we are here, it's actually a good, I was just looking at when we are talking, Miss, and really looking at this is what our country is. You know why? Because you apparently don't agree with what we say. Don't like some of us, don't agree with anything that some of us and our ideologies. But when you look at this screen, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people who agree with one ideology, No, 4 people that agree, but you don't. That gives you how Ruto won. 4 or 5. 4 of 5 through Chebukati. Now, you might tell me it's because you think this channel is biased. But if it wasn't biased, you would be in a different channel that actually is more biased on the other side. And I myself probably would have been the Mise in that other group. But the reason you come over here is because you understand this group. This channel talks facts and talks what it is. That's why you come in, even though you think you might be outnumbered. Mise, you have to agree that there's no government that has money. All the money comes from the Mwananchi. Even the pay that pays the CS, or even not just pays, that does the photocopies that people get through the government, is taxpayers, people. And the taxpayers are the ones that are going to decide what the government is, because the moment we stop paying taxes, I don't care if you are a mheshimiwa or what, and I have a big problem with calling people waheshimiwa. There's no mheshimiwa, it's public servant. I say that every day of my life in this show. Mister, if the government is not working well, if people are complaining and you are part of that, lest I refer to James Orengo, what he says, that government will eat you harder than some of us that are talking to you and you're defending it. That's what James Orengo said one time, but that's not what I'm saying. But I'm telling you, wewe mwenye unaitetea saizi, na tusemi sisi ni watu wa UDA ama ufai kwa UDA, ama sisi ni watu wa Azimio ama unafaa kwa... We can talk. You're here. You're talking. We know you are a UDA guy, but we're still here talking. Can we talk as Kenyans, Mr.? And when you come into a show like this, and every time, you know, Mato this, Julia that, Madnini, and you forget about what we're actually talking about. It saddens me because Yesu tumevaa hapo na hiyo uloya unasikia uko nayo, my friend, hata kule unaishi, the day utaambua rudi kwenye ndo utashtuka. So lazima tutunze country yetu kama watu the same. Nuache kushinda ukiwa hapa hivi defensive, sijui kufanya nini. We're talking the same language. Julia is coming here talking. They reprimand me nikienda vibaya. They will. Wote hata Stone pick up hivi ataniambia, kabro hapo umeenda vibaya. Think about your country before you think of what you think you are, or how much smart you are, or what you want to tell people they don't know what they are talking about. Na vitu kama hizo. Think about your country. Me, I don't care if I'm the most foolish. Kama mimi, I'm the most foolish human being in this country. Or even in Kenya, wherever I am, if I'm the most foolish human being. I'll give you an example of somebody called Mulu Mutesia. Someone watu walimcheka sana. Hakuwa anazaona na watu, they made fun of him. But if you go to Machakos today or in Kambani, they will tell you Mulu Mutesia did something. So you can call me a fool as much as you want. But if I have a chance to change that country for the betterment of not me, not my kids, but even Mise and Mrs. kids, the one that called me a fool, I will do that because that is our country. And I want you to focus on that. The moment you focus on that, maybe the people that you think are stupid and what they're talking, you will relax on it. And that does not just go to you. It goes to everyone else that things they're smarter than anyone or does anything better than anyone, and especially when it comes to our country. Because if that country is stable the way it has been stable hata Moi akiwa, then we share the same peace. Kama tungekuwa Somalia, South Sudan, or Sudan, whatever it happened, North, South, Congo, hizo countries zenye zimepigana, tungekuwa tunapigwa sisi wote. So please, let's look after our country. Our opinions and differences will come later. Hiyo tutaongea baadaye, hiyo tunaweza kaa mahali tunakaa kule tunadhaningi tunakwaga wajinga, whatever will happen. But when we talk about matters of our country, let's unite and be the same. Hizo zingine tuongee kwa kijiji. Thank you, Julia.
Asante Matumise.
Julia, asante sana. Let me first give a disclaimer. I am very determined in what I do, and I speak my mind. I don't get manipulated or cowed because of wanting someone to validate my thoughts. I speak my mind and I leave the rest. I want to correct Njiro that the president is just, if you missed my presentations a while ago, the president has made efforts towards addressing this issue. The president has asked, you talked about projects and putting away or putting on hold projects. The president has already done that. The president has asked the county governments and the teams that were are working together to make sure that they work together in harmonizing and avoiding duplication of services. The president equally asked the Treasury to make adjustment in ensuring that the priority now is addressing the drought that is affecting 3.5 million Kenyans. The president as well has asked the Minister of Water to make adjustments or mobilize water and send water to the 3 counties that are severely affected by the current God's Act. Now, let me also say that I agree with all of you that there is a saying that says that do not steal, because the government doesn't like competition. So any government is not every government is a thief in one way or the other. They collect taxes from you and they take more and more from mwananchi, regardless of where you are. So that is something that is common across the governments. But also, Martin, let me remind you that when I come here not because I come here to look down upon anyone, but to just speak my mind, give my contribution to my country, and that whoever who is smart will pick my sense and leave my nonsense, and will focus on the positive and make sense out of my nonsense. And the one thing that I want to say is that I'm a very busy man on a regular day, Martin. Giving advice such as this, I would be highly paid to advise. So I want you to know, when I come here, I don't come joking. I come here to give that which that I believe will be of benefit to our country. Why I disagree with everyone in this panel is that every day we come here, we are crying like babies. We are crying like orphans, as though Baba has left us Baba is not the president, so yeah, now we can't move. Even when you go back to the Bible, Moses was a great leader. He led the people to somewhere, and from there God made him to rest, and Joshua picked up from there to lead the people to the promised land. So if Raila is not the president, let us not wallow in the just lost election. Raila is a strong man, Julia, forgive me, but I'm going to say something very controversial here. Anyone who is, since I was young, the people of Rift Valley, Central, I've always, the generations, people my age were born knowing Raila ni mganga, Raila ni mchawi, and that is how Raila was presented to them. So now when I see the very same people who have, in the last many years, over a decade, who have patronized Raila and painted him as a witch, as someone, as a wizard, as someone who is of no substance in the community, and have not supported him in the other elections. I find that I find that very pretentious, pretentious. But that being said, it is also a good reawakening call that people have started realizing that this would have been a great leader. Unfortunately, time has caught up with us, and we have to move forward and in building our country. And lastly, Julia, let me say that the country that we all love is at stake because of toxicity that is being injected to the people. You spoke about food and how these other countries are addressing the issues of food. Yesterday, I spoke about housing here, and people were quick to point fingers. You go to New Jersey, go Jersey City, JF Kennedy up there, JF Kennedy Street up there. The housing is terrible, pathetic, than even people who are living in Nairobi, yet it's a developed country. Go to Canada here, a place called Lethbridge. The people, the indigenous people, have very poor housing, yet they live in a developed countries. You know, so this one thing that we have to know in mega cities, the issues of food, the issues of employment, the issues of housing, poor housing, these are very prevalent issues that we have to address again and again. But let me stop there and say, it is good that we have a conversation. The conversation that I want to have with you, Ndeto, is Ruto said he's going to build a road from Mombasa to Nairobi. Why has he not built this road? He had projected to do the infrastructure within 1 year. Why is he not doing that? I will join you in that. But if he's hardly three months in the office, and you are asking why is this dam is not complete, why has he not made effort in doing this and that? I mean, those are long term. They are, like I said, long term projects are going to take some time. Short term projects like food and the rest are the things that we need to put him on spot, and we are going to push him to deliver to the people of the Republic of Kenya. Jalango that you were talking about was when Ruto was in Kibra the other day. Jalango was at the forefront spectating Ruto, yet is a man of Azimio, a man of Baba. So let us not be selective in what we are saying. If we are patriotic, let us all join hands together and fight a common cause. Let me stop there, but I want to thank you all.
One question.
Julia, I wanted to go something. Mr. First of all, I appreciate the way you ended it up, but again, I don't think I can ever have a conversation with you, a serious conversation. And I'll tell you why. from even what you said, you know, you are a serious person, you are a busy person. What do you think these people here are? Just forget about me. Do you even know what they do? Do you even know why they get their time to even come here and have that conversation and even sit here sometimes for so long after work and everything? Who makes you think that you're so special, that you're so big, that you're so busy than Julia, that BK, than Kenya? And I don't even put me in it. When you say that you at least I'm a very busy man, like you're on top of anything. People who are very disrespectful like you, I can never have a conversation.
Inferiority complex. That
No,
inferiority
I'm
complex.
just saying.
I
I'm just
can't
saying. When
address
we
it.
come on a conversation like this, we don't
I
say
just spoke
what
on
we
my part.
do.
I
No,
said that I was
listen,
leaving, and you were
That's the
trivializing it.
problem
I
with
told
you.
you I'm a very busy person. I
Okay,
was
wacha
leaving.
niongeze.
I was
Nani-
speaking for my side. If you want, you can speak for your side as well.
Okay,
Mise,
wacha
let me
Kenya
add.
useme kitu.
You said we should not ask on long term. There is something we call quality of life, and quality of life is analyzed between the predecessor and who you are now. So when somebody comes and affects the quality of life, what is the time you need to analyze quality of life? Because you are saying we should not talk about dams and roads. What about quality of life, which affects you on day-to-day, which is quantifiable every day? So there is somebody here who is affecting your quality of life. What about that? Forget about projects. Talk about quality of life. Some of us, we can compare quality of life between Kebake, between Uhuru and Ruto now. And there is depreciation of quality of life. Can you comment about that?
Thank you. I think you are very sober in your asking and very objective in your asking. And I think you're a very positive person. And sometimes it is difficult to deal with inferiority of other people who feel that we are here
Okay,
to say what we are doing.
Mr. I suggest
But
you also,
answer,
Mr. 1 minute. 1 minute. I request you stop using derogatory statements like inferiority and all that. I didn't want to intervene between you and Mato, but I also seen that you're taking it very far. So because Mato is not speaking to you now and it's Jiru speaking to you, can you stop saying that people are inferior or people are sad or depressed or what? You're not gonna prove anything with that. I mean,
Julia,
it
can
doesn't
you
help
also
us.
guide them? Well,
Okay,
can you also
okay, I
guide
will
them
do
to be?
that. So why don't you address Njiru? Please have
I'm gonna address Njiru, but equally,
Yes.
Julia, you cannot be selective in asking me to be civil when they are not being civil. If they are not civil, I'm just equally I'm going to respond in equal measure. So,
Okay, please go ahead
in
now.
terms of quality of life, Njiru, I think you are very right. But again, you have compared the time of William Ruto and the time of Kibaki. You know that during the time of Kibaki, there was no world pandemic that affected a lot of like the whole world was affected by pandemic. So we are basically recovering from the just gone pandemic, and even other countries have not been able to stand the effects or the impacts of the pandemic that they just went through. So, what I would say, the quality of life doesn't just come one day; it comes over a period of time.
No.
And there are there are myriad.
Hapo ndio unakosea. Mise, 1 minute. Hapo ndio unakosea. I talked about quality of life depreciation. Okay, it can be constant, it can be unchanged, but what happens if the quality of life, immediately you get a new government, that quality of life is on a downward incline? That is what you are not addressing. Because look at any economist right now, talk to any economist, any political scientist, any sane person, they will tell you for the last 3 months, our quality of life is on an incline.
And it is not the making of the previous government. It is the instant policies which this government brought. So and that's what I want.
So-
If we 1 minute, if we are serious with our discussion, handle the issue of quality of life as compared to the policies, the subsidies, the cost of fuel, because all those things are hinged to the quality of life. I'm not talking of roads, dams, irrigation. I'm not talking of those things. Handle quality of life, because quality of life is instant, is something you can change in a day. You don't need a year to change quality of life. That is where we are. I think you're not taking it. Even if you want to defend your government, please be a bit logical when you are handling some questions. Yes, some things you need 1 year, 2 years, but quality of life, mtoto ako na njaa, that is not something which needs time. But when you hear somebody saying bei itapungua in 1 year, already he is telling you is not interested in solving the quality of life. So I wanted you to tell me, give me the roadmap of Kenya Kwanza in terms of giving us a quality of life or not affecting what we were having. Go ahead.
So I think one of the I had already answered the question that you are asking. Maybe you were not paying attention, but what you are asking, you are also trying to say that if you are talking about a graph, you are looking at a graph and you're saying the graph is coming down, right? The quality of life graph is coming down. And I'm also looking at, maybe I'm going to ask you a question. Show me a graph that is constant, going up, right? That is constantly going up, that doesn't go, gets to a certain point, go across, drop, go up. That is how graphs work. But I'm not going to speak the quality of life for, the government that has just gotten into government, the leaders that are hardly in office for 3 months, that are trying to realign the government. Of course, there are challenges that are going to happen, but we are very hopeful that it's going to be better in the future. So that is why we are saying we need to get out of this mentality that it is Ruto who is killing the government. We need to look at other factors that are affecting us as the country. That is when we will get out of our cocoons. Otherwise, we will stay here complaining, and Ruto will be re-elected again, and we will go the same cycle again and again. We will be here complaining while the same leaders will be recycling them. Let me, because I have to go.
Okay, 1 minute before you go now. Dakika tu moja, it's fair 1 minute. Now, give me indicators of a government which has taken shape immediately after initiation. Just give me indicators. Like, for example, because naturally, governments globally, immediately you take power, there is usually that snap, a positive incline before they stagnate. Now, explain to me the indicators that this government has picked up, has done something within their ideology or within their manifesto towards improving the lifestyle of people. Because let's not talk about, we cannot say that we give them time. When a government gets into power, you begin by snapping. We call them stopgaps. I know you know that. Now, give me one stopgap which they are doing.
Maybe I will throw back to you. In 2008, when Obama assumed to power, there was a great recession. How long did it take him to normalize or the quality of life to improve? How long? Did it take him 3 months?
I don't know. Mr. Let me help you and Mr. I don't want to use the American situation because I've not taken time to study the American situation. But I want to give an example of Kibaki in 2002 when Kibaki took power.
Julia and everyone, have a good night. It was nice debating you guys.
Okay, asante Mr. Good night.
Bye.
So when Kibaki took power, one thing I can remember, personally I can remember, because I was a high school teacher then in Kenya. Tulikuwa tunapokea mshahara yetu tarehe 15, tarehe 8, tarehe 10 in the days of Moi. But that month that Kibaki took power, that month we were paid our salary on 30th. Pesa ilitoka wapi? And I think within the next few weeks, the Kenyan currency stabilized. What magic did Kibaki do? He simply began putting structures immediately. So I think that's what Njiru is asking. Unfortunately, Misa won't answer you, Njiru, and that is the sad thing about it. And it's unfortunate. I'm sorry, Misa, wherever you are, that we have this kind of Kenyans, and that is why this country has gone to the dogs, because some Kenyans who had the same thinking and they thought this was the right government, and coupled with impunity upheld by Chebukati and Mother Kome, here we are again. But I want to say that somebody is saying that we'll have this government re-elected again. That will be a disaster to Kenya. But personally, I don't see even an election taking place, because I don't know how Kenyans in their normal senses will sit down and wait to go to an election coupled with impunity, so that some corrupt electoral officer will announce some president and some members of parliament. I don't think we should go that way. Something got to be done. Naona Njiru ameenda na naona Francis ameungana na sisi. I think we shall take our closing remarks. So we will start. Francis, I know you. Francis, were you here today or what happened? I don't know the Francis. Uliingia leo?
Nimeingia hata saa hii tu, venye huku kulikuwa stima zimepotea, sasa singeweza kuingia.
Oh, kwa hivyo Ruto aliwafungia stima, alikata stima.
No, yeah. I wonder when Mrs. says that, the president should not be held accountable. We are living in a republic whereby the president controls almost 80% of what happens in the government. This is not like United States of America, whereby the institution are strong enough to influence some decision. Kenya hata mahakama inaweza kuwa influence with the president. So whenever somebody is talking about let's leave the president out of this one, it does not beat logic. The logic is that the Kenyan is still under system whereby the president is almost everything. So under that condition, it means that therefore we have to hold the president accountable individually. In the United States of America, if you look at things to do with security, you'll see FBI, you'll see CIA being concerned on their own. President will not see anything to do with the president there. But in Kenya, president can even dismiss SCU without nobody questioning. So we have to hold the president accountable in every corner, in every area. So I've also seen that the DPP has also applied formally to withdraw the case. I'm also expecting that of Aisha Jumwa. Let us continue the same spirit of withdrawing every case, so that at long last it will be a free country. But one thing that I know is that lack of delivering justice gives another person a leeway of not seeking justice, because the moment we nominated Aisha Jumwa to be a CS with murder case, let's assume Kalonzo wins and Kalonzo decides to nominate another person with the same case, with a murder case. He will just use Aisha Jumwa as a case study that you appointed Aisha Jumwa last time. This one you should not be complaining. So we have already set our bar as a nation very low to a point that you cannot be able to refute that one in future. The issue to do with the cabinet blunders, these people are behaving as if that they are the first person to be elected in Kenya in such a way that they think that they can do what we call a revolutionized thing. The mere fact is that what is there, we need to streamline whatever we have. If it's laws, we have already them in place. If it's institution, we have them already in place. If it's about workers, we have them already in place. What is needed more is to streamline and to ensure a good service delivery. But the thing are standing, they seems not to care about that one. They want to overturn everything. It will not succeed. It will always be able to backfire. So to me, nadhani nimeingia huku late. Wacha nifikishe hapo, tutapatana kesho mapema.
Asante Francis, tunashukuru for the work you always do. You always hold up the show even when we are not there. We really appreciate. Penny, karibu, tunafunga mawaidha yako kwa ufupi. Penny Nyagaka. Penny, kwani hata wewe stima yako imekatwa na Ruto? Something is happening to this. Okay, Penny karibu. Penny, not Penny. Penny Nyaga.
Asante sana dada yangu, asante sana. Sasa nilikuwa nataka tu kuambia Njiro kwamba he asked me say what are the best indicators of a successful government to be. For beginners, let us just give 100 days and then go from there. Whatever he promised, how much he has done or has not done. So that Mr. Njiro will be one of the best indicators. Na hiyo ndio nilikuja hapa tu. Lakini itaonekana, it will be seen. If it is failing, some of us will be with you just in a heartbeat, no problem. We're not married to UDA. Lazima tufanye everything that UDA says. Now, huyu Francis, please Francis, nataka uniambie kama unajua mtu ingine, my friend that he works in a Tok, ana nyumba ya kusaidia watoto na ni mzungu. If you ever heard of him, na ana nyumba ya kutengeneza nguo za ya marriage bridal shop. So Francis, iko Tok, nisaidie kama unamjua.
So hello Penny, kuna mmoja ako kwa boda ya Kenya na Tanzania anaitwa Ngaleku. That one is from, I think ametoka majuu kwa anasaidia watu. Then there is one anaitwa, kuna mmoja anakuanga Loitoktok, msahau lakini ni mzungu, alikujanga kitambo sana for around I think nikikuja Rombo since 2004 nilimjua.
Yeah, ni
nyingine imenitoka but namjua.
Are you saying Penny?
Ambaye anawaka under what we call the light of Maasai.
Yes, ni huyu. Sasa ukinipatia namba nitaipata one way or the other. Kwa sababu nikiwa Kenya, I would like to go and see him. Lakini, yeah.
Are you saying he makes bridal, like wedding gowns and all that stuff?
Yeah, he has a bridal shop and he has a school that helps homeless kids.
Okay.
Yeah. So yangu ni kusema kwamba tu we are all together na tusikasirike. If I have a different opinion, don't hate me. Tell me how I can do better. Na hiyo ndio itatusaidia as wa Kenya. We are not hating each other, we are loving each other. Na hapo ndio tutaendelea. Na yangu ni kusema tu, nikiwa UDA is not like I'm a criminal of some nature or the other, but that's what I think. That's what I told you, Julie, even before the elections. Mukishinda, I'll be with you. You know, so that does not hold anything in ya inatusumbua. Vile Julie unasema una watoto, linda watoto, and that's very good. Na Julie, kijana yangu anamaliza medical school hapo North Carolina in 2 years. Now I would like for you to come and check it out. Lakini yangu ni kumaliza tu ya kwamba tupendane na let us be in love, and when we are doing wrong, we are doing wrong. Na yule ambao mjasema ni the new police commissioner huyu Kome, sisi wengine hatumjui, lakini we want a Kenya that we can go and enjoy yourself. Ukitoka Nairobi mpaka upige Kisii ukae mzuri. We want a normal country. Tumekimbia kucha country kama hizi gawache sinatuchukia, lakini huku nyumbani is even worse. Asante sana Julie, hiyo ndio tu nilikuwa nasema.
Thanks Penny. I heard you talking earlier about Simbarati. Hata mimi napenda Simbarati. I have a few leaders that from Kisii that I really admire. One of them is Matiang, and the other one is Simbarati. Those are my heroes. Simbarati is doing a good job. And graduation ya mtoto uniite Pen. Nitakuja hiyo graduation uniite. I'll come the Kenyan way. You know, kwa Kenya unaita marafiki zako, villagers, they hire a matatu, they come.
Yeah, na ulete watoto, that would be very good. We want to show them a good time.
Asante Penny, tumeshukuru. You are right. We all care about Kenyans. So we want to close this show. So naona Njiru amerudi. Nataka kuanza kwa Ndeto. You are 2 minutes, then Stone PK, then Njiru. Na naomba tuchukue just 2 minutes, just a last word.
Okay, the last word for me will be that I really appreciate this channel that we come here and talk, and the people in the comment section, people that follow this channel, everybody that follows it. I really appreciate it. Penny Nyagaka, nice to see you. Kila mtu, we are friends here. I think at the end of the day, we learn from each other, and that's the best thing about it. And let's remember our constitution, what it talks about, and what our country is, and where it's going, and what are the potentials of our country, and the potentials of where our kids, like Penny and Julia, are talking about, kids and going to their kwenda kuwaona na nini. At the end of the day, the politics of it, politics is always everywhere, in our families, in our friendships, in how we relate with everything, our employers, our employees, and everything. And let's just be equal when we do everything together so that we can move our country forward. This country is looking at us, not tomboyers, not Railas. Raila is not there. Today is Julia. And today is Ton PK and the people that actually take it, and even Mise, the people that take their time to come and converse with their fellow Kenyans on how we're going to move this country forward and what we do. So at that, Julia, I think I'll close. Nitanyamazia hapo, alafu niseme tu nashukuru, na nashukuru kila mtu ambaye anachukua wakati wake kuja kukaa hapa atusikize ama we converse. Thank you so much. Thank you. God bless everybody. Watu wa comment section, watu wanatusikiza, and let's see each other tomorrow, God willing. God bless.
Asante Matu, usiende tusisikie baridi hapa, kuna baridi, winter inaingia. Stone PK. Sound Stone. Alafu Stone, something else, Stone. Your TV, somebody was talking about copyright. Your TV being seen.
Oh, it's being seen.
Yes.
Sorry, you are seeing my TV.
Now sahi ionekani, sasa umeificha.
Pole. Somebody should have drawn my attention. Thank you so much, Julia, Kenya, all the time, Mato, and all those who are listening to us. 2 points I want to close with. I'll begin with the last one, which Kenyan alikuwa anauliza Mr. Mise. Some of these things are very high tech for government here or for people in UDA. There are things they can't comprehend. So you waste your brain, you waste your energy. Ukianza kuuliza indicator, they have no indicator of anything, because for you to, when you understand what indicators are, you don't need 100 days to tell that, X, Y, Z is a good strategy, and these are the indicators that this guy has started on the right footing. Okay? You don't need 100 days. You just need to see somebody delivering the first speech. Then you see the people he has deployed. Okay? And then you see what they have been deployed to do. Kwisha, maneno. That is the way you set the ball rolling. But you start with Akinaisha, Isha Jumwa, then you start with importing fertilizer and all that, and you start telling us you are dealing with, you're trying to salvage the country. Hakuna. You wait for 100 years, you'll see forever. Garbage in, garbage out. Okay? The other last point is, I'm happy that Kenyans now they are taking control. To hell with the leaders, because as I said, all the leaders have betrayed us. Wako pale kwa matumbo yao. There is no way you can have any good policies, because if Azimio are in supporting or rather participating in what UDA is doing, then they are just rubber stamping. They are giving authority, giving strength to the mess and all the garbage that will be cooked by UDA. So for me, wananchi I'm happy wamechukua usukani, wameanza maandamano, wameanza mapambano, and they have also decided if Baba doesn't talk, they will go. Wataendelea to, then people of goodwill will join them. That is my happiest moment, because we can't stand to see the country sink. Thank you very much.
Asante PK, tunashukuru. Njiro?
Yeah, thank you everyone. I want to close with a call note. I know as Azimio, we have very serious legislatures who can bring us on board now. This idea of waiting for Baba, we cannot accept it. Sifuna, Jerango, Otiende, Kanini Kega, Sabina Shege, Akina Ezena, Babu Owino. We have so many young and energetic guys who can stop all these things which are happening. You see, when a government has nothing which is tangible, it cannot explain. You know, these ideologies of saying that mungoje, mungoje. You know, governments do not work on promises. That one is no opposition. Governments are the ones which work on promises. A government works on delivery. So a government cannot come and promise. A government, I'm actually even trying to advise. I'm trying to advise some of the people even in Kenya Kwanza now. And government cannot promise, and government delivers. Full stop. So when you hear the government saying we will, and the government choice of words is usually very important when a government is talking. A government does not talk in the future. A government should always be in present, now. Like, for example, a government does not go to consult anyone. Like, for example, people cannot be drowning somewhere and the government is saying we will. So choice of words also, I'm trying to answer Mr. now. The communication, because I think your communicators are very poor. So when your government is talking, we can connect your delivery. So like, for example, when you tell us that in 1 year, hiyo maneno ya njia tutasuluhisha. So tunaanzia sasa ku connect between this 1 year, what will be happening. So we don't need rocket science to know that this government is on a cliff. What? And let me tell you, because I think, you know, in functional government, people always wait that there will be a revolution, there will be something. There will be. You see, what will happen is that if Azimio, and that's why I've called the legislatures in Azimio, I don't know why they just need to make sure that this government has a gridlock. A gridlock. They are unable to move. Why? Because why should we have a government which is negatively affecting the life of Kenyans, and you are busy supporting it and also putting gasoline to it? So that's why I was saying some of our Azimio members are part of, and by the way, people will blame you. In the next 3 or 5 years, you will try to isolate yourself from Kenya Kwanza menace na mutajitoa hapo. Watasema, unaona hiyo story, wanasema wanawaekelea oversight. Watasema it was your failure to oversight the government, that is why those things went the way they went. So if you have to distance yourself with this crap, Misahi, that is, you stop doing any registration with them. You start assembling your anti-machinery, because you have it, you have numbers, mobilize your people. Otherwise, if you become part of this government, you spend time with them, Wakenya wazoei mashida, revolution will get away of you. You will wait for that revolution to come from you, haitatoka kwenyu. So my advice to Azimio people, we are tired. We are tired. Stop sleeping with the government. Stop helping the government to devour Kenyans. You can make a change. And the change is now.
We don't need any legislature to improve the quality of life of Kenyans. It is simple. Lower the price of goods, give short-term measures, give long-term measures, remove subsidies, the same time cushion Kenyans. Borrow money as you borrowed, but at the same time explain to Kenyans where you want to fuel that money. But Azimio is asleep. I don't want to talk to Kenya Kwanza because I don't know them and I don't want to know them. I didn't vote them. My responsibility is to push Azimio legislatures. Jarango, Baba made sure that you were elected because he had faith in you. So maneno ya YouTube uachane nayo. It's about now delivering to Kenyans. Thank you.
Asante Njiru, tumesikia. I will not add anything. I can only tell Kenyans, tumetoka mbali, tulipata multi-party, tukapata Constitution 2010, and now we not sit and wait for another flawed election. The struggle continues. Aluta continua. So I want to thank Martin Deto, Njiru, Stone PK, and my other panelists that were here. I want to thank people on the comment section, John Dinda, Brian Richard, Birian, Sol, Tony Maina, and nashukuru Yufi, nashukuru Black, nashukuru Geoffrey Ruto, nashukuru Mam, nashukuru Calvin, Orinda, nashukuru kila mtu, everybody who has been with us this evening and this night. We thank you so much. And I want to remind you that on Saturday we are having a show. On Saturday, Mr. will be presenting, and he promised to bring a visitor, a guest, that will be talking about relocation to Canada and the various ways that you can move to Canada with your family. After that, I think we plan another time. We shall discuss US, and we shall do so. We'll try to do so maybe every weekend. That is Saturday, wakati kama huu, or a time like this, we'll be discussing that. So invite your friends, invite your family. Si tunataka muhame nyote Kenya, lakini there's nothing wrong. In Kikuyu we say, PK godhiene kuona, kuendanga ni kuonanga. Yani ukitembea, unaona kutembea kwingi, kuishi kwingi kuona mengi, lakini pia ukitembea waweza kaona mengi, na waweza kairevuka, waweza kasaidia watoto wako. Your life may never be the same again. So on Saturday, a time like this, we hope Mr. is not going to forget. He'll come. He said he's going to he may invite somebody called Joyce K. Canada. I hope he's getting in touch with her or other speakers. Then we can brainstorm, we can listen and see which is the fastest way that we can relocate to Canada, you and your children and your family members. Asante sana na washukuru na watakia usiku mwema. Kenyans, good morning. Those who are going to sleep, have a wonderful night. Tuonane kesho.